This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Ophelia in New South Wales, Australia, September 2006. Villette by Charlotte Bronte. Chapter 14, The Fate. As soon as Georgette was well, Madame sent her away into the country. I was sorry. I loved the child, and her loss made me poorer than before. But I must not complain. I lived in a house full of robust life. I might have had companions, and I chose solitude. Each of the teachers in turn made me overtures of special intimacy. I tried them all. One I found to be an honest woman, but a narrow thinker, a coarse feeler, and an egotist. The second was a Parisienne, externally refined, at heart corrupt, without a creed, without a principle, without an affection. Having penetrated the outward crust of decorum in this character, you found a sloth beneath. She had a wonderful passion for presents, and in this point the third teacher, a person otherwise characterless and insignificant, closely resembled her. This last named had also one other distinctive property, that of avarice. In her reigned the love of money for its own sake. The sight of a piece of gold would bring into her eyes a green glisten, singular to witness. She once, as a mark of high favour, took me upstairs, and, opening a secret door, showed me a hoard, a mass of coarse, large coin, about 15 guineas, in 5-franc pieces. She loved this hoard as a bird loves its eggs. These were her savings. She would come and talk to me about them with an infatuated and persevering dotage, strange to behold in a person not yet 25. The Parisienne, on the other hand, was prodigal and profligate, in disposition, that is, as to action I do not know. That latter quality showed its snake-like head to me but once, peeping out very cautiously. A curious kind of reptile it seemed, judging from the glimpse I got. Its novelty whetted my curiosity. If it would have come out boldly, perhaps I might philosophically have stood my ground, and coolly surveyed the long thing from forked tongue to scaly tail-tip. But it merely rustled in the leaves of a bad novel, and on encountering a hasty and ill-advised demonstration of wrath, recoiled and vanished, hissing. She hated me from that day. This Parisienne was always in debt, her salary being anticipated, not only in dress, but in perfumes, cosmetics, confectionery, and condiments. What a cold, callous epicure she was in all things! I see her now, thin in face and figure, sallow in complexion, regular in features, with perfect teeth, lips like a thread, a large, prominent chin, a well-opened but frozen eye, of light at once craving and ingrate. She mortally hated work, and loved what she called pleasure, being an insipid, heartless, brainless dissipation of time. Madame Beck knew this woman's character perfectly well. She once talked to me about her with an odd mixture of discrimination, indifference, and antipathy. I asked why she kept her in the establishment. She answered plainly, because it suited her interest to do so, and pointed out a fact that I had already noticed, namely that Mademoiselle Saint-Pierre possessed, in an almost unique degree, the power of keeping order amongst her undisciplined ranks of scholars. A certain petrifying influence accompanied and surrounded her. Without passion, noise, or violence, she held them in check, as a breezeless frost air might still a brawling stream. She was of little use as far as communication of knowledge went, but for strict surveillance and maintenance of rules she was invaluable. Je sais bien qu'elle n'a pas de principe, ni peut-être de mœurs, admitted Madame frankly, but added with philosophy, son maintien en classe est toujours convenable, et rempli même d'une certaine dignité. C'est tout ce qu'il faut. Ni les élèves, ni les parents ne regardent plus loin, ni par conséquent, moi non plus. A strange, frolicsome, noisy little world was this school. Great pains were taken to hide chains with flowers. A subtle essence of Romanism pervaded every arrangement. Large sensual indulgence, so to speak, was permitted by way of counterpoise to jealous spiritual restraint. Each mind was being reared in slavery. But to prevent reflection from dwelling on this fact, every pretext for physical recreation was seized and made the most of. There, as elsewhere, the Church strove to bring up her children robust in body, feeble in soul, fat, ruddy, hale, joyous, ignorant, unthinking, unquestioning. Eat, drink, and live, she says. Look after your bodies, leave your souls to me. I hold their cure, guide their course, I guarantee their final fate. A bargain in which every true Catholic deems himself a gainer. Lucifer just offers the same terms. All this power will I give thee, and the glory of it, for that is delivered unto me. And to whomsoever I will, I give it. If thou therefore wilt worship me, all shall be thine. About this time, in the ripest glow of summer, Madame Beck's house became as merry a place as a school could well be. All day long the broad folding doors and the two-leaved casements stood wide open. Settled sunshine seemed naturalized in the atmosphere. Clouds were far off, sailing away beyond the sea, resting, no doubt, round islands such as England, that dear land of mists, but withdrawn wholly from the drier continent. We lived far more in the garden than under a roof. Classes were held and meals partaken of in the Grand Berceau. Moreover, there was a note of holiday preparation, which almost turned freedom into license. The autumnal long vacation was but 2 months distant, but before that, a great day, an important ceremony. None other than the fete of Madame awaited celebration. The conduct of this fete devolved chiefly on Mademoiselle Saint-Pierre, Madame herself being supposed to stand aloof, disinterestedly unconscious of what might be going forward in her honour. Especially she never knew, never in the least suspected, that a subscription was annually levied on the whole school for a purchase of a handsome present. The polite tact of the reader will please to leave out of the account a brief, secret consultation on this point in Madame's own chamber. "What will you have this year?" was asked by her Parisian lieutenant. "Oh, no matter, let it alone. Let the poor children keep their francs." And Madame looked benign and modest. The Saint-Pierre would here protrude her chin. She knew Madame by heart. She always called her airs of bonté des grimaces. She never even professed to respect them one instant. "Vite," she would say coldly. "Name the article. Shall it be jewellery or porcelain, haberdashery or silver?" "Eh bien, 2 ou 3 cuillers et autant de fourchettes en argent." And the result was a handsome case containing 300 francs worth of plate. The programme of the fête day's proceedings comprised presentation of plate, collation in the garden, dramatic performance with pupils and teachers for actors, a dance and supper. Very gorgeous seemed the effect of the whole to me, as I well remember. Zélie Saint-Pierre understood these things and managed them ably. The play was the main point, a month's previous drilling being there required. The choice, too, of the actors required knowledge and care. Then came lessons in elocution, in attitude, and then the fatigue of countless rehearsals. For all this, as may well be supposed, Saint-Pierre did not suffice. Other management, other accomplishments than hers were requisite here. They were supplied in the person of a master, Monsieur Paul Emmanuel, Professor of Literature. It was never my lot to be present at the histrionic lessons of Monsieur Paul, but I often saw him as he crossed the carré, a square hall between the dwelling-house and the schoolhouse. I heard him, too, in the warm evenings, lecturing with open doors, and his name, with anecdotes of him, resounded in one's ears from all sides, especially our former acquaintance, Miss Ginevra Fanshaw, who had been selected to take a prominent part in the play, used, in bestowing upon me a large portion of her leisure, to lard her discourse with frequent allusions to his sayings and doings. She esteemed him hideously plain, and used to profess herself frightened almost into hysterics at the sound of his step or voice. A dark little man he certainly was, pungent and austere. Even to me he seemed a harsh apparition, with his close-shorn black head, his broad sallow brow, his thin cheek, his wide and quivering nostril, his thorough glance and hurried bearing. Irritable he was. One heard that as he apostrophized with vehemence the awkward squad under his orders. Sometimes he would break out on these raw amateur actresses with a passion of impatience at their falseness of conception, their coldness of emotion, their feebleness of delivery. "Écoutez!" he would cry, and then his voice rang through the premises like a trumpet. and when, mimicking it, came the small pipe of a Ginevra, a Mathilde, or a Blanche, one understood why a hollow groan of scorn or a fierce hiss of rage rewarded the tame echo. "Vous n'êtes donc que des poupées," I heard him thunder. "Vous n'avez pas de passion, vous autres. Vous ne sentez donc rien? Votre chair est de neige, votre sang de glace. Moi, je veux que tout cela s'allume, qu'il ait une vie, une âme." Vain resolve. And when he at last found it, it was vain. He suddenly broke the whole business down. Hitherto he had been teaching them a grand tragedy. He tore the tragedy in morsels, and came next day with a compact little comic trifle. To this they took more kindly. He presently knocked it all into their smooth round pates. Mademoiselle St-Pierre always presided at Monsieur Emmanuel's lessons, and I was told that the polish of her manner, her seeming attention, her tact and grace, impressed that gentleman very favourably. She had indeed the art of pleasing, for a given time, whom she would, but the feeling would not last. In an hour it was dried like dew, vanished like gossamer. The day preceding Madame's fête was as much a holiday as the fête itself. It was devoted to clearing out, cleaning, arranging, and decorating the 3 schoolrooms. All within doors was the gayest bustle. Neither upstairs nor down could a quiet, isolated person find rest for the sole of her foot. Accordingly, for my part, I took refuge in the garden. The whole day did I wander or sit there alone, finding warmth in the sun, shelter among the trees, and a sort of companionship in my own thoughts. I well remember that I exchanged but 2 sentences that day with any living being. Not that I felt solitary. I was glad to be quiet. For a looker-on, it sufficed to pass through the rooms once or twice, observe what changes were being wrought, how a green room and a dressing-room were being contrived, a little stage with scenery erected, how Monsieur Paul Emmanuel, in conjunction with Mademoiselle St-Pierre, was directing all, and how an eager band of pupils, among them Ginevra Fanshaw, were working gaily under his control. The great day arrived. The sun rose hot and unclouded, and hot and unclouded it burned on till evening. All the doors and all the windows were set open, which gave a pleasant sense of summer freedom, and freedom the most complete seemed indeed the order of the day. Teachers and pupils descended to breakfast in dressing-gowns and curl-papers. Anticipating avec délice the toilette of the evening, they seemed to take a pleasure in indulging that forenoon in a luxury of slovenliness, like aldermen fasting in preparation for a feast. About 9 o'clock a.m. an important functionary, the coiffeur, arrived. Sacrilegious to state, he fixed his headquarters in the oratory, and there, in presence of bénitier, candle, and crucifix, solemnized the mysteries of his art. Each girl was summoned in turn to pass through his hands, emerging from them with head as smooth as a shell, intersected by faultless white lines, and wreathed about with Grecian plaits that shone as if lacquered. I took my turn with the rest, and could hardly believe what the glass said when I applied to it for information afterwards. The lavish garlandry of woven brown hair amazed me. I feared it was not all my own, and it required several convincing pulls to give assurance to the contrary. I then acknowledged in the coiffeur a first-rate artist, one who certainly made the most of indifferent materials. The oratory closed, the dormitory became the scene of ablutions, arrayings, and bedizenings curiously elaborate. To me it was, and ever must be, an enigma how they contrived to spend so much time in doing so little. The operation seemed close, intricate, prolonged. The result simple. A clear white muslin dress, a blue sash, the Virgin's colours, a pair of white or straw-colour kid gloves, such was the gala uniform, to the assumption whereof that houseful of teachers and pupils devoted 3 mortal hours. But, though simple, it must be allowed the array was perfect, perfect in fashion, fit, and freshness, every head being also dressed with exquisite nicety, and a certain compact taste, suiting the full, firm comeliness of Labassecourienne contours, though too stiff for any more flowing and flexible style of beauty. The general effect was, on the whole, commendable. In beholding this diaphanous and snowy mass, I well remember feeling myself to be a mere shadowy spot on a field of light. The courage was not in me to put on a transparent white dress. Something thin I must wear, the weather and rooms being too hot to give substantial fabric sufferance, so I had sought through a dozen shops till I lit upon a crepe-like material of purple grey, the colour, in short, of dun mist lying on a moor in bloom. My tailleuse had kindly made it as well as she could, because, as she judiciously observed, it was si triste, si pain voyant. Care in the fashion was the more imperative. It was well she took this view of the matter, for I had no flower, no jewel to relieve it, and, what was more, I had no natural rose of complexion. We became oblivious of these deficiencies in the uniform routine of daily drudgery, but they will force upon us their unwelcome blank on those bright occasions when beauty should shine. However, in this same gown of shadow I felt at home and at ease, an advantage I should not have enjoyed in anything more brilliant or striking. Madame Beck, too, kept me in countenance. Her dress was almost as quiet as mine, except that she wore a bracelet and a large brooch, bright with gold and fine stones. We chanced to meet on the stairs, and she gave me a nod and smile of approbation. Not that she thought I was looking well, a point unlikely to engage her interest, but she considered me dressed convenablement, décemment, and la convenance and la décence were the two calm deities of Madame's worship. She even paused, laid on my shoulder her gloved hand, holding an embroidered and perfumed handkerchief, and confided to my ear a sarcasm on the other teachers, whom she had just been complimenting to their faces. "Nothing so absurd," she said, "as for des femmes mûres to dress themselves like girls of 15. Contre la Saint-Pierre, elle a l'air d'une vieille coquette qui fait l'ingénue." Being dressed at least a couple of hours before anybody else, I felt a pleasure in betaking myself, not to the garden, where servants were busy propping up long tables, placing seats and spreading cloths in readiness for the collation, but to the schoolrooms, now empty, quiet, cool and clean, their walls fresh stained, their planked floors fresh scoured and scarce dry, flowers fresh gathered adorning the recesses in pots, and draperies fresh hung beautifying the great windows. Withdrawing to the first class, a smaller and neater room than the others, and taking from the glazed bookcase, of which I kept the key, a volume whose title promised some interest, I sat down to read. The glass door of this class, or schoolroom, opened into the large berceau. Acacia boughs caressed its panes as they stretched across to meet a rosebush blooming by the opposite lintel. In this rosebush bees murmured, busy and happy. I commenced reading. Just as the stilly hum, the embowering shade, the warm, lonely calm of my retreat were beginning to steal meaning from the page, vision from my eyes, and to lure me along the track of reverie, down into some deep dell of dreamland, just then the sharpest ring of the street doorbell, to which that much-tried instrument had ever thrilled, snatched me back to consciousness. Now the bell had been ringing all the morning, as workmen or servants or coiffeurs or tailleuses went and came on their several errands. Moreover, there was good reason to expect it would ring all the afternoon, since about 100 externes were yet to arrive in carriages or fiacres. Nor could it be expected to rest during the evening, when parents and friends would gather thronging to the play. Under these circumstances, a ring, even a sharp ring, was a matter of course. Yet this particular peal had an accent of its own, which chased my dream and startled my book from my knee. I was stooping to pick up this last when, firm, fast, straight, right on through vestibule, along corridor, across carré, through first division, second division, grand salle, strode a step, quick, regular, intent. The closed door of the first class, my sanctuary, offered no obstacle. It burst open, and a paletot and bonnet grec filled the void. Also 2 eyes, first vaguely struck upon, and then hungrily dived into me. Je la connais, c'est l'anglaise. Tant pis. Toute anglaise et par conséquent tout bégueule qu'elle soit, elle fera mon affaire ou je saurai pourquoi. Then, with a certain stern politeness, I suppose he thought I had not caught the drift of his previous uncivil mutterings, and in a jargon the most execrable that ever was heard, "Miss, play you must. I am planted there." "What can I do for you, Monsieur Paul Emmanuel?" I inquired. For Monsieur Paul Emmanuel it was, and in a state of no little excitement. "Play you must. I will not have you shrink or frown or make the prude. I read your skull that night you came. I see your moyen. Play you can, play you must." "But how, Monsieur Paul? What do you mean?" "There is no time to be lost," he went on, now speaking in French. "And let us thrust to the wall all reluctance, all excuse, all minauderie. You must take a part." "In the vaudeville?" "In the vaudeville, you have said it." I gasped, horror-struck. What did the little man mean? "Listen," he said. "The case shall be stated, and you shall then answer me yes or no, and according to your answer shall I ever after estimate you." The scarce suppressed impetus of a most irritable nature glowed in his cheek, fed with sharp shafts his glances, a nature, the injudicious, the mawkish, the hesitating, the sullen, the affected, above all the unyielding, might quickly render violent and implacable. Silence and attention was the best balm to apply. I listened. "The whole matter is going to fail," he began. "Louise van der Kelkov has fallen ill, at least so her ridiculous mother asserts. For my part, I feel sure she might play it if she would. It is only goodwill that lacks. She was charged with a role, as you know, or do not know, it is equal. Without that role, the play is stopped. There are now but a few hours in which to learn it. Not a girl in this school would hear reason and accept the task. Forsooth, it is not an interesting, not an amiable part. The vile amour-propre, that base quality of which women have so much, would revolt from it. English women are either the best or the worst of their sex. Je le déteste comme la peste ordinairement," this between his recreant teeth. "I applied to an English woman to rescue me. What is her answer, yes or no?" 1,000 objections rushed into my mind. The foreign language, the limited time, the public display. Inclination recoiled, ability faltered. Self-respect, that vile quality, trembled. "No, no, no," said all these. But looking up at Monsieur Paul and seeing in his vexed, fiery and searching eye a sort of appeal behind all its menace, my lips dropped the word oui. For a moment his rigid countenance relaxed with a quiver of content. Quickly bent up again, however, he went on. "Vite à l'ouvrage! Here is the book. Here is your role. Read." And I read. He did not commend. At some passages he scowled and stamped. He gave me a lesson. I diligently imitated. It was a disagreeable part. A man's, an empty-headed fops. One could put into it neither heart nor soul. I hated it. The play, a mere trifle, ran chiefly on the efforts of a brace of rivals to gain the hand of a fair coquette. One lover was called the Our, a good and gallant but unpolished man, a sort of diamond in the rough. The other was a butterfly, a talker and a traitor, and I was to be the butterfly, talker and traitor. I did my best, which was bad, I know. It provoked Monsieur Paul. He fumed. Putting both hands to the work, I endeavoured to do better than my best. I presume he gave me credit for good intentions. He professed to be partially content. "Ça ira," he cried, and as voices began sounding from the garden and white dresses fluttering among the trees, he added, "You must withdraw. You must be alone to learn this. Come with me." Without being allowed time or power to deliberate, I found myself in the same breath convoyed along as in a species of whirlwind, upstairs, up 2 pairs of stairs, nay, actually up 3, for this fiery little man seemed as by instinct to know his way everywhere. To the solitary and lofty attic was I borne, put in and locked in, the key being in the door, and that key he took with him and vanished. The attic was no pleasant place. I believe he did not know how unpleasant it was, or he never would have locked me in with so little ceremony. In this summer weather it was as hot as Africa, as in winter it was always cold as Greenland. Boxes and lumber filled it, old dresses draped its unstained wall, cobwebs its unswept ceiling. Well was it known to be tenanted by rats, by black beetles, and by cockroaches. Nay, rumour affirmed that the ghostly nun of the garden had once been seen here. A partial darkness obscured one end, across which, as for deeper mystery, an old russet curtain was drawn, by way of screen, to a sombre band of winter cloaks, pendant each from its pin like a malefactor from his gibbet. From amongst these cloaks and behind that curtain the nun was said to issue. I did not believe this, nor was I troubled by apprehension thereof, but I saw a very dark and large rat with a long tail come gliding out from that squalid alcove. And, moreover, my eye fell on many a black beetle dotting the floor. These objects discomposed me more, perhaps, than it would be wise to say, as also did the dust, lumber, and stifling heat of the place. The last inconvenience would soon have become intolerable had I not found means to open and prop up the skylight, thus admitting some freshness. Underneath this aperture I pushed a large empty chest, and having mounted upon it a smaller box, and wiped from both the dust, I gathered my dress, my best, the reader must remember, and therefore a legitimate object of care, fastidiously around me, ascended this species of extempore throne, and, being seated, commenced the acquisition of my task, while I learned, not forgetting to keep a sharp lookout on the black beetles and cockroaches, of which, more even, I believe, than of the rats, I sat in mortal dread. My impression at first was that I had undertaken what it really was impossible to perform, and I simply resolved to do my best and be resigned to fail. I soon found, however, that one part in so short a piece was not more than memory could master at a few hours' notice. I learned and learned on, first in a whisper and then aloud. Perfectly secure from human audience, I acted my part before the garret vermin, entering into its emptiness, frivolity, and falsehood with a spirit inspired by scorn and impatience. I took my revenge on this fat by making him as fatuitous as I possibly could. In this exercise the afternoon passed. Day began to glide into evening, and I, who had eaten nothing since breakfast, grew excessively hungry. Now I thought of the collation, which doubtless they were just then devouring in the garden far below. I had seen in the vestibule a basketful of small pâté à la crème, than which nothing in the whole range of cookery seemed to me better. A pâté, or square of cake, it seemed to me would come very à propos, and as my relish for those dainties increased, it began to appear somewhat hard that I should pass my holiday fasting and in prison. Remote as was the attic from the street door and vestibule, yet the ever-tinkling bell was faintly audible here, and also the ceaseless roll of wheels on the tormented pavement. I knew that the house and garden were thronged, and that all was gay and glad below. Here it began to grow dusk. The beetles were fading from my sight. I trembled lest they should steal on me a march, mount my throne unseen, and unsuspected invade my skirts. Impatient and apprehensive, I recommenced the rehearsal of my part, merely to kill time. Just as I was concluding, the long-delayed rattle of the key in the lock came to my ear, no unwelcome sound. Monsieur Paul, I could just see through the dusk that it was Monsieur Paul, for light enough still lingered to show the velvet blackness of his close-shorn head and the sallow ivory of his brow, looked in. "Brava!" cried he, holding the door open and remaining at the threshold. "J'ai tout entendu. C'est assez bien. Encore." A moment I hesitated. "Encore," said he sternly. "Et point de grimace. À bas la timidité." Again I went through the part, but not half so well as I had spoken it alone. "Enfin, elle sait," said he, half dissatisfied, "and one cannot be fastidious or exacting under these circumstances." Then he added, "You may yet have 20 minutes for préparation. Au revoir." And he was going. "Monsieur!" I called out, taking courage. "Ah bien? Qu'est-ce que c'est, mademoiselle?" "J'ai bien faim." "Comment? Vous avez faim? Et la collation?" "I know nothing about it. I have not seen it shut up here." "Ah, c'est vrai," cried he. In a moment my throne was abdicated, the attic evacuated, an inverse repetition of the impetus which had brought me up into the attic instantly took me down. Down to the very kitchen. I thought I should have gone to the cellar. The cook was imperatively ordered to produce food, and I, as imperatively, was commanded to eat. To my great joy, this food was limited to coffee and cake. I had feared wine and sweets, which I did not like. How he guessed that I should like a petit pâté à la crème, I cannot tell. But he went out and procured me one from some quarter. With considerable willingness I ate and drank, keeping the petit pâté till the last, as a bonne bouche. Monsieur Paul superintended my repast, and almost forced upon me more than I could swallow. "À la bonne heure," he cried, when I signified that I really could take no more. and with uplifted hands implored to be spared the additional roll on which he had just spread butter.
You will set me down as a species of tyrant and blue-beard starving women in a garret, whereas after all I am no such thing. Now, mademoiselle, do you feel courage and strength to appear?
I said I thought I did, though in truth I was perfectly confused and could hardly tell how I felt. But this little man was of the order of beings who must not be opposed, unless you possessed an all-dominant force sufficient to crush him at once. "Come then," said he, offering his hand. I gave him mine, and he set off with a rapid walk, which obliged me to run at his side in order to keep pace. In the carré he stopped a moment. It was lit with large lamps. The wide doors of the classes were open, and so were the equally wide garden doors. Orange trees in tubs and tall flowers in pots ornamented these portals on each side. Groups of ladies and gentlemen in evening dress stood and walked amongst the flowers. Within, the long vista of the schoolrooms presented a thronging, undulating, murmuring, waving, streaming multitude, all rose and blue and half-translucent white. There were lustres burning overhead. Far off there was a stage, a solemn green curtain, a row of footlights. "N'est-ce pas que c'est beau?" demanded my companion. I should have said it was, but my heart got up into my throat. Monsieur Paul discovered this and gave me a side scowl and a little shake for my pains. "I will do my best, but I wish it was over," said I. Then I asked, "Are we to walk through that crowd?"
"By no means. I manage matters better. We pass through the garden, here."
In an instant we were out of doors. The cool, calm night revived me somewhat. It was moonless, but the reflex from the many glowing windows lit the court brightly, and even the alleys dimly. Heaven was cloudless and grand with the quiver of its living fires. How soft are the nights of the continent! How bland, balmy, safe! No sea fog, no chilling damp, mistless as noon and fresh as morning. Having crossed court and garden, we reached the glass door of the first class. It stood open like all other doors that night. We passed, and then I was ushered into a small cabinet, dividing the first class from the grand salle. This cabinet dazzled me. It was so full of light. It deafened me. It was clamorous with voices. It stifled me. It was so hot, choking, thronged.
"De l'ordre, du silence!" cried Monsieur Paul. "Is this chaos?" he demanded, and there was a hush.
With a dozen words and as many gestures, he turned out half the persons present and obliged the remnant to fall into rank. Those left were all in costume. They were the performers, and this was the green room. Monsieur Paul introduced me. All stared, and some tittered. It was a surprise. They had not expected the Englishwoman would play in a vaudeville. Ginevra Fanshaw, beautifully dressed for her part and looking fascinatingly pretty, turned on me a pair of eyes as round as beads. In the highest spirit, unperturbed by fear or bashfulness, delighted indeed at the thought of shining off before hundreds, my entrance seemed to transfix her with amazement in the midst of her joy. She would have exclaimed, but Monsieur Paul held her and all the rest in check. Having surveyed and criticized the whole troupe, he turned to me.
"You too must be dressed for your part."
Dressed like a man!" exclaimed Zélie Saint-Pierre, darting forwards, adding with officiousness, "I will dress her myself." To be dressed like a man did not please and would not suit me. I had consented to take a man's name and part. As to his dress, au-delà, no, I would keep my own dress come what might. Monsieur Paul might storm, might rage. I would keep my own dress. I said so with a voice as resolute in intent as it was low and perhaps unsteady in utterance. He did not immediately storm or rage as I fully thought he would. He stood silent. But Zélie again interposed. "She will make a capital petit maître. Here are the garments, all complete, somewhat too large, but I will arrange all that. Come, chère amie, belle Anglaise." And she sneered, for I was not belle. She seized my hand. She was drawing me away. Monsieur Paul stood impassible, neutral. "You must not resist," pursued Saint-Pierre, for resist I did.
You will spoil all, destroy the mirth of the piece, the enjoyment of the company, sacrifice everything to your amour propre. This would be too bad. Monsieur will never permit this." She sought his eye. I watched likewise for a glance. He gave her one, and then he gave me one. "Stop," he said slowly, arresting St. who continued her efforts to drag me after her. Everybody awaited the decision. He was not angry, not irritated. I perceived that and took heart. "You do not like these clothes?" he asked, pointing to the masculine vestments. "I don't object to some of them, but I won't have them all." "How must it be, then? How accept a man's part and go on the stage dressed as a woman? This is an amateur affair, it is true, a vaudeville de pensionnat. Certain modifications I might sanction, yet something you must have to announce you as of the nobler sex." "And I will, monsieur, but it must be arranged in my own way. Nobody must meddle. The things must not be forced upon me. Just let me dress myself." Monsieur, without another word, took the costume from St. gave it to me, and permitted me to pass into the dressing-room. Once alone, I grew calm, and collectedly went to work. Retaining my woman's garb without the slightest retrenchment, I merely assumed, in addition, a little vest, a collar and cravat, and a paletot of small dimensions, the whole being the costume of a brother of one of the pupils. Having loosened my hair out of its braids, made up the long back hair close, and brushed the front hair to one side, I took my hat and gloves in my hand and came out. Monsieur Paul was waiting, and so were the others. He looked at me. "That me passe in a pensionnat," he pronounced, then added not unkindly, "Courage, mon ami, un peu de sang-froid, un peu d'aplomb, Monsieur Lucien, et tout ira bien." St. sneered again in her cold, snaky manner. I was irritable because excited, and I could not help turning upon her and saying that if she were not a lady and I a gentleman, I should feel disposed to call her out. After the play, said Monsieur Paul. "I will then divide my pair of pistols between you, and we will settle the dispute according to form. It will only be the old quarrel of France and England." But now the moment approached for the performance to commence. Monsieur Paul, setting us before him, harangued us briefly like a general addressing soldiers about to charge. I don't know what he said, except that he recommended each to penetrate herself with a sense of her personal insignificance. I thought this advice superfluous for some of us. A bell tinkled. I and two more were ushered onto the stage. The bell tinkled again. I had to speak the very first words. "Do not look at the crowd, nor think of it," whispered Monsieur Paul in my ear. "Imagine yourself in the garret, acting to the rats." He vanished. The curtain drew up, shriveled to the ceiling. The bright lights, the long room, the gay throng burst upon us. I thought of the black beetles, the old boxes, the worm-eaten bureau. I said my say badly, but I said it. That first speech was the difficulty. It revealed to me this fact, that it was not the crowd I feared so much as my own voice. Foreigners and strangers, the crowd were nothing to me, nor did I think of them. When my tongue once got free and my voice took its true pitch and found its natural tone, I thought of nothing but the personage I represented, and of Monsieur Paul, who was listening, watching, prompting in the side scenes. By and by, feeling the right power come, the spring demanded gush and rise inwardly, I became sufficiently composed to notice my fellow actors. Some of them played very well, especially Ginevra Fanshaw, who had to coquette between two suitors and managed admirably. In fact, she was in her element. I observed that she once or twice threw a certain marked fondness and pointed partiality into her manner towards me, the fop. With such emphasis and animation did she favour me, such glances did she dart out into the listening and applauding crowd, that to me, who knew her, it presently became evident she was acting at someone. And I followed her eye, her smile, her gesture, and ere long discovered that she had at least singled out a handsome and distinguished aim for her shafts, full in the path of those arrows, taller than other spectators, and therefore more sure to receive them,
stood in attitude quiet but intent, a well-known form, that of Dr. John. The spectacle seemed somehow suggestive. There was language in Dr. John's look, though I cannot tell what he said. It animated me. I drew out of it a history. I put my idea into the part I performed. I threw it into my wooing of Ginevra. In the Our, or sincere lover, I saw Dr. John. Did I pity him as erst? No, I hardened my heart, rivalled and out-rivalled him. I knew myself but a fop, but where he was outcast, I could please. Now I know I acted as if wishful and resolute to win and conquer. Ginevra seconded me. Between us we half changed the nature of the role, gilding it from top to toe. Between the acts, Monsieur Paul told us he knew not what possessed us, and half expostulated. C'est peut-être plus beau que votre modèle, said he, mais ce n'est pas juste. I know not what possessed me either, but somehow my longing was to eclipse the Our, i.e. Dr. John. Ginevra was tender. How could I be otherwise than chivalric? Retaining the letter, I recklessly altered the spirit of the role. Without heart, without interest, I could not play it at all. It must be played. In went the yearned-for seasoning. Thus favoured, I played it with relish. What I felt that night, and what I did, I no more expected to feel and do than to be lifted in a trance to the seventh heaven. Cold, reluctant, apprehensive, I had accepted a part to please another. Ere long, warming, becoming interested, taking courage, I acted to please myself. Yet the next day, when I thought it over, I quite disapproved of these amateur performances, and though glad that I had obliged Monsieur Paul and tried my own strength for once, I took a firm resolution never to be drawn into a similar affair. A keen relish for dramatic expression had revealed itself as part of my nature. To cherish and exercise this newfound faculty might gift me with a world of delight, but it would not do for a mere looker-on at life. The strength and longing must be put by, and I put them by, and fastened them in with the lock of a resolution which neither time nor temptation has since picked. No sooner was the play over, and well over, than the choleric and arbitrary Monsieur Paul underwent a metamorphosis. His hour of managerial responsibility past, he at once laid aside his magisterial austerity. In a moment he stood amongst us, vivacious, kind, and social, shook hands with us all round, thanked us separately, and announced his determination that each of us should in turn be his partner in the coming ball. On his claiming my promise, I told him I did not dance. For once I must, was the answer, and if I had not slipped aside and kept out of his way, he would have compelled me to this second performance. But I had acted enough for one evening. It was time I retired into myself and my ordinary life. My dun-coloured dress did well enough under a paletot on the stage, but would not suit a waltz or quadrille. Withdrawing to a quiet nook, whence unobserved I could observe, the ball, its splendours and its pleasures, passed before me as a spectacle. Again Ginevra Fanshaw was the belle, the fairest and the gayest present. She was selected to open the ball. Very lovely she looked, very gracefully she danced, very joyously she smiled. Such scenes were her triumphs. She was the child of pleasure. Work or suffering found her listless and dejected, powerless and repining. But gaiety expanded her butterfly's wings, lit up their gold dust and bright spots, made her flash like a gem and flush like a flower. At all ordinary diet and plain beverage she would pout, but she fed on creams and ices like a hummingbird on honey paste. Sweet wine was her element, and sweet cake her daily bread. Ginevra lived her full life in a ballroom. Elsewhere she drooped dispirited. Think not, reader, that she thus bloomed and sparkled for the mere sake of Monsieur Paul, her partner, or that she lavished her best graces that night for the edification of her companions only, or for that of the parents and grandparents who filled the carré and lined the ballroom. Under circumstances so insipid and limited, with motives so chilly and vapid, Ginevra would scarce have deigned to walk one quadrille, and weariness and fretfulness would have replaced animation and good humour. But she knew of a leaven in the otherwise heavy festal mass which lighted the whole. She tasted a condiment which gave it zest. She perceived reasons justifying the display of her choicest attractions. In the ballroom, indeed, not a single male spectator was to be seen who was not married and a father, Monsieur Paul excepted. That gentleman, too, being the sole creature of his sex, permitted to lead out a pupil to the dance. And this exceptional part was allowed him partly as a matter of old established custom, for he was a kinsman of Madame Beck's and high in her confidence, partly because he would always have his own way and do as he pleased, and partly because, wilful, passionate, partial as he might be, he was the soul of honour, and might be trusted with a regiment of the fairest and purest, in perfect security that, under his leadership, they would come to no harm. Many of the girls, it may be noted in parenthesis, were not pure-minded at all, very much otherwise, but they no more dare betray their natural coarseness in Monsieur Paul's presence than they dare to tread purposely on his corns, laugh in his face during a stormy apostrophe, or speak above their breath while some crisis of irritability was covering his human visage with the mask of an intelligent tiger. Monsieur Paul, then, might dance with whom he would, and woe be to the interference which put him out of step. Others there were admitted as spectators, with seeming reluctance, through prayers by influence under restriction, by special and difficult exercise of Madame Beck's gracious good nature, and whom she all the evening, with her own personal surveillance, kept far aloof at the remotest, drearest, coldest, darkest side of the carré, a small forlorn band of jeunes gens, these being all of the best families, grown-up sons of mothers present, and whose sisters were pupils in the school. That whole evening was Madame on duty beside these jeunes gens, attentive to them as a mother, but strict with them as a dragon. There was a sort of cordon stretched before them, which they wearied her with prayers to be permitted to pass, and just to revive themselves by one dance with that belle blonde, or that jolie brune, or cette jeune fille magnifique aux cheveux noirs comme le jet. Taisez-vous, Madame would reply, heroically and inexorably. Vous ne passerez pas à moi ce que ne soit sur mon cadavre, et vous ne danserez qu'avec la nonnette du jardin, alluding to the legend, and she majestically walked to and fro along their disconsolate and impatient line, like a little Bonaparte in a mouse-coloured silk gown. Madame knew something of the world. Madame knew much of human nature. I don't think that another directress in Villette would have dared to admit a jeune homme within her walls, but Madame knew that by granting such admission on occasion like the present, a bold stroke might be struck, and a great point gained. In the first place, the parents were made accomplices to the deed, for it was only through their mediation it was brought about. Secondly, the admission of these rattlesnakes, so fascinating and so dangerous, served to draw out Madame precisely in her strongest character, that of a first-rate surveillant. Thirdly, their presence furnished a most piquant ingredient to the entertainment. The pupils knew it and saw it, and the view of such golden apples shining afar off animated them with a spirit no other circumstance could have kindled. The children's pleasure spread to the parents. Life and mirth circulated quickly round the ballroom. The jeunes gens themselves, though restrained, were amused, for Madame never permitted them to feel dull, and thus Madame Beck's fate annually ensured a success unknown to the fate of any other directress in the land. I observed that Dr. John was at first permitted to walk at large through the classes. There was about him a manly, responsible look that redeemed his youth and half expiated his beauty. But as soon as the ball began, Madame ran up to him. "Come, Wolf, come," said she, laughing. "You wear sheep's clothing, but you must quit the fold notwithstanding. Come, I have a fine menagerie of 20 here in the carré. Let me place you amongst my collection. But first suffer me to have one dance with one pupil of my choice." "Have you the face to ask such a thing? It is madness. It is impiety. Sortez, sortez, au plus vite." She drove him before her, and soon had him enclosed within the cordon. Ginevra, being, I suppose, tired with dancing, sought me out in my retreat. She threw herself on the bench beside me, and, a demonstration I could very well have dispensed with, cast her arms round my neck. "Lucy Snowe! Lucy Snowe!" she cried, in a somewhat sobbing voice, half hysterical. "What in the world is the matter?" I dryly said. "How do I look? How do I look tonight?" she demanded. As usual, said I, preposterously vain.
Caustic creature! You never have a kind word for me. But in spite of you and all other envious detractors, I know I am beautiful. I feel it, I see it, for there is a great looking-glass in the dressing-room where I can view my shape from head to foot. Will you go with me now and let us two stand before it?
I will, Miss Fanshaw. You shall be humoured even to the top of your bent. The dressing-room was very near, and we stepped in. Putting her arm through mine, she drew me to the mirror. Without resistance, remonstrance, or remark, I stood and let her self-love have its feast and triumph. Curious to see how much it could swallow, whether it was possible it could feed to satiety, whether any whisper of consideration for others could penetrate her heart and moderate its vainglorious exaltation. Not at all. She turned me and herself round. She viewed us both on all sides. She smiled. She waved her curls. She retouched her sash. She spread her dress. And finally, letting go my arm and curtsying with mock respect, she said, "I would not be you for a kingdom." The mark was too naive to arouse anger. I merely said, "Very good." "And what would you give to be me?" she inquired. "Not a bad sixpence, strange as it may sound," I replied. "You are but a poor creature."
"You don't think so in your heart?"
"No, for in my heart you have not the outline of a place. I only occasionally turn you over in my brain."
"Well, but," said she in an expostulatory tone, "just listen to the difference of our positions, and then see how happy am I, and how miserable are you."
"Go on, I listen."
"In the first place, I am the daughter of a gentleman of family, and though my father is not rich, I have expectations from an uncle. Then I am just 18, the finest age possible. I have had a continental education, and though I can't spell, I have abundant accomplishments. I am pretty. You can't deny that. I may have as many admirers as I choose. This very night I have been breaking the hearts of 2 gentlemen, and it is the dying look I had from one of them just now which puts me in such spirits. I do so like to watch them turn red and pale, and scowl and dart fiery glances at each other, and languishing ones at me. There is me, happy me. Now for you, poor soul. I suppose you are nobody's daughter, since you took care of little children when you first came to Villette. You have no relations. You can't call yourself young at 23. You have no attractive accomplishments, no beauty. As to admirers, you hardly know what they are. You can't even talk on the subject. You sit dumb when the other teachers quote their conquests. I believe you never were in love, and never will be. You don't know the feeling, and so much the better. For though you might have your own heart broken, no living heart will you ever break. Isn't it all true?"
"A good deal of it is as true as gospel, and shrewd besides. There must be good in you, Ginevra, to speak so honestly. That snake, Zélie Saint-Pierre, could not utter what you have uttered. Still, Miss Fanshaw, hapless as I am, according to your showing, 6pence I would not give to purchase you, body and soul."
"Just because I am not clever, and that is all you think of. Nobody in the world but you cares for cleverness."
"On the contrary, I consider you are clever in your way, very smart indeed. But you were talking of breaking hearts, that edifying amusement into the merits of which I don't quite enter. Pray, on whom does your vanity lead you to think you have done execution tonight?" She approached her lips to my ear.
"Isidore and Alfred de Hamal are both here," she whispered.
"Oh, are they? I should like to see them."
"There's a dear creature. Your curiosity is roused at last. Follow me. I will point them out."
She proudly led the way. "But you cannot see them well from the classes," said she, turning. "Madame keeps them too far off. Let us cross the garden, enter by the corridor, and get close to them behind. We shall be scolded if we are seen, but never mind." For once I did not mind. Through the gardens we went, penetrated into the corridor by a quiet private entrance, and approaching the carré, yet keeping in the corridor shade, commanded a near view of the band of jeunes gens. I believe I could have picked out the conquering de Hamal even undirected. He was a straight-nosed, very correct-featured little dandy. I say little dandy, though he was not beneath the middle standards in stature. But his lineaments were small, and so were his hands and feet. And he was pretty and smooth and as trim as a doll. So nicely dressed, so nicely curled,
so booted and gloved and cravatted. He was charming indeed. I said so. "What a dear personage," cried I, and commended Ginevra's taste warmly, and asked her what she thought de Hamal might have done with the precious fragments of that heart she had broken, whether he kept them in a scent vial and conserved them in otto of roses. I observed, too, with deep rapture of approbation, that the Colonel's hands were scarce larger than Miss Fanshaw's own, and suggested that this circumstance might be convenient, as he could wear her gloves at a pinch. On his dear curls I told her I doted. As to his low Grecian brow and exquisite classic headpiece, I confessed I had no language to do such perfections justice. "And if he were your lover?" suggested the cruelly exultant Ginevra. "Oh, heavens, what bliss!" said I. "But do not be inhuman, Miss Fanshaw. To put such thoughts into my head is like showing poor outcast Cain a far glimpse of paradise." "You like him, then?" "As I like sweets and jams and comfits and conservatory flowers." Ginevra admired my taste, for all these things were her adoration. She could then readily credit that they were mine too. "Now for Isidore," I went on. I own I felt still more curious to see him than his rival, but Ginevra was absorbed in the latter. "Alfred was admitted here tonight," said she, "through the influence of his aunt, Madame la Baronne de Dorlodot. And now, having seen him, can you not understand why I have been in such spirits all the evening, and acted so well, and danced with such life, and why I am now happy as a queen? It was such good fun to glance first at him and then at the other, and madden them both." "But that other, where is he? Show me Isidore." "I don't like." "Why not?" "I am ashamed of him." "For what reason?" "Because he has such whiskers. Orange, red, there now." "The murder is out," I subjoined. "Never mind, show him all the same. I engage not to faint." She looked round. Just then an English voice spoke behind her and me. "You are both standing in a draught. You must leave this corridor." "There is no draught, Dr. John," said I, turning. "She takes cold so easily," he pursued, looking at Ginevra with extreme kindness. "She is delicate. She must be cared for. Fetch her a shawl." "Permit me to judge for myself," said Miss Fanshaw with hauteur. "I want no shawl." "Your dress is thin. You have been dancing. You are overheated." "Always preaching," retorted she. "Always coddling and admonishing." The answer Dr. John would have given did not come. That his heart was hurt became evident in his eye. Darkened and saddened and pained, he turned a little aside, but was patient. I knew where there were plenty of shawls near at hand. I ran and fetched one. "She shall wear this if I have strength to make her," said I, folding it well round her muslin dress, covering carefully her neck and her arms. "Is that Isidore?" I asked in a somewhat fierce whisper. She pushed up her lip, smiled, and nodded. "Is that Isidore?" I repeated, giving her a shake. I could have given her another. "C'est lui-même," said she. "Of course he is, compared with the Colonel Count. And then, oh ciel, the whiskers." Dr. John now passed on. "The Colonel Count," I echoed. "The doll, the puppet, the mannequin, the poor inferior creature. A mere lackey for Dr. John, his valet, his footboy. Is it possible that fine, generous gentleman, handsome as a vision, offers you his honourable hand and gallant heart, and promises to protect your flimsy person and feckless mind through the storms and struggles of life, and you hang back? You scorn, you sting, you torture him. Have you power to do this? Who gave you that power? Where is it? Does it lie all in your beauty, your pink and white complexion and your yellow hair? Does this bind his soul at your feet and bend his neck under your yoke? Does this purchase for you his affection, his tenderness, his thoughts, his hopes, his interest, his noble, cordial love? And will you not have it? Do you scorn it? You are only dissembling. You are not in earnest. You love him, you long for him, but you trifle with his heart to make him more surely yours. How you run on! I don't understand half you have said." I had got her out into the garden ere this. I now set her down on a seat and told her she should not stir till she had avowed which she meant in the end to accept, the man or the monkey.
Him you call the man, said she, is bourgeois, sandy-haired, and answers to the name of John. Cela suffit. Je n'en veux pas. Colonel de Hamal is a gentleman of excellent connections, perfect manners, sweet appearance, with pale, interesting face, and hair and eyes like an Italian. Then, too, he is the most delightful company possible, a man quite in my way, not sensible and serious like the other, but one with whom I can talk on equal terms, who does not plague and bore and harass me with depths and heights and passions and talents for which I have no taste. There now, don't hold me so fast. I slackened my grasp and she darted off. I did not care to pursue her. Somehow I could not avoid returning once more in the direction of the corridor to get another glimpse of Dr. John. But I met him on the garden steps, standing where the light from a window fell broad. His well-proportioned figure was not to be mistaken, for I doubt whether there was another in that assemblage his equal. He carried his hat in his hand. His uncovered head, his face, and fine brow were most handsome and manly. His features were not delicate, not slight like those of a woman, nor were they cold, frivolous, and feeble. Though well cut, they were not so chiselled, so frittered away, as to lose in expression or significance what they gained in unmeaning symmetry. Much feeling spoke in them at times, and more sat silent in his eye. Such at least were my thoughts of him. To me he seemed all this. An inexpressible sense of wonder occupied me as I looked at this man and reflected that he could not be slighted. It was not my intention to approach or address him in the garden, our terms of acquaintance not warranting such a step. I had only meant to view him in the crowd, myself unseen. Coming upon him thus alone, I withdrew. But he was looking out for me, or rather for her who had been with me. Therefore he descended the steps and followed me down the alley. "You know Miss Fanshaw. I have often wished to ask whether you knew her," said he. "Yes, I know her." "Intimately?" "Quite as intimately as I wish." "What have you done with her now?" "Am I her keeper?" I felt inclined to ask, but I simply answered, "I have shaken her well, and would have shaken her better, but she escaped out of my hands and ran away." "Would you favour me," he asked, "by watching over her this one evening, and observing that she does nothing imprudent, does not, for instance, run out into the night air immediately after dancing?" "I may, perhaps, look after her a little, since you wish it, but she likes her own way too well to submit readily to control." "She is so young, so thoroughly artless," said he. "To me she is an enigma," I responded. "Is she?" he asked, much interested. "How?" "It would be difficult to say how. Difficult, at least, to tell you how." "And why me?" "I wonder she is not better pleased that you are so much her friend." "But she has not the slightest idea how much I am her friend. That is precisely the point I cannot teach her. May I inquire, did she ever speak of me to you?" "Under the name of Isidore she has talked about you often. But I must add that it is only within the last 10 minutes I have discovered that you and Isidore are identical. It is only, Dr. John, within that brief space of time I have learned that Ginevra Fanshaw is the person, under this roof, in whom you have long been interested, that she is the magnet which attracts you to the Rue Fossette, that for her sake you venture into this garden and seek out caskets dropped by rivals." "You know all." "I know so much. For more than a year I have been accustomed to meet her in society. Mrs. Cholmondeley, her friend, is an acquaintance of mine. Thus I see her every Sunday. But you observe that under the name of Isidore she often spoke of me. May I, without inviting you to a breach of confidence, inquire what was the tone, what the feeling of her remarks? I feel somewhat anxious to know, being a little tormented with uncertainty as to how I stand with her." "Oh, she varies. She shifts and changes like the wind." "Still, you can gather some general idea?" "I can," thought I, but it would not do to communicate that general idea to you. Besides, if I said she did not love you, I know you would not believe me. "You are silent," he pursued. "I suppose you have no good news to impart. No matter. If she feels for me positive coldness and aversion, it is a sign I do not deserve her." "Do you doubt yourself? Do you consider yourself the inferior of Colonel de Hamal?"
I love Miss Fanshaw far more than de Hermal loves any human being, and would care for and guard her better than he. Respecting de Hermal, I fear she is under an illusion. The man's character is known to me, all his antecedents, all his scrapes. He is not worthy of your beautiful young friend. My beautiful young friend ought to know that, and to know or feel who is worthy of her, said I. If her beauty or her brains will not serve her so far, she merits the sharp lesson of experience. Are you not a little severe? I am excessively severe, more severe than I choose to show you. You should hear the strictures with which I favour my beautiful young friend, only that you would be unutterably shocked at my want of tender considerateness for her delicate nature. She is so lovely, one cannot but be loving towards her. You, every woman older than herself, must feel for such a simple, innocent, girlish fairy a sort of motherly or elder sisterly fondness. Graceful angel! Does not your heart yearn towards her when she pours into your ear her pure childlike confidences? How you are privileged! And he sighed. I cut short these confidences somewhat abruptly now and then, said I. But excuse me, Dr. John, may I change the theme for one instant? What a godlike person is that de Hermal! What a nose on his face! Perfect! Model one in putty or clay, you could not make a better or straighter or neater. And then such classic lips and chin, and his bearing, sublime. De Hermal is an unutterable puppy, besides being a very white-livered hero. You, Dr. John, and every man of less refined mould than he, must feel for him a sort of admiring affection, such as Mars and the coarser deities may be supposed to have borne the young graceful Apollo. An unprincipled, gambling little jackanapes, said Dr. John curtly, whom with one hand I could lift up by the waistband any day and lay low in the kennel if I liked. The sweet seraph, said I. What a cruel idea. Are you not a little severe, Dr. John? And now I paused. For the second time that night I was going beyond myself, venturing out of what I looked on as my natural habits, speaking in an unpremeditated, impulsive strain, which startled me strangely when I halted to reflect. On rising that morning, had I anticipated that before night I should have acted the part of a gay lover in a vaudeville, and an hour later frankly discussed with Dr. John the question of his hapless suit, and rallied him on his illusions, I had no more presaged such feats than I had looked forward to an ascent in a balloon, or a voyage to Cape Horn. The doctor and I, having paced down the walk, were now returning. The reflex from the window again lit his face. He smiled, but his eye was melancholy. How I wished that he could feel his heart's ease. How I grieved that he brooded over pain, and pain from such a cause. He with his great advantages. He to love in vain. I did not then know that the pensiveness of reverse is the best phase for some minds, nor did I reflect that some herbs, though scentless when entire, yield fragrance when they are bruised. Do not be sorrowful, do not grieve, I broke out. If there is in Ginevra one spark of worthiness of your affection, she must feel devotion in return. Be cheerful, be hopeful, Dr. John. Who should hope if not you? In return for this speech I got what it must be supposed I deserved, a look of surprise. I thought also of some disapprobation. We parted, and I went into the house very chill. The clock struck and the bells tolled midnight. People were leaving fast. The fete was over. The lamps were fading. In another hour all the dwelling-house and all the pensionnat were dark and hushed. I too was in bed, but not asleep. To me it was not easy to sleep after a day of such excitement. End of chapter 14.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kim Zuckert, Tales of the Brass Hedgehog, hedgehog.net. Villette by Charlotte Bronte. Chapter 15. The Long Vacation. Following Madame Beck's fate, with its 3 preceding weeks of relaxation, its brief 12 hours burst of hilarity and dissipation, and its one subsequent day of utter languor, came a period of reaction, 2 months of real application, of close, hard study. These 2 months, being the last of the année scolaire, were indeed the only genuine working months in the year. To them was procrastinated, into them concentrated, alike by professors, mistresses, and pupils, the main burden of preparation for the examinations preceding the distribution of prizes. Candidates for rewards had then to work in good earnest. Masters and teachers had to set their shoulders to the wheel to urge on the backward, and diligently aid and train the more promising. A showy demonstration, a telling exhibition, must be got up for public view, and all means were fair to this end. I scarcely noted how the other teachers went to work. I had my own business to mind, and my task was not the least onerous, being to imbue some 90 cents of brains with a due tincture of what they considered a most complicated and difficult science, that of the English language, and to drill 90 tongues in what for them was an almost impossible pronunciation, the lisping and hissing dentals of the Isles. The examination day arrived, awful day, prepared for with anxious care, dressed for with silent despatch, nothing vaporous or fluttering now, no white gauze or azure streamers. The grave, close, compact was the order of the toilette. It seemed to me that I was this day especially doomed, the main burden and trial falling on me alone of all the female teachers. The others were not expected to examine in the studies they taught, the professor of literature, Monsieur Paul, taking upon himself this duty. He, this school autocrat, gathered all and sundry reins into the hollow of his one hand. He irefully rejected any colleague. He would not have help. Madame herself, who evidently rather wished to undertake the examination in geography, her favourite study, which she taught well, was forced to succumb and be subordinate to her despotic kinsman's direction. The whole staff of instructors, male and female, he set aside, and stood on the examiner's estrade alone. It irked him that he was forced to make one exception to this rule. He could not manage English. He was obliged to leave that branch of education in the English teacher's hands, which he did, not without a flash of naive jealousy. A constant crusade against the amour-propre of every human being but himself was the crochet of this able but fiery and grasping little man. He had a strong relish for public representation in his own person, but an extreme abhorrence of the like display in any other. He quelled, he kept down when he could, and when he could not, he fumed like a bottled storm. On the evening preceding the examination day, I was walking in the garden, as were the other teachers and all the boarders. Monsieur Emmanuel joined me in the allée défendue. His cigar was at his lips. His paletot, a most characteristic garment of no particular shape, hung dark and menacing. The tassel of his bonnet grès sternly shadowed his left temple. His black whiskers curled like those of a wrathful cat. His blue eye had a cloud in its glitter. "Ainsi," he began, abruptly fronting and arresting me. "Vous allez trôner comme une reine, demain trôner à mes côtés. Sans doute vous savourez d'avance les délices de l'autorité. Je crois voir un je ne sais quoi de rayonnante petite ambitieuse." Now the fact was, he happened to be entirely mistaken. I did not, could not, estimate the admiration or the good opinion of tomorrow's audience at the same rate he did. Had that audience numbered as many personal friends and acquaintance for me as for him, I know not how it might have been. I speak of the case as it stood. On me school triumphs shed but a cold lustre. I had wondered, and I wondered now, how it was that for him they seemed to shine as with half warmth and half glow. He cared for them perhaps too much, I probably too little. However, I had my own fancies as well as he. I liked, for instance, to see Monsieur Emmanuel jealous. It lit up his nature and woke his spirit. It threw all sorts of queer lights and shadows over his dun face and into his violet azure eyes. He used to say that his black hair and blue eyes were une de ses beautés. There was a relish in his anger. It was artless, earnest, quite unreasonable, but never hypocritical. I uttered no disclaimer then of the complacency he attributed to me. I merely asked where the English examination came in, whether at the commencement or close of the day. "I hesitate," said he, "whether at the very beginning before many persons are come, and when your aspiring nature will not be gratified by a large audience, or quite at the close, when everybody is tired, and only a jaded and worn-out attention will be at your service. Que vous êtes dur, monsieur, I said, affecting dejection. One ought to be dur with you. You are one of those beings who must be kept down. I know you. Other people in this house see you pass, and think that a colourless shadow has gone by. As for me, I scrutinized your face once, and it sufficed. You are satisfied that you understand me? Without answering directly, he went on. Were you not gratified when you succeeded in that vaudeville? I watched you and saw a passionate ardour for triumph in your physiognomy. What fire shot into the glance! Not mere light, but flame. Je me tiens pour averti. What feeling I had on that occasion, monsieur, and pardon me if I say, you immensely exaggerate both its quality and quantity, was quite abstract. I did not care for the vaudeville. I hated the part you assigned me. I had not the slightest sympathy with the audience below the stage. They are good people, doubtless, but do I know them? Are they anything to me? Can I care for being brought before their view again tomorrow? Will the examination be anything but a task to me, a task I wish well over? Shall I take it out of your hands? With all my heart, if you do not fear failure. But I should fail. I only know 3 phrases of English and a few words. Par exemple, de son, de monde, de stars. Est-ce bien dit? My opinion is that it would be better to give up the thing altogether, to have no English examination, eh? If Madame consents, I consent. Heartily. Very heartily. He smoked his cigar in silence. He turned suddenly. Donnez-moi la main, said he, and the spite and jealousy melted out of his face, and a generous kindliness shone there instead. Come, we will not be rivals, we will be friends, he pursued. The examination shall take place, and I will choose a good moment, and instead of vexing and hindering, as I felt half inclined 10 minutes ago, for I have my malevolent moods, I always had from childhood, I will aid you sincerely. After all, you are so solitary and a stranger, and have your way to make and your bread to earn. It may be well that you should become known. We will be friends. Do you agree? Out of my heart, monsieur. I am glad of a friend. I like that better than a triumph. Pauvrette, said he, and turned away and left the alley. The examination passed over well. Monsieur Paul was as good as his word, and did his best to make my part easy. The next day came the distribution of prizes. That also passed. The school broke up. The pupils went home, and now began the long vacation. That vacation. Shall I ever forget it? I think not. Madame Beck went, the first day of the holidays, to join her children at the seaside. All the 3 teachers had parents or friends with whom they took refuge. Every professor quitted the city. Some went to Paris, some went to Boumarine. Monsieur Paul set forth on a pilgrimage to Rome. The house was left quite empty, but for me, a servant, and a poor deformed and imbecile pupil, a sort of crétin, whom her stepmother in a distant province would not allow to return home. My heart almost died within me. Miserable longing strained its chords. How long were the September days! How silent, how lifeless, how vast and void seemed the desolate premises! How gloomy the forsaken garden, grey now with the dust of a town summer departed! Looking forward at the commencement of those 8 weeks, I hardly knew how I was to live to the end. My spirits had long been gradually sinking. Now that the prop of employment was withdrawn, they went down fast. Even to look forward was not to hope. The dumb future spoke no comfort, offered no promise, gave no inducement to bear present evil in reliance on future good. A sorrowful indifference to existence often pressed on me, a despairing resignation to reach betimes the end of all things earthly. Alas! When I had full leisure to look on life as life must be looked on by such as me, I found it but a hopeless desert, tawny sands with no green fields, no palm tree, no well in view. The hopes which are dear to youth, which bear it up and lead it on, I knew not, and dared not know. If they knocked at my heart sometimes, an inhospitable bar to admission must be inwardly drawn. When they turned away, thus rejected, Tears sad enough sometimes flowed, but it could not be helped. I dared not give such guests lodging, so mortally did I fear the sin and weakness of presumption. Religious reader, you will preach to me a long sermon about what I have just written, and so will you, moralist, and you, stern sage. You, stoic, will frown. You, cynic, sneer. You, epicure, laugh. Well, each and all take it your own way. I accept the sermon, frown, sneer, and laugh. Perhaps you're all right, and perhaps, circumstanced like me, you would have been, like me, wrong. The first month was indeed a long, black, heavy month to me. The crétin did not seem unhappy. I did my best to feed her well and keep her warm, and she only asked food and sunshine, or when that lacked, fire. Her weak faculties approved of inertion. Her brain, her eyes, her ears, her heart slept content. They would not wake to work, so lethargy was their paradise. 3 weeks of that vacation were hot, fair, and dry, but the 4th and 5th were tempestuous and wet. I know not why that change in the atmosphere made a cruel impression on me, why the raging storm and beating rain crushed me with a deadlier paralysis than I had experienced while the air remained serene, but so it was, and my nervous system could hardly support what it had for many days and nights to undergo in that huge, empty house. How I used to pray to heaven for consolation and support. With what dread force the conviction would grasp me that fate was my permanent foe, never to be conciliated. I did not, in my heart, arraign the mercy or justice of God for this. I concluded it to be a part of his great plan that some must deeply suffer while they live, and I thrilled in the certainty that of this number I was one. It was some relief when an aunt of the crétin, a kind old woman, came one day and took away my strange, deformed companion. The hapless creature had been at times a heavy charge. I could not take her out beyond the garden, and I could not leave her a minute alone, for her poor mind, like her body, was warped. Its propensity was to evil. A vague bent to mischief, an aimless malevolence made constant vigilance indispensable. As she very rarely spoke, and would sit for hours together moping and mowing, and distorting her features with indescribable grimaces, it was more like being prisoned with some strange tameless animal than associating with a human being. Then there were personal attentions to be rendered which required the nerve of a hospital nurse. My resolution was so tried, it sometimes fell dead sick. These duties should not have fallen on me. A servant, now absent, had rendered them hitherto, and in the hurry of holiday departure, no substitute to fill this office had been provided. This tax and trial were by no means the least I have known in life. Still, menial and distasteful as they were, my mental pain was far more wasting and wearing. Attendance on the crétin deprived me often of the power and inclination to swallow a meal, and sent me faint to the fresh air, and the well or fountain in the court. But this duty never wrung my heart, or brimmed my eyes, or scalded my cheek with tears hot as molten metal. The crétin being gone, I was free to walk out. At first I lacked courage to venture very far from the Rue Fossette, but by degrees I sought the city gates, and passed them, and then went wandering away far along chaussées, through fields, beyond cemeteries, Catholic and Protestant, beyond farmsteads, to lanes and little woods, and I know not where. A goad thrust me on, a fever forbade me to rest, a want of companionship maintained in my soul the cravings of a most deadly famine. I often walked all day, through the burning noon and the arid afternoon and the dusk evening, and came back with moonrise. While wandering in solitude, I would sometimes picture the present probable position of others, my acquaintance. There was Madame Beck at a cheerful watering-place with the children, her mother, and a whole troop of friends who had sought the same scene of relaxation. Zélie St-Pierre was at Paris, with her relatives. The other teachers were at their homes. There was Ginevra Fanshaw, whom certain of her connections had carried on a pleasant tour southward. Ginevra seemed to me the happiest. She was on the route of beautiful scenery. The September suns shone for her on fertile plains, where harvest and vintage matured under their mellow beam. These gold and crystal moons rose on her vision over blue horizons waved in mountain lines. But all this was nothing. I too felt those autumn suns and saw those harvest moons, and I almost wished to be covered in with earth and turf, deep out of their influence, for I could not live in their light, nor make them comrades, nor yield them affection. But Ginevra had a kind of spirit with her, empowered to give constant strength and comfort, to gladden daylight and embalm darkness, the best of the good genii that guard humanity curtained her with his wings and canopied her head with his bending form. By true love was Ginevra followed. Never could she be alone. Was she insensible to this presence? It seemed to me impossible. I could not realize such deadness. I imagined her grateful in secret, loving now with reserve, but purposing one day to show how much she loved. I pictured her faithful hero, half conscious of her coy fondness, and comforted by that consciousness. I conceived an electric cord of sympathy between them, a fine chain of mutual understanding, sustaining union through separation of 100 leagues, carrying across mound and hollow communication by prayer and wish. Ginevra gradually became with me a sort of heroine. One day, perceiving this growing illusion, I said, "I really believe my nerves are getting overstretched. My mind has suffered somewhat too much of maladies growing upon it. What shall I do? How shall I keep well?" Indeed, there was no way to keep well under the circumstances. At last, a day and night of peculiarly agonizing depression was succeeded by physical illness. I took perforce to my bed. About this time the Indian summer closed, and the equinoctial storms began, and for 9 dark and wet days, of which the hours rushed on, all turbulent, deaf, dishevelled, bewildered with sounding hurricane, I lay in a strange fever of the nerves and blood. Sleep went quite away. I used to rise in the night, look round for her, beseech her earnestly to return. A rattle of the window, a cry of the blast only replied. Sleep never came. I err. She came once, but in anger. Impatient of my importunity, she brought with her an avenging dream. By the clock of Saint Jean Baptiste, that dream remained scarce 15 minutes, a brief space, but sufficing to wring my whole frame with unknown anguish, to confer a nameless experience that had the hue, the mien, the terror, the very tone of a visitation from eternity. Between 12 and 1 that night, a cup was forced to my lips, black, strong, strange, drawn from no well, but filled up, seething from a bottomless and boundless sea. Suffering, brewed in temporal or calculable measure and mixed for mortal lips, taste not as this suffering tasted. Having drank and woke, I thought all was over, the end come and passed by. Trembling fearfully as consciousness returned, ready to cry out on some fellow creature to help me, only that I knew no fellow creature was near enough to catch the wild summons. Bretton in a far distant attic could not hear. I rose on my knees in bed. Some fearful hours went over me. Indescribably was I torn, racked, and oppressed in mind. Amidst the horrors of that dream, I think the worst lay here. Methought the well-loved dead, who had loved me well in life, met me elsewhere, alienated. Galled was my inmost spirit with an unutterable sense of despair about the future. Motive there was none why I should try to recover or wish to live, and yet quite unendurable was the pitiless and haughty voice in which death challenged me to engage his unknown terrors. When I tried to pray, I could only utter these words, "From my youth up thy terrors I have suffered with a troubled mind." Most true was it. On bringing me my tea the next morning, Bretton urged me to call in a doctor. I would not. I thought no doctor could cure me. One evening, and I was not delirious, I was in my sane mind. I got up, I dressed myself, weak and shaking. The solitude and stillness of the long dormitory could not be borne any longer. The ghastly white beds were turning into spectres. The coronal of each became a death's head, huge and sun-bleached. Dead dreams of an elder world and mightier race lay frozen in their white, gaping eye-holes. That evening, more firmly than ever, fastened into my soul the conviction that fate was of stone, and hope a false idol, blind, bloodless, and of granite core. I felt, too, that the trial God had appointed me was gaining its climax, and must now be turned by my own hands, hot, feeble, trembling as they were. It rained still and blew, but with more clemency, I thought, than it had poured and raged all day. Twilight was falling, and I deemed its influence pitiful. From the lattice I saw coming night clouds, trailing low like banners drooping. It seemed to me that at this hour there was affection and sorrow in heaven above for all pain suffered on earth beneath. The weight of my dreadful dream became alleviated. That insufferable thought of being no more loved, no more owned, half yielded to hope of the contrary. I was sure this hope would shine clearer if I got out from under this house roof, which was crushing as the slab of a tomb, and went outside the city to a certain quiet hill, a long way distant in the fields. Covered with a cloak, I could not be delirious, for I had sense and recollection to put on warm clothing. Forth I set. The bells of a church arrested me in passing. They seemed to call me into the salut, and I went in. Any solemn rite, any spectacle of sincere worship, any opening of appeal to God was as welcome to me then as bread to one in extremity of want. I knelt down with others on the stone pavement. It was an old solemn church, its pervading gloom not gilded, but purpled by light shed through stained glass. Few worshippers were assembled, and the salut over, half of them departed. I discovered soon that those left remained to confess. I did not stir. Carefully every door of the church was shut. A holy quiet sank upon, and a solemn shade gathered about us. After a space, breathless and spent in prayer, a penitent approached the confessional. I watched. She whispered her avowal. Her shrift was whispered back. She returned consoled. Another went, and another. A pale lady, kneeling near me, said in a low, kind voice, "Go you now. I am not quite prepared." Mechanically obedient, I rose and went. I knew what I was about. My mind had run over the intent with lightning speed. To take this step could not make me more wretched than I was. It might soothe me. The priest within the confessional never turned his eyes to regard me. He only quietly inclined his ear to my lips. He might be a good man, but this duty had become to him a sort of form. He went through it with the phlegm of custom. I hesitated. Of the formula of confession I was ignorant. Instead of commencing then with the prelude usual, I said, "Mon père, je suis protestante." He directly turned. He was not a native priest. Of that class, the cast of physiognomy is almost invariably grovelling. I saw by his profile and brow he was a Frenchman, though grey and advanced in years. He did not, I think, lack feeling or intelligence. He inquired, not unkindly, why, being a Protestant, I came to him. I said I was perishing for a word of advice or an accent of comfort. I had been living for some weeks quite alone. I had been ill. I had a pressure of affliction on my mind, of which it would hardly any longer endure the weight. "Was it a sin, a crime?" he inquired, somewhat startled. I reassured him on this point, and as well as I could, I showed him the mere outline of my experience. He looked thoughtful, surprised, puzzled. "You take me unawares," said he. "I have not had such a case as yours before. Ordinarily we know our routine and are prepared, but this makes a great break in the common course of confession. I am hardly furnished with counsel fitting the circumstances." I, of course, had not expected he would be, but the mere relief of communication in an ear which was human and sentient, yet consecrated, the mere pouring out of some portion of long-accumulating, long-pent-up pain into a vessel whence it could not be again diffused, had done me good. I was already solaced. "Must I go, father?" I asked of him, as he sat silent. My daughter, he said kindly, and I am sure he was a kind man. He had a compassionate eye. For the present you had better go, but I assure you your words have struck me. Confession, like other things, is apt to become formal and trivial with habit. You have come and poured your heart out, a thing seldom done. I would fain think your case over, and take it with me to my oratory. Were you of our faith, I should know what to say. A mind so tossed can find repose but in the bosom of retreat and the punctual practice of piety. The world, it is well known, has no satisfaction for that class of natures. Holy men have bidden penitents like you to hasten their path upwards by penance, self-denial, and difficult good works. Tears are given them here for meat and drink, bread of affliction and waters of affliction. Their recompense comes hereafter. It is my own conviction that these impressions under which you are smarting are messengers from God to bring you back to the true church. You were made for our faith. Depend upon it, our faith alone could heal and help you. Protestantism is altogether too dry, cold, prosaic for you. The further I look into this matter, the more plainly I see it is entirely out of the common order of things. On no account would I lose sight of you. Go, my daughter, for the present, but return to me again. I rose and thanked him. I was withdrawing when he signed me to return. You must not come to this church, said he. I see you are ill, and this church is too cold. You must come to my house. I live, and he gave me his address. Be there tomorrow morning at 10. In reply to this appointment, I only bowed, and pulling down my veil and gathering round me my cloak, I glided away. Did I, do you suppose, reader, contemplate venturing again within that worthy priest's reach? As soon should I have thought of walking into a Babylonish furnace. That priest had arms which could influence me. He was naturally kind, with a sentimental French kindness, to whose softness I knew myself not wholly impervious. Without respecting some sorts of affection, there was hardly any sort having a fibre of root in reality, which I could rely on my force wholly to withstand. Had I gone to him, he would have shown me all that was tender and comforting and gentle in the honest popish superstition. Then he would have tried to kindle, blow, and stir up in me the zeal of good works. I know not how it would all have ended. We all think ourselves strong in some points. We all know ourselves weak in many. The probabilities are that, had I visited Numero 10 Rue des Mages at the hour and day appointed, I might just now, instead of writing this heretic narrative, be counting my beads on the cell of a certain Carmelite convent on the boulevard of Crécy in Villette. There was something of Fenelon about that benign old priest, and whatever most of his brethren may be, and whatever I may think of his church and creed, and I like neither, of himself I must ever retain a grateful recollection. He was kind when I needed kindness. He did me good. May heaven bless him. Twilight had passed into night, and the lamps were lit in the streets ere I issued from that sombre church. To turn back was now become possible to me. The wild longing to breathe this October wind on the little hill far without the city walls had ceased to be an imperative impulse, and was softened into a wish with which reason could cope. She put it down, and I turned, as I thought, to the Rue Fossette. But I had become involved in a part of the city with which I was not familiar. It was the old part, and full of narrow streets of picturesque, ancient, and mouldering houses. I was much too weak to be very collected, and I was still too careless of my own welfare and safety to be cautious. I grew embarrassed. I got enmeshed in a network of turns unknown. I was lost, and had no resolution to ask guidance of any passenger. If the storm had lulled a little at sunset, it made up now for lost time. Strong and horizontal thundered the current of wind from north-west to south-east. It brought rain like spray, and sometimes a sharp hail like shot. It was cold and pierced me to the vitals. I bent my head to meet it, but it beat me back. My heart did not fail at all in this conflict. I only wished that I had wings and could ascend the gale, spread and repose my pinions on its strength, career in its course, sweep where it swept. While wishing this, I suddenly felt colder where before I was cold, and more powerless where before I was weak. I tried to reach the porch of a great building near, but the massive frontage and the giant spire turned black and vanished from my eyes. Instead of sinking on the steps as I intended, I seemed to pitch headlong down an abyss. I remember no more. End of chapter 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kim Zuckert, Tales of the Brass Hedgehog, hedgehog.net. Villette by Charlotte Bronte. Chapter 16. Auld Lang Syne. Where my soul went during that swoon I cannot tell. Whatever she saw, or wherever she travelled in her trance on that strange night, she kept her own secret, never whispering a word to memory, and baffling imagination by an indissoluble silence. She may have gone upward, and come in sight of her eternal home, hoping for leave to rest now, and deeming that her painful union with matter was at last dissolved. While she so deemed, an angel may have warned her away from heaven's threshold, and, guiding her weeping down, have bound her once more, all shuddering and unwilling, to that poor frame, cold and wasted, of whose companionship she was grown more than weary. I know she re-entered her prison with pain, with reluctance, with a moan and a long shiver. The divorced mates, spirit and substance, were hard to reunite. They greeted each other, not in an embrace, but a racking sort of struggle. The returning sense of sight came upon me, red as if it swam in blood. Suspended hearing rushed back loud like thunder. Consciousness revived in fear. I sat up appalled, wondering into what region, amongst what strange beings I was waking. At first I knew nothing I looked on. A wall was not a wall, a lamp not a lamp. I should have understood what we call a ghost as well as I did the commonest object, which is another way of intimating that all my eye rested on struck it as spectral. But the faculties soon settled, each in his place. The life machine presently resumed its wonted and regular working. Still I knew not where I was. Only in time I saw I had been removed from the spot where I fell. I lay on no portico step. Night and tempest were excluded by walls, windows, and ceiling. Into some house I had been carried. But what house? I could only think of the pensionnat in the Rue Fossette. Still half dreaming, I tried hard to discover in what room they had put me, whether the great dormitory or one of the little dormitories. I was puzzled because I could not make the glimpses of furniture I saw accord with my knowledge of any of these apartments. The empty white beds were wanting, and the long line of long windows. Surely, thought I, it is not to Madame Beck's own chamber they have carried me. And here my eye fell on an easy chair covered with blue damask. Other seats, cushioned to match, dawned on me by degrees, and at last I took in the complete fact of a pleasant parlour, with a wood fire on a clear shining hearth, a carpet where arabesques of bright blue relieved a ground of shaded fawn, pale walls over which a slight but endless garland of azure forget-me-nots ran mazed and bewildered amongst myriad gold leaves and tendrils. A gilded mirror filled up the space between two windows, curtained amply with blue damask. In this window I saw myself laid, not in a bed, but on a sofa. I looked spectral, my eyes larger and more hollow, my hair darker than was natural, by contrast with my thin and ashen face. It was obvious, not only from the furniture, but from the position of windows, doors, and fireplace, that this was an unknown room in an unknown house. Hardly less plain was it that my brain was not yet settled, for as I gazed at the blue armchair it appeared to grow familiar, so did a certain scroll couch, and not less so the round centre table with a blue covering, bordered with autumn-tinted foliage, and above all 2 little footstools with worked covers, and a small ebony-framed chair, of which the seat and back were also worked with groups of brilliant flowers on a dark ground. Struck with these things, I explored further. Strange to say, old acquaintance were all about me, and Auld Lang Syne smiled out of every nook. There were 2 oval miniatures over the mantelpiece, of which I knew by heart the pearls above the high and powdered heads, the velvet circling the white throats, the swell of the full muslin kerchiefs, the pattern of the lace sleeve ruffles. Upon the mantel-shelf there were 2 china vases, some relics of a diminutive tea service, as smooth as enamel and as thin as eggshell, and a white centre ornament, a classic group in alabaster, preserved under glass. Of all these things I could have told the peculiarities numbered the flaws or cracks, like any clairvoyante. Above all, there was a pair of hand screens with elaborate pencil drawings, finished like line engravings. These my very eyes ached at beholding again, recalling hours when they had followed, stroke by stroke and touch by touch, a tedious, feeble, finical schoolgirl pencil held in these fingers, now so skeleton-like. Where was I? Not only in what spot of the world, but in what year of our Lord? For all these objects were of past days and of a distant country. 10 years ago I bade them good-bye. Since my 14th year they and I had never met. I gasped audibly, "Where am I?" A shape, hitherto unnoticed, stirred, rose, came forward. A shape inharmonious with the environment, serving only to complicate the riddle further. This was no more than a sort of native bonne, in a commonplace bonne's cap and print dress. She spoke neither French nor English, and I could get no intelligence from her, not understanding her phrases of dialect. But she bathed my temples and forehead with some cool and perfumed water, and then she heightened the cushion on which I reclined, made signs I was not to speak, and resumed her post at the foot of the sofa. She was busy knitting. Her eyes thus drawn from me, I could gaze on her without interruption. I did mightily wonder how she came there, or what she could have to do among the scenes or with the days of my girlhood. Still more I marvelled what those scenes and days could now have to do with me. Too weak to scrutinize thoroughly the mystery, I tried to settle it by saying it was a mistake, a dream, a fever fit, and yet I knew there could be no mistake, and that I was not sleeping, and I believed I was sane. I wished the room had not been so well lighted, that I might not so clearly have seen the little pictures, the ornaments, the screens, the worked chair. All these objects, as well as the blue damask furniture, were in fact precisely the same, in every minutest detail, with those I so well remembered, and with which I had been so thoroughly intimate, in the drawing-room of my godmother's house in Bretton. Methought the apartment only was changed, being of different proportions and dimensions. I thought of Bedreddin Hassan, transported in his sleep from Cairo to the gates of Damascus. Had a genius stooped his dark wing down the storm to whose stress I had succumbed, and gathering me from the church steps and rising high into the air, as the Eastern tale said, had he borne me over land and ocean and laid me quietly down beside a hearth of old England? But no, I knew the fire of that hearth burned before its layers no more. It went out long ago, and the household gods had been carried elsewhere. The bonne turned again to survey me, and seeing my eyes wide open, and I suppose deeming their expression perturbed and excited, she put down her knitting. I saw her busied for a moment at a little stand. She poured out water, and measured drops from a vial. Glass in hand, she approached me. What dark-tinged draught might she now be offering? What genie elixir or magi distillation? It was too late to inquire. I had swallowed it passively and at once. A tide of quiet thought now came gently caressing my brain. Softer and softer rose the flow, with tepid undulations smoother than balm. The pain of weakness left my limbs. My muscles slept. I lost power to move, but losing at the same time wish, it was no privation. That kind bonne placed a screen between me and the lamp. I saw her rise to do this, but do not remember seeing her resume her place. In the interval between the two acts, I fell on sleep. At waking, lo! All was again changed. The light of high day surrounded me, not indeed a warm summer light, but the leaden gloom of raw and blustering autumn. I felt sure now that I was in the pensionnat, sure by the beating rain on the casement, sure by the wuther of wind amongst trees denoting a garden outside, sure by the chill, the whiteness, the solitude amidst which I lay. I say whiteness, for the dimity curtains, dropped before a French bed, bounded my view. I lifted them. I looked out. My eye, prepared to take in the range of a long, large and whitewashed chamber, blinked baffled on encountering the limited area of a small cabinet, a cabinet with sea-green walls. Also, instead of 5 wide and naked windows, there was one high lattice shaded with muslin festoons. Instead of 24 little stands of painted wood, each holding a basin and a ewer, there was a toilette table dressed like a lady for a ball in a white robe over a pink skirt. A polished and large glass crown and a pretty pincushion frilled with lace adorned it. This toilette, together with a small, low green and white chintz armchair, a washstand topped with a marble slab and supplied with utensils of pale green ware, sufficiently furnished the tiny chamber. Reader, I felt alarmed. Why, you will ask? What was there in this simple and somewhat pretty sleeping closet to startle the most timid? Merely this. These articles of furniture could not be real. Solid armchairs, looking-glasses, and washstands. They must be the ghosts of such articles. Or if this were denied as too wild an hypothesis, and confounded as I was, I did deny it, there remained but to conclude that I had myself passed into an abnormal state of mind. In short, that I was very ill and delirious, and even then mine was the strangest figment with which delirium had ever harassed a victim. I knew, I was obliged to know, the green chintz of that little chair, the little snug chair itself, the carved shining back, foliated frame of that glass, the smooth milky green of the china vessels on the stand, the very stand too, with its top of grey marble, splintered at one corner. All these I was compelled to recognise and to hail, as last night I had perforce recognised and hailed the rosewood, the drapery, the porcelain of the drawing-room. Bretton! Bretton! And 10 years ago shone reflected in that mirror. And why did Bretton of my 14th year haunt me thus? Why, if they came at all, did they not return complete? Why hovered before my distempered vision the mere furniture, while the rooms, the locality were gone? As to that pincushion made of crimson satin, ornamented with gold beads and frilled with thread lace, I had the same right to know it as to know those screens. I had made it myself. Rising with a start from the bed, I took the cushion in my hand and examined it. There was the cipher LLB, formed in gold beads and surrounded with an oval wreath embroidered in white silk. These were the initials of my godmother's name, Lonisa Lucy Bretton. Am I in England? Am I at Bretton? I muttered, and hastily pulling up the blind with which the lattice was shrouded, I looked out to try and discover where I was, half prepared to meet the calm old handsome buildings and clean grey pavement of St. Anne's Street, and to see at the end the towers of the Minster, or, if otherwise, fully expectant of a town view somewhere, a rue in Villette, if not a street in a pleasant and ancient English city. I looked, on the contrary, through a frame of leafage, clustering round the high lattice, and forth thence to a grassy mead-like level, a lawn terrace with trees rising from a lower ground beyond, high forest trees, such as I had not seen for many a day. They were now groaning under the gale of October, and between their trunks I traced the line of an avenue, where yellow leaves lay in heaps and drifts, or were whirled singly before the sweeping west wind. Whatever landscape might lie further must have been flat, and these tall beeches shut it out. The place seemed secluded, and was to me quite strange. I did not know it at all. Once more I lay down. My bed stood in a little alcove. On turning my face to the wall, the room, with its bewildering accompaniments, became excluded. Excluded? No. As I arranged my position in this hope, behold, on the green space between the divided and looped-up curtains hung a broad, gilded picture frame enclosing a portrait. It was drawn, well drawn, though but a sketch, in watercolours. A head, a boy's head, fresh, lifelike, speaking and animated. It seemed a youth of 16, fair-complexioned, with sanguine health in his cheek, hair long, not dark, and with a sunny sheen, penetrating eyes, an arch mouth, and a gay smile. On the whole, a most pleasant face to look at, especially for those claiming a right to that youth's affections, parents, for instance, or sisters. Any romantic little schoolgirl might almost have loved it in its frame. Those eyes looked as if, when somewhat older, they would flash a lightning response to love. I cannot tell whether they kept in store the steady beaming shine of faith. For whatever sentiment met him in form too facile, his lips menaced, beautifully but surely, caprice and light esteem. Striving to take each new discovery as quietly as I could, I whispered to myself, that portrait used to hang in the breakfast-room, over the mantelpiece, somewhat too high, as I thought. I well remember how I used to mount a music-stool for the purpose of unhooking it, holding it in my hand, and searching into those bonny wells of eyes, whose glance under their hazel lashes seemed like a pensive laugh, and well I liked to note the colouring of the cheek and the expression of the mouth. I hardly believed fancy could improve on the curve of that mouth or of the chin. Even my ignorance knew that both were beautiful, and pondered perplexed over this doubt. How it was that what charmed so much could at the same time so keenly pain. Once, by way of test, I took little Missy home, and lifting her in my arms, told her to look at the picture. "Do you like it, Polly?" I asked. She never answered, but gazed long, and at last a darkness went trembling through her sensitive eyes, as she said, "Put me down." So I put her down, saying to myself, "The child feels it too." All these things do I now think over, adding, "He had his faults, yet scarce ever was a finer nature, liberal, suave, impressible." My reflections closed in an audibly pronounced word. "Graham!" "Graham?" echoed a sudden voice at the bedside. "Do you want Graham?" I looked. The plot was but thickening, the wonder but accumulating. If it was strange to see that well-remembered pictured form on the wall, still stranger was it to turn and behold the equally well-remembered living form opposite. A woman, a lady, most real and substantial, tall, well-attired, wearing widow's silk and such a cap as best became her matron and motherly braids of hair. Hers, too, was a good face, too marked perhaps now for beauty, but not for sense or character. She was little changed, something sterner, something more robust, but she was my godmother, still the distinct vision of Mrs. Bretton. I kept quiet, yet internally I was much agitated, my pulse fluttered, and the blood left my cheek, which turned cold. "Madam, where am I?" I inquired. "In a very safe asylum, well protected for the present. Make your mind quite easy, till you get a little better. You look ill this morning. I am so entirely bewildered, I do not know whether I can trust my senses at all, or whether they are misleading me in every particular. But you speak English, do you not, madam?" "I should think you might hear that. It would puzzle me to hold a long discourse in French." "You do not come from England?" "I am lately arrived thence. Have you been long in this country? You seem to know my son." "Do I, madam? Perhaps I do. Your son, the picture there? That is his portrait as a youth. While looking at it, you pronounced his name." "Graham Bretton?" She nodded. "I speak to Mrs. Bretton, formerly of Bretton, Blankshire?" "Quite right. And you, I am told, are an English teacher in a foreign school here. My son recognized you as such." "How was I found, madam, and by whom?" "My son shall tell you that by and by," said she. "But at present you are too confused and weak for conversation. Try to eat some breakfast, and then sleep." Notwithstanding all I had undergone, the bodily fatigue, the perturbation of spirits, the exposed to weather, it seemed that I was better. The fever, the real malady which had oppressed my frame, was abating. For, whereas during the last 9 days I had taken no solid food and suffered from continual thirst, this morning, on breakfast being offered, I experienced a craving for nourishment, an inward faintness which caused me eagerly to taste the tea this lady offered, and to eat the morsel of dry toast she allowed in accompaniment. It was only a morsel, but it sufficed, keeping up my strength till some 2 or 3 hours afterwards, when the bonne brought me a little cup of broth and a biscuit. As evening began to darken, and the ceaseless blast still blew wild and cold, the rain streamed in, deluge-like. I grew weary, very weary of my bed. The room, though pretty, was small. I felt it confining. I longed for a change. The increasing chill and gathering gloom, too, depressed me. I wanted to see, to feel, firelight. Besides, I kept thinking of the son of that tall matron. When should I see him? Certainly not till I left my room. At last the bonne came to make my bed for the night. She prepared to wrap me in a blanket and place me in the little chintz chair, but declining these attentions, I proceeded to dress myself. The business was just achieved, and I was sitting down to take breath, when Mrs. Bretton once more appeared. "Dressed?" she exclaimed, smiling with that smile I so well knew, a pleasant smile, though not soft. "You are quite better, then? Quite strong, eh?" She spoke to me so much as of old she used to speak that I almost fancied she was beginning to know me. There was the same sort of patronage in her voice and manner that as a girl I had always experienced from her, a patronage I yielded to and even liked. It was not founded on conventional grounds of superior wealth or station. In the last particular there had never been any inequality, her degree was mine, but on natural reasons of physical advantage. It was the shelter the tree gives the herb. I put a request without further ceremony. "Do let me go downstairs, madam. I am so cold and dull here." "I desire nothing better, if you are strong enough to bear the change," was her reply. "Come, then, here is an arm." And she offered me hers. I took it, and we descended one flight of carpeted steps to a landing, where a tall door, standing open, gave admission into the blue damask room. How pleasant it was in its air of perfect domestic comfort! How warm in its amber lamplight and vermilion fire flush! To render the picture perfect, tea stood ready on the table, an English tea, whereof the whole shining service glanced at me familiarly, from the solid silver urn of antique pattern and the massive pot of the same metal to the thin porcelain cups, dark with purple and gilding. I knew the very seed-cake of peculiar form, baked in a peculiar mould, which always had a place on the tea-table at Bretton. Graham liked it, and there it was as of yore, set before Graham's plate with the silver knife and fork beside it. Graham was then expected to tea. Graham was now perhaps in the house. Ere many minutes I might see him. "Sit down, said my conductress, as my step faltered a little in passing to the hearth. She seated me on the sofa, but I soon passed behind it, saying the fire was too hot. In its shade I found another seat, which suited me better. Mrs. Bretton was never wont to make a fuss about any person or anything. Without remonstrance, she suffered me to have my own way. She made the tea, and she took up the newspaper. I liked to watch every action of my godmother. All her movements were so young. She must have been now above 50, yet neither her sinews nor her spirit seemed yet touched by the rust of age. Though portly, she was alert, and though serene, she was at times impetuous. Good health and excellent temperament kept her green as in her spring. While she read, I perceived she listened for her son. She was not the woman ever to confess herself uneasy, but there was yet no lull in the weather, and if Graham were out in that hoarse wind, roaring, still unsatisfied, I well knew his mother's heart would be out with him. 10 minutes before his time, said she, looking at her watch. Then in another minute a lifting of her eyes from the page and a slight inclination of her head towards the door denoted that she heard some sound. Presently her brow cleared, and then even my ear, less practised, caught the iron clash of a gate swung to, steps on gravel, lastly the doorbell. He was come. His mother filled the teapot from the urn. She drew nearer the hearth, the stuffed and cushioned blue chair, her own chair by right, but I saw there was one who might, with impunity, usurp it. And when that one came up the stairs, which he soon did, after, I suppose, some attention to the toilet, as the wild and wet night rendered necessary, and strode straight in. "Is it you, Graham?" said his mother, hiding a glad smile and speaking curtly. "Who else should it be, mamma?" demanded the unpunctual, possessing himself irreverently of the abdicated throne. "Don't you deserve cold tea for being late? I shall not get my deserts, for the urn sings cheerily. Wheel yourself to the table, lazy boy. No seat will serve you but mine. If you had one spark of a sense of propriety, you would always leave that chair for the old lady." "So I should, only the dear old lady persists in leaving it for me. How is your patient, mamma?" "Will she come forward and speak for herself?" said Mrs. Bretton, turning to my corner, and at this invitation forward I came. Graham courteously rose up to greet me. He stood tall on the hearth, a figure justifying his mother's unconcealed pride. "So you are come down," said he. "You must be better then, much better. I scarcely expected we should meet thus, or here. I was alarmed last night, and if I had not been forced to hurry away to a dying patient, I certainly would not have left you. But my mother herself is something of a doctress, and Martha an excellent nurse. I saw the case was a fainting fit, not necessarily dangerous. What brought it on I've yet to learn, and all particulars. Meantime, I trust you really do feel better?" "Much better," I said calmly. "Much better, thank you, Dr. John." For, reader, this tall young man, this darling son, this host of mine, this Graham Bretton, was Dr. John. He and no other, and what is more, I ascertained this identity scarcely with surprise. What is more, when I heard Graham step on the stair, I knew what manner of figure would enter, and for whose aspect to prepare my eyes. The discovery was not of today. Its dawn had penetrated my perceptions long since. Of course I remembered young Bretton well, and though 10 years, from 16 to 26, may greatly change the boy as they mature him to the man, yet they could bring no such utter difference as would suffice wholly to blind my eyes or baffle my memory. Dr. John Graham Bretton retained still an affinity to the youth of 16. He had his eyes, he had some of his features, to wit, all the excellently moulded lower half of the face. I found him out soon. I first recognized him on that occasion, noted several chapters back, when my unguardedly fixed attention had drawn on me the mortification of an implied rebuke. Subsequent observation confirmed in every point that early surmise. I traced in the gesture, the port, and the habits of his manhood all his boy's promise. I heard in his now deep tones the accent of former days. Certain turns of phrase peculiar to him of old were peculiar to him still. And so was many a trick of eye and lip, many a smile, many a sudden ray levelled from the irid under his well-charactered brow. To say anything on the subject, to hint at my discovery, had not suited my habits of thought, or assimilated with my system of feeling. On the contrary, I had preferred to keep the matter to myself. I liked entering his presence covered with a cloud he had not seen through, while he stood before me under a ray of special illumination which shone all partial over his head, trembled about his feet, and cast light no farther. Well I knew that to him it could make little difference were I to come forward and announce, "This is Lucy Snowe." So I kept back in my teacher's place. And as he never asked my name, so I never gave it. He called me Miss and Miss Lucy. He never heard the surname Snowe. As to spontaneous recognition, though I, perhaps, was still less changed than he, the idea never approached his mind, and why should I suggest it? During tea, Dr. John was kind, as it was his nature to be. That meal over, and the tray carried out, he made cosy arrangement of the cushions in the corner of the sofa, and obliged me to settle amongst them. He and his mother also drew to the fire, and ere we had sat 10 minutes, I caught the eye of the latter fastened steadily upon me. Women are certainly quicker in some things than men. "Well," she exclaimed presently, "I have seldom seen a stronger likeness. Graham, have you observed it?" "Observed what? What ails the old lady now? How you stare, mamma! One would think you had an attack of second sight." "Tell me, Graham, of whom does this young lady remind you?" Pointed to me. "Mamma, you put her out of countenance. I often tell you abruptness is your fault. Remember, too, that to you she is a stranger, and does not know your ways. Now, when she looks down, when she looks sideways, who is she like, Graham? Indeed, mamma, since you propound the riddle, I think you ought to solve it. And you have known her for some time, you say, ever since you first began to attend the school in the Rue Fossette, yet you never mentioned to me that singular resemblance. I could not mention a thing of which I never thought, and which I do not now acknowledge. What can you mean? Stupid boy, look at her!" Graham did look, but this was not to be endured. I saw how it must end, so I thought it best to anticipate. "Dr. John," I said, "has had so much to do and think of since he and I shook hands at our last parting in St. Anne's Street, that while I readily found out Mr. Graham Bretton some months ago, it never occurred to me as possible that he should recognize Lucy Snowe." "Lucy Snowe! I thought so! I knew it!" cried Mrs. Bretton, and she at once stepped across the hearth and kissed me. Some ladies would perhaps have made a great bustle upon such a discovery without being particularly glad of it, but it was not my godmother's habit to make a bustle, and she preferred all sentimental demonstrations in bas relief. So she and I got over the surprise with few words and a single salute. Yet I dare say she was pleased, and I know I was. While we renewed old acquaintance, Graham, sitting opposite, silently disposed of his paroxysm of astonishment. "Mamma calls me a stupid boy, and I think I am so," at length he said. "For upon my honour, often as I have seen you, I never once suspected this fact. And yet I perceive it all now. Lucy Snowe, to be sure. I recollect her perfectly, and there she sits, not a doubt of it. But," he added, "you surely have not known me as an old acquaintance all this time, and never mentioned it." "That I have," was my answer. Dr. John commented not. I suppose he regarded my silence as eccentric, but he was indulgent in refraining from censure. I dare say, too, he would have deemed it impertinent to have interrogated me very closely, to have asked me the why and wherefore of my reserve, and, though he might feel a little curious, the importance of the case was by no means such as to tempt curiosity to infringe on discretion. For my part, I just ventured to inquire whether he remembered the circumstance of my once looking at him very fixedly, for the slight annoyance he had betrayed on that occasion still lingered sore on my mind. "I think I do," said he. "I think I was even cross with you." "You considered me a little bold, perhaps?" I inquired. "Not at all. Only, shy and tiring as your general manner was, I wondered what personal or facial enormity in me proved so magnetic to your usually averted eyes. You see how it was now?" "Perfectly." And here Mrs. Bretton broke in with many, many questions about past times, and for her satisfaction I had to recur to gone-by troubles, to explain causes of seeming estrangement, to touch on single-handed conflict with life, with death, with grief, with fate. Dr. John listened, saying little. He and she then told me of changes they had known. Even with them all had not gone smoothly, and fortune had retrenched her once abundant gifts. But so courageous a mother, with such a champion in her son, was well fitted to fight a good fight with the world, and to prevail ultimately. Dr. John himself was one of those on whose birth benign planets have certainly smiled. Adversity might set against him her most sullen front. He was the man to beat her down with smiles, strong and cheerful, and firm and courteous, not rash, yet valiant. He was the aspirant to woo destiny herself, and to win from her stone eyeballs a beam almost loving. In the profession he had adopted, his success was now quite decided. Within the last 3 months he had taken this house, a small chateau, they told me, about half a league without the Port de Crécy. This countryside being chosen for the sake of his mother's health, with which town air did not now agree. Hither he had invited Mrs. Bretton, and she, on leaving England, had brought with her such residue furniture of the former St. Anne Street mansion as she had thought fit to keep unsold. Hence my bewilderment at the phantoms of chairs and the wraiths of looking-glasses, tea-urns, and teacups. As the clock struck 11, Dr. John stopped his mother. "Miss Snowe must retire now," he said. "She is beginning to look very pale. Tomorrow I will venture to put some questions respecting the cause of her loss of health. She is much changed indeed since last July, when I saw her enact with no little spirit the part of a very killing fine gentleman. As to last night's catastrophe, I am sure thereby hangs a tale, but we will inquire no further this evening. Good night, Miss Lucy." And so he kindly led me to the door, and, holding a wax candle, lighted me up the one flight of stairs. When I had said my prayers, and when I was undressed and laid down, I felt that I still had friends. Friends, not professing vehement attachment, not offering the tender solace of well-matched and congenial relationship, on whom, therefore, but moderate demand of affection was to be made, of whom but moderate expectation formed, but towards whom my heart softened instinctively, and yearned with an importune gratitude, which I entreated reason betimes to check. "Do not let me think of them too often, too much, too fondly," I implored. "Let me be content with a temperate draught of this living stream. Let me not run athirst, and apply passionately to its welcome waters. Let me not imagine in them a sweeter taste than earth's fountains know. Oh, would to God I may be enabled to feel enough sustained by an occasional, amicable intercourse, rare, brief, unengrossing, and tranquil, quite tranquil." Still repeating this word, I turned to my pillow, and still repeating it, I steeped that pillow with tears. End of chapter 16.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, May 2006. Villette by Charlotte Bronte. Chapter 17, La Terrasse. These struggles with the natural character, the strong native bent of the heart, may seem futile and fruitless, but in the end they do good. They tend, however slightly, to give the actions, the conduct, that turn which reason approves, and which feeling perhaps too often opposes. They certainly make a difference in the general tenor of a life, and enable it to be better regulated, more equable, quieter on the surface, and it is on the surface only the common gaze will fall. As to what lies below, leave that with God. Man, your equal, weak as you, and not fit to be your judge, may be shut out thence. Take it to your Maker. Show him the secrets of the Spirit he gave. Ask him how you are to bear the pains he has appointed. Kneel in his presence, and pray with faith for light in darkness, for strength in piteous weakness, for patience in extreme need. Certainly, at some hour, though perhaps not your hour, the waiting waters will stir. In some shape, though perhaps not the shape you dreamed, which your heart loved and for which it bled, the healing herald will descend. The cripple and the blind, and the dumb, and the possessed will be led to bathe. Herald, come quickly. Thousands lie round the pool, weeping and despairing to see it through slow years stagnant. Long are the times of heaven. The orbits of angel messengers seem wide to mortal vision. They may enring ages. The cycle of one departure and return may clasp unnumbered generations, and dust, kindling to brief suffering life, and through pain passing back to dust, may meanwhile perish out of memory again and yet again. To how many maimed and mourning millions is the first and sole angel visitant, him Easterns call Azrael? I tried to get up next morning, but while I was dressing, and at intervals drinking cold water from the carafe on my washstand, with design to brace up that trembling weakness which made dressing so difficult, in came Mrs. Bretton. Here is an absurdity, was her morning accost. Not so, she added, and dealing with me at once in her own brusque, energetic fashion, that fashion which I used formerly to enjoy seeing applied to her son, and by him vigorously resisted. In 2 minutes she consigned me captive to the French bed. There you lie till afternoon, said she. My boy left orders before he went out that such should be the case, and I can assure you my son is master and must be obeyed. Presently you shall have breakfast. Presently she brought that meal, brought it with her own active hands, not leaving me to servants. She seated herself on the bed while I ate. Now, it is not everybody, even amongst our respected friends and esteemed acquaintance, whom we like to have near us, whom we like to watch us, to wait on us, to approach us with the proximity of a nurse to a patient. It is not every friend whose eye is a light in a sick room, whose presence is there a solace. But all this was Mrs. Bretton to me. All this she had ever been. Food or drink never pleased me so well as when it came through her hands. I do not remember the occasion when her entrance into a room had not made that room cheerier. Our nature's own predilections and antipathies alike strange. There are people from whom we secretly shrink, whom we would personally avoid, though reason confesses that they are good people. There are others with faults of temper, etc., evident enough, beside whom we live content, as if the air about them did us good. My godmother's lively black eye and clear brunette cheek, her warm, prompt hand, her self-reliant mood, her decided bearing, were all beneficial to me as the atmosphere of some salubrious climate. Her son used to call her the old lady. It filled me with pleasant wonder to note how the alacrity and power of 25 still breathed from her and around her. I would bring my work here, she said, as she took from me the empty teacup, and sit with you the whole day, if that overbearing John Graham had not put his veto upon such a proceeding. Now, mamma, he said when he went out, take notice you are not to knock up your goddaughter with gossip. and he particularly desired me to keep close to my own quarters and spare you my fine company. He says, Lucy, he thinks you have had a nervous fever, judging from your look. Is that so?" I replied that I did not quite know what my ailment had been, but that I had certainly suffered a good deal, especially in the mind. Further on this subject, I did not consider it advisable to dwell, for the details of what I had undergone belonged to a portion of my existence in which I never expected my godmother to take a share. Into what a new region would such a confidence have led that hale, serene nature? The difference between her and me might be figured by that between the stately ship, cruising safe on smooth seas, with its full complement of crew, a captain gay and brave, and venturous and provident, and the lifeboat, which most days of the year lies dry and solitary in an old dark boat-house, only putting to sea when the billows run high in rough weather, when cloud encounters water, when danger and death divide between them the rule of the great deep. No, the Louisa Bretton never was out of harbour on such a night, and in such a scene. Her crew could not conceive it, so the half-drowned lifeboat man keeps his own counsel and spins no yarns. She left me, and I lay in bed content. It was good of Graham to remember me before he went out. My day was lonely, but the prospect of coming evening abridged and cheered it. Then, too, I felt weak, and rest seemed welcome, and after the morning hours were gone by, those hours which always bring, even to the necessarily unoccupied, a sense of business to be done, of tasks waiting fulfillment, a vague impression of obligation to be employed. When this stirring time was past, and the silent descent of afternoon hushed housemaid steps on the stairs and in the chambers, I then passed into a dreamy mood, not unpleasant. My calm little room seemed somehow like a cave in the sea. There was no colour about it, except that white and pale green, suggestive of foam and deep water. The blanched cornice was adorned with shell-shaped ornaments, and there were white mouldings like dolphins in the ceiling angles. Even that one touch of colour visible in the red satin pincushion bore affinity to coral. Even that dark, shining glass might have mirrored a mermaid. When I closed my eyes, I heard a gale, subsiding at last, bearing down the house front like a settling swell upon a rock base. I heard it drawn and withdrawn, far, far off, like a tide retiring from a shore of the upper world, a world so high above that the rush of its largest waves, the dash of its fiercest breakers, could sound down in this submarine home only like murmurs in a lullaby. Amidst these dreams came evening, and then Martha brought a light. With her aid, I was quickly dressed, and stronger now than in the morning. I made my way down to the Blue Saloon unassisted. Dr. John, it appears, had concluded his round of professional calls earlier than usual. His form was the first object that met my eyes as I entered the parlour. He stood in that window recess opposite the door, reading the close type of a newspaper by such dull light as closing day yet gave. The fire shone clear, but the lamp stood on the table unlit, and tea was not yet brought up. As to Mrs. Bretton, my active godmother, who I afterwards found had been out in the open air all day, lay half reclined in her deep-cushioned chair, actually lost in a nap. Her son, seeing me, came forward. I noticed that he trod carefully not to wake the sleeper. He also spoke low. His mellow voice never had any sharpness in it. Modulated as at present, it was calculated rather to soothe than startle slumber. "This is a quiet little chateau," he observed, after inviting me to sit near the casement. "I don't know whether you may have noticed it in your walks, though indeed from the chaussée it is not visible. Just a mile beyond the Porte de Crécy, you turn down a lane which soon becomes an avenue, and that leads you on, through meadow and shade, to the very door of this house. It is not a modern place, but built somewhat in the old style of the Basse-Ville. It is rather a manoir than a chateau. They call it La Terrasse because its front rises from a broad turfed walk, whence steps lead down a grassy slope to the avenue. See yonder, the moon rises. She looks well through the tree boles." Where indeed does the moon not look well? What is the scene, confined or expansive, which her orb does not hallow? Rosy or fiery, she mounted now above a not distant bank. Even while we watched her flushed ascent, she cleared to gold, and in very brief space floated up stainless into a now calm sky. Did moonlight soften or sadden Dr. Bretton? Did it touch him with romance? I think it did. Albeit of no sighing mood, he sighed in watching it, sighed to himself quietly. No need to ponder the cause or the course of that sigh. I knew it was wakened by beauty. I knew it pursued Ginevra. Knowing this, the idea pressed upon me that it was in some sort my duty to speak the name he meditated. Of course he was ready for the subject. I saw in his countenance a teeming plenitude of comment, question and interest, a pressure of language and sentiment, only checked, I thought, by sense of embarrassment how to begin. To spare him this embarrassment was my best, indeed my sole, use. I had but to utter the idol's name, and love's tender litany would flow out. I had just found a fitting phrase. You know that Miss Fanshaw has gone on a tour with the Cholmondeleys? And was opening my lips to speak it, when he scattered my plans by introducing another theme. The first thing this morning, said he, putting his sentiment in his pocket, turning from the moon and sitting down, I went to the Rue Fossette, and told the cuisinière that you were safe and in good hands. Do you know that I actually found that she had not yet discovered your absence from the house? She thought you safe in the great dormitory. With what care you must have been waited on. Oh, that is all very conceivable, said I. Goton could do nothing for me but bring me a little tisane and a crust of bread, and I had rejected both so often during the past week that the good woman got tired of useless journeys from the dwelling-house kitchen to the school dormitory, and only came once a day at noon to make my bed. I believe, however, that she is a good-natured creature, and would have been delighted to cook me côtelettes de mouton if I could have eaten them. What did Madame Beck mean by leaving you alone? Madame Beck could not foresee that I should fall ill. Your nervous system bore a good share of the suffering? I am not quite sure what my nervous system is, but I was dreadfully low-spirited. Which disables me from helping you by pill or potion. Medicine can give nobody good spirits. My art halts at the threshold of hypochondria. She just looks in and sees a chamber of torture, but can neither say nor do much. Cheerful society would be of use. You should be as little alone as possible. You should take plenty of exercise. Acquiescence and a pause followed these remarks. They sounded all right, I thought, and bore the safe sanction of custom, and the well-worn stamp of use. Miss Snowe, recommenced Dr. John, my health, nervous system included, being now somewhat to my relief discussed and done with. Is it permitted me to ask what your religion is? Are you a Catholic? I looked up in some surprise. A Catholic? No! Why suggest such an idea? The manner in which you were consigned to me last night made me doubt. I consigned to you? But indeed I forget. It yet remains for me to learn how I fell into your hands. Why, under circumstances that puzzled me. I had been in attendance all day yesterday on a case of singularly interesting and critical character, the disease being rare and its treatment doubtful. I saw a similar and still finer case in a hospital in Paris, but that will not interest you. At last, a mitigation of the patient's most urgent symptoms, acute pain is one of its accompaniments, liberated me, and I set out homeward. My shortest way lay through the Basseville, and as the night was excessively dark, wild, and wet, I took it. In riding past an old church belonging to a community of Béguines, I saw by a lamp burning over the porch or deep arch of the entrance a priest lifting some object in his arms. The lamp was bright enough to reveal the priest's features clearly, and I recognized him. He was a man I have often met by the sick-beds of both rich and poor, and chiefly the latter. He is, I think, a good old man, far better than most of his class in this country, superior indeed in every way, better informed, as well as more devoted to duty. Our eyes met. He called on me to stop. What he supported was a woman, fainting or dying. I alighted. "This person is one of your countrywomen," he said. "Save her if she is not dead." My countrywoman, on examination, turned out to be the English teacher at Madame Beck's pensionnat. She was perfectly unconscious, perfectly bloodless, and nearly cold. "What does it all mean?" was my inquiry. He communicated a curious account, that you had been to him that evening at confessional, that your exhausted and suffering appearance, coupled with some things you had said, Things I had said, I wonder what things. Awful crimes, no doubt. But he did not tell me what. There, you know, the seal of the confessional checked his garrulity and my curiosity. Your confidences, however, had not made an enemy of the good father. It seems he was so struck, and felt so sorry that you should be out on such a night alone, that he had esteemed it a Christian duty to watch you when you quitted the church, and so to manage as not to lose sight of you till you should have reached home. Perhaps the worthy man might, half unconsciously, have blent in this proceeding some little of the subtlety of his class. It might have been his resolve to learn the locality of your home. Did you impart that in your confession? I did not. On the contrary, I carefully avoided the shadow of any indication, and as to my confession, Dr. John, I suppose you will think me mad for taking such a step, but I could not help it. I suppose it was all the fault of what you call my nervous system. I cannot put the case into words, but my days and nights were grown intolerable. A cruel sense of desolation pained my mind. A feeling that would make its way, rush out, or kill me, like, and this you will understand, Dr. John, the current which passes through the heart, and which, if aneurysm or any other morbid cause obstructs its natural channels, seeks abnormal outlet. I wanted companionship, I wanted friendship, I wanted counsel. I could find none of these in closet or chamber, so I went and sought them in church and confessional. As to what I said, it was no confidence, no narrative. I have done nothing wrong. My life has not been active enough for any dark deed, either of romance or reality. All I poured out was a dreary, desperate complaint. Lucy, you ought to travel for about 6 months. Why, your calm nature is growing quite excitable. Confound Madame Beck! Has the little buxom widow no bowels to condemn her best teacher to solitary confinement? It was not Madame Beck's fault, said I. It is no living being's fault, and I won't hear anyone blamed. Who is in the wrong, then, Lucy? Me, Dr. John, me, and a great abstraction on whose wide shoulders I like to lay the mountains of blame they were sculptured to bear. Me and fate. Me must take better care in the future, said Dr. John, smiling, I suppose, at my bad grammar. Change of air, change of scene, those are my prescriptions, pursued the practical young doctor. But to return to our muttons, Lucy. As yet, Père Silas, with all his tact, they say he is a Jesuit, is no wiser than you choose him to be, for instead of returning to the Rue Fossette, your fevered wanderings, there must have been high fever. No, Dr. John, the fever took its turn that night. Now, don't make out that I was delirious, for I know differently. Good. You were as collected as myself at this moment, no doubt. Your wanderings had taken an opposite direction to the pensionnat. Near the Béguinage, amidst the stress of flood and gust, and in the perplexity of darkness, you had swooned and fallen. The priest came to your succor, and the physician, as we have seen, supervened. Between us we procured a fiacre and brought you here. Père Silas, old as he is, would carry you upstairs and lay you on that couch himself. He would certainly have remained with you till suspended animation had been restored, and so should I, but at that juncture a hurried messenger arrived from the dying patient I had scarcely left. The last duties were called for, the physician's last visit, and the priest's last rite. Extreme unction could not be deferred. Père Silas and myself departed together. My mother was spending the evening abroad. We gave you in charge to Martha, leaving directions which it seems she followed successfully. Now, are you a Catholic? Not yet, said I with a smile, and never let Père Silas know where I live, or he will try to convert me. But give him my best and truest thanks when you see him, and if I ever get rich, I will send him money for his charities. See, Dr. John, your mother wakes. You ought to ring for tea. Which he did, and, as Mrs. Bretton sat up, astonished and indignant at herself for the indulgence to which she had succumbed, and fully prepared to deny that she had slept at all, her son came gaily to the attack. Hush-a-bye, mamma, sleep again. You look a picture of innocence in your slumbers. My slumbers, John Graham! What are you talking about? You know I never do sleep by day. It was the slightest doze possible. Exactly. A seraph's gentle lapse, a fairy's dream. Mamma, under such circumstances you always remind me of Titania. That is because you, yourself, are so like Bottom. Miss Snowe, did you ever hear anything like Mamma's wit? She is a most sprightly woman of her size and age. Keep your compliments to yourself, sir, and do not neglect your own size, which seems to me a good deal on the increase. Lucy, has he not rather the air of an incipient John Bull? He used to be slender as an eel, and now I fancy in him a sort of heavy dragoon bent, a beef-eater tendency. Graham, take notice. If you grow fat, I disown you. As if you would not sooner disown your own personality. I am indispensable to the old lady's happiness, Lucy. She would pine away in green and yellow melancholy if she had not my 6 feet of iniquity to scold. It keeps her lively. It maintains the wholesome ferment of her spirits. The two were now standing opposite to each other, one on each side of the fireplace. Their words were not very fond, but their mutual looks atoned for verbal deficiencies. At least, the best treasure of Mrs. Bretton's life was certainly casketed in her son's bosom. Her dearest pulse throbbed in his heart. As to him, of course another love shared his feelings with filial love, and no doubt, as the new passion was the latest born, so he assigned it in his emotions, Benjamin's portion. Ginevra, Ginevra! Did Mrs. Bretton yet know at whose feet her own young idol had laid his homage? Would she approve that choice? I could not tell, but I could well guess that if she knew Miss Fanshaw's conduct towards Graham, her alternations between coldness and coaxing, and repulse and allurement, if she could at all suspect the pain with which she had tried him, if she could have seen, as I had seen, his fine spirits subdued and harassed, his inferior preferred before him, his subordinate made the instrument of his humiliation, then Mrs. Bretton would have pronounced Ginevra imbecile, or perverted, or both. Well, I thought so too. That second evening passed as sweetly as the first, more sweetly indeed. We enjoyed a smoother interchange of thought. Old troubles were not reverted to. Acquaintance was better cemented. I felt happier, easier, more at home. That night, instead of crying myself asleep, I went down to dreamland by a pathway bordered with pleasant thoughts. End of chapter 17. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To volunteer or for more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Villette by Charlotte Bronte, Chapter 18. We Quarrel. During the first days of my stay at the terrace, Graham never took a seat near me, or in his frequent pacing of the room approached the quarter where I sat, or looked preoccupied, or more grave than usual. But I thought of Miss Fanshaw, and expected her name to leap from his lips. I kept my ear and mind in perpetual readiness for the tender theme. My patience was ordered to be permanently under arms, and my sympathy desired to keep its cornucopia replenished and ready for outpouring. At last, and after a little inward struggle, which I saw and respected, he one day launched into the topic. It was introduced delicately, anonymously as it were. Your friend is spending her vacation in traveling, I hear. Friend, forsooth, thought I to myself, but it would not do to contradict. He must have his own way. I must own the soft impeachment. Friend, let it be. Still, by way of experiment, I could not help asking whom he meant. He had taken a seat at my work-table. He now laid hands on a reel of thread which he proceeded recklessly to unwind. Ginevra, Miss Fanshaw, has accompanied the Cholmondeleys on a tour through the south of France. She has. Do you and she correspond? It will astonish you to hear that I never once thought of making application for that privilege. You have seen letters of her writing? Yes, several to her uncle. They will not be deficient in wit and naivete. There is so much sparkle and so little art in her soul. She writes comprehensively enough when she writes to Monsieur de Bassompierre. He who runs may read. In fact, Ginevra's epistles to her wealthy kinsman were commonly business documents, unequivocal applications for cash. And her handwriting? It must be pretty, light, ladylike, I should think. It was, and I said so. I verily believe that all she does is well done, said Dr. John, and as I seemed in no hurry to chime in with this remark, he added, You who know her, could you name a point in which she is deficient? She does several things very well. Flirtation amongst the rest, subjoined I in thought. When do you suppose she will return to town? He soon inquired. Pardon me, Dr. John, I must explain. You honor me too much in ascribing to me a degree of intimacy with Miss Fanshaw I have not the felicity to enjoy. I have never been the depository of her plans and secrets. You will find her particular friends in another sphere than mine, amongst the Cholmondeleys, for instance. He actually thought I was stung with the kind of jealous pain similar to his own. Excuse her, he said. Judge her indulgently. The glitter of fashion misleads her, but she will soon find out that these people are hollow, and will return to you with augmented attachment and confirmed trust. I know something of the Cholmondeleys. Superficial, showy, selfish people. Depend on it, at heart Ginevra values you beyond a score of such. You are very kind, I said briefly. A disclaimer of the sentiments attributed to me burned on my lips, but I extinguished the flame. I submitted to be looked upon as the humiliated, cast-off, and now pining confidant of the distinguished Miss Fanshaw. But, reader, it was a hard submission. Yet, you see, continued Graham, while I comfort you, I cannot take the same consolation to myself. I cannot hope she will do me justice. De Hamal is most worthless, yet I fear he pleases her. Wretched delusion! My patience really gave way, and without notice, all at once. I suppose illness and weakness had worn it and made it brittle. Dr. Bretton, I broke out, there is no delusion like your own. On all points but one you are a man, frank, healthful, right-thinking, clear-sighted. On this exceptional point you are but a slave. I declare, where Miss Fanshaw is concerned, you merit no respect, nor have you mine. I got up and left the room, very much excited. This little scene took place in the morning. I had to meet him again in the evening, and then I saw I had done mischief. He was not made of common clay, not put together out of vulgar materials. While the outlines of his nature had been shaped with breadth and vigor, the details embraced workmanship of almost feminine delicacy. Finer, much finer than you could be prepared to meet with, than you could believe inherent in him, even after years of acquaintance. Indeed, till some over-sharp contact with his nerves had betrayed by its effects their acute sensibility, this elaborate construction must be ignored, and the more especially because the sympathetic faculty was not prominent in him. To feel, and to seize quickly on another's feelings, are separate properties. A few constructions possess both, some neither. Dr. John had the one in exquisite perfection, and because I have admitted that he was not endowed with the other in equal degree, the reader will considerately refrain from passing to an extreme, and pronouncing him unsympathizing, unfeeling. On the contrary, he was a kind, generous man. Make your need known, and his hand was open. Put your grief into words, he turned no deaf ear. Expect refinements of perception, miracles of intuition, and realize disappointment. This night, when Dr. John entered the room and met the evening lamp, I saw well and at once his whole mechanism. To one who had named him slave, and, on any point, banned him from respect, he must now have peculiar feelings. That the epithet was well applied and the ban just, might be. He put forth no denial that it was so. His mind even candidly revolved that unmanning possibility. He sought in this accusation the cause of that ill success which had got so galling a hold on his mental peace. Amid the worry of a self-condemnatory soliloquy, his demeanour seemed grave, perhaps cold, both to me and his mother. And yet there was no bad feeling, no malice, no rancour, no littleness in his countenance, beautiful with a man's best beauty, even in its depression. When I placed his chair at the table, which I hastened to do, anticipating the servant, and when I handed him his tea, which I did with trembling care, he said, "Thank you, Lucy," in as kindly a tone of his full, pleasant voice as ever my ear welcomed. For my part, there was only one plan to be pursued. I must expiate my culpable vehemence, or I must not sleep that night. This would not do at all. I could not stand it. I made no pretense of capacity to wage war on this footing. School solitude, conventual silence, and stagnation, anything seemed preferable to living embroiled with Dr. John. As to Ginevra, she might take the silver wings of a dove, or any other fowl that flies, and mount straight up to the highest place among the highest stars, where her lover's highest flight of fancy chose to fix the constellation of her charms. Never more be it mine to dispute the arrangement. Long I tried to catch his eye. Again and again that eye just met mine, but having nothing to say it withdrew, and I was baffled. After tea, he sat, sad and quiet, reading a book. I wished I could have dared to go and sit near him, but it seemed that if I ventured to take that step, he would infallibly evince hostility and indignation. I longed to speak out, and I dared not whisper. His mother left the room. Then, moved by insupportable regret, I just murmured the words, "Dr. Bretton." He looked up from his book. His eyes were not cold or malevolent. His mouth was not cynical. He was ready and willing to hear what I might have to say. His spirit was of vintage too mellow and generous to sour in one thunderclap. "Dr. Bretton, forgive my hasty words. Do forgive them." He smiled that moment I spoke. "Perhaps I deserved them, Lucy. If you don't respect me, I am sure it is because I am not respectable. I fear I am an awkward fool. I must manage badly in some way, for where I wish to please, it seems I don't please." "Of that you cannot be sure, and even if such be the case, is it the fault of your character, or of another's perceptions? But now, let me unsay what I said in anger. In one thing, and in all things, I deeply respect you. If you think scarcely enough of yourself, and too much of others, what is that but an excellence?" "Can I think too much of Ginevra?" "I believe you may. You believe you can't. Let us agree to differ. Let me be pardoned. That is what I ask." "Do you think I cherish ill will for one warm word?" "I see you do not, and cannot. But just say, 'Lucy, I forgive you.' Say that, to ease me of the heartache." "Put away your heartache, as I will put away mine, for you wounded me a little, Lucy. Now, when the pain is gone, I more than forgive. I feel grateful as to a sincere well-wisher." "I am your sincere well-wisher. You are right." Thus our quarrel ended. Reader, if in the course of this work you find that my opinion of Dr. John undergoes modification, excuse the seeming inconsistency. I give the feeling as at the time I felt it. I describe the view of character as it appeared when discovered. He showed the fineness of his nature by being kinder to me after that misunderstanding than before. Nay, the very incident which, by my theory, must in some degree estrange me and him, changed, indeed, somewhat our relations, but not in the sense I painfully anticipated. An invisible but a cold something, very slight, very transparent, but very chill, a sort of screen of ice had hitherto, all through our two lives, glazed the medium through which we exchanged intercourse. Those few warm words, though only warm with anger, breathed on that frail frostwork of reserve. About this time it gave note of dissolution. I think from that day, so long as we continued friends, he never in discourse stood on topics of ceremony with me. He seemed to know that if he would but talk about himself, and about that in which he was most interested, my expectation would always be answered, my wish always satisfied. It follows as a matter of course that I continued to hear much of Ginevra. Ginevra, he thought her so fair, so good. He spoke so lovingly of her charms, her sweetness, her innocence, that in spite of my plain prose knowledge of the reality, a kind of reflected glow began to settle on her idea, even for me. Still, reader, I am free to confess that he often talked nonsense, but I strove to be unfailingly patient with him. I had had my lesson. I had learned how severe for me was the pain of crossing or grieving or disappointing him. In a strange and new sense, I grew most selfish, and quite powerless to deny myself the delight of indulging his mood and being pliant to his will. He still seemed to me most absurd when he obstinately doubted and desponded about his power to win in the end Miss Fanshaw's preference. The fancy became rooted in my own mind more stubbornly than ever that she was only coquetting to goad him, and that at heart she coveted every one of his words and looks. Sometimes he harassed me in spite of my resolution to bear and hear. In the midst of the indescribable gall-honey pleasure of thus bearing and hearing, he struck so on the flint of what firmness I owned, that it emitted fire once and again. I chanced to assert one day, with a view to stilling his impatience, that in my own mind I felt positive Miss Fanshaw must intend eventually to accept him. Positive? It was easy to say so, but had I any grounds for such assurance? The best grounds. Now, Lucy, do tell me what. You know them as well as I, and knowing them, Dr. John, it really amazes me that you should not repose the frankest confidence in her fidelity. To doubt, under the circumstances, is almost to insult. Now you are beginning to speak fast and to breathe short, but speak a little faster and breathe a little shorter, till you have given an explanation, a full explanation. I must have it. You shall, Dr. John. In some cases, you are a lavish, generous man. You are a worshipper, ever ready with the votive offering should Père Silas ever convert you. You will give him the abundance of alms for his poor. You will supply his altar with tapers, and the shrine of your favorite saint you will do your best to enrich. Ginevra, Dr. John. Hush, said he, don't go on. Hush, I will not, and go on I will. Ginevra has had her hands filled from your hands more times than I can count. You have sought for her the costliest flowers. You have busied your brain in devising gifts the most delicate, such one would have thought as only a woman could have imagined. And in addition, Miss Fanshaw owns a set of ornaments to purchase which your generosity must have verged on extravagance. The modesty Ginevra herself had never evinced in this matter now flushed all over the face of her admirer. Nonsense, said he, destructively snipping a skein of silk with my scissors. I offered them to please myself. I felt she did me a favor in accepting them. She did more than a favor, Dr. John. She pledged her very honor that she would make you some return, and if she cannot pay you in affection, she ought to hand out a business-like equivalent in the shape of some rouleau of gold pieces. But you don't understand her. She is far too disinterested to care for my gifts, and too simple-minded to know their value. I laughed out. I had heard her adjudge to every jewel its price, and well I knew money embarrassment, money schemes, money's worth and endeavors to realize her supplies had, young as she was, furnished the most frequent and the favorite stimulus of her thoughts for years. He pursued, You should have seen her whenever I have laid on her lap some trifle. So cool, so unmoved, no eagerness to take, not even pleasure in contemplating. Just from amiable reluctance to grieve me, she would permit the bouquet to lie beside her, and perhaps consent to bear it away. Or, if I achieved the fastening of a bracelet on her ivory arm, however pretty the trinket might be, and I always carefully chose what seemed to me pretty, and what of course was not valueless, the glitter never dazzled her bright eyes. She would hardly cast one look on my gift. Then, of course, not valuing it, she would unloose and return it to you? No, for such a repulse she was too good-natured. She would consent to seem to forget what I had done, and retain the offering with ladylike quiet and easy oblivion. Under such circumstances, how can a man build on acceptance of his presence as a favorable symptom? For my part, were I to offer her all I have, and she to take it, such as her incapacity to be swayed by sordid considerations, I should not venture to believe the transaction advanced me one step. "Dr. John," I began, "love is blind." But just then a blue subtle ray sped sideways from Dr. John's eye. It reminded me of old days. It reminded me of his picture. It half led me to think that part, at least, of his professed persuasion of Miss Fanshaw's naivete was assumed. It led me dubiously to conjecture that perhaps, in spite of his passion for her beauty, his appreciation of her foibles might possibly be less mistaken, more clear-sighted, than from his general language was presumable. After all, it might be only a chance look, or at best the token of a merely momentary impression. Chance or intention, real or imaginary, it closed the conversation. End of chapter 18.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Villette by Charlotte Bronte. Chapter 19. The Cleopatra. My stay at La Terrasse was prolonged a fortnight beyond the close of the vacation. Mrs. Bretton's kind management procured me this respite, her son having one day delivered the dictum that Lucy was not yet strong enough to go back to that den of a pensionnat. She at once had an interview with the directress, and procured the indulgence, on the plea of prolonged rest and change being necessary to perfect recovery. Here, however, followed an attention I could very well have dispensed with, viz. A polite call from Madame Beck. That lady, one fine day, actually came out in a fiacre as far as the chateau. I suppose she had resolved within herself to see what manner of place Dr. John inhabited. Apparently, the pleasant sight and neat interior surpassed her expectations. She eulogized all she saw, pronounced the blue salon une pièce magnifique, profusely congratulated me on the acquisition of friends, tellement dignes, amiables, et respectables, turned also a neat compliment in my favor, and upon Dr. John coming in, ran up to him with the utmost buoyancy, opening at the same time such a fire of rapid language, all sparkling with felicitations and protestations about his chateau, Madame sa mère la digne châtelaine, also his looks, which indeed were very flourishing, and at the moment additionally embellished by the good-natured but amused smile with which he always listened to Madame's fluent and florid French. In short, Madame shone in her very best phase that day, and came in and went out quite a living Catherine wheel of compliments, delight, and affability. Half purposely, and half to ask some question about school business, I followed her to the carriage, and looked in after she was seated and the door closed. In that brief fraction of time what a change had been wrought! An instant ago, all sparkles and jests, she now sat sterner than a judge and graver than a sage. Strange little woman! I went back and teased Dr. John about Madame's devotion to him. How he laughed! What fun shone in his eyes as he recalled some of her fine speeches and repeated them, imitating her voluble delivery. He had an acute sense of humor, and was the finest company in the world, when he could forget Miss Fanshaw. To sit in sunshine calm and sweet is said to be excellent for weak people. It gives them vital force. When little Georgette Beck was recovering from her illness, I used to take her in my arms and walk with her in the garden by the hour together, beneath a certain wall hung with grapes, which the southern sun was ripening. That sun cherished her little pale frame quite as effectually as it mellowed and swelled the clustering fruit. There are human tempers, bland, glowing, and genial, within whose influence it is as good for the poor in spirit to live as it is for the feeble in frame to bask in the glow of noon. Of the number of these choice natures were certainly both Dr. Bretton's and his mother's. They liked to communicate happiness, as some liked to occasion misery. They did it instinctively, without fuss, and apparently with little consciousness. The means to give pleasure rose spontaneously in their minds. Every day while I stayed with them, some little plan was proposed which resulted in beneficial enjoyment. Fully occupied as was Dr. John's time, he still made it in his way to accompany us in each brief excursion. I can hardly tell how he managed his engagements. They were numerous, yet by dint of system he classed them in an order which left him a daily period of liberty. I often saw him hard-worked, yet seldom overdriven, and never irritated, confused, or oppressed. What he did was accomplished with the ease and grace of an all-sufficing strength, with the bountiful cheerfulness of high and unbroken energies. Under his guidance I saw, in that one happy fortnight, more of Villette, its environs, and its inhabitants, than I had seen in the whole 8 months of my previous residence. He took me to places of interest in the town, of whose names I had not before so much as heard. With willingness and spirit he communicated much noteworthy information. He never seemed to think it a trouble to talk to me, and I am sure it was never a task to me to listen. It was not his way to treat subjects coldly and vaguely. He rarely generalized and never prosed. He seemed to like nice details almost as much as I liked them myself. He seemed observant of character, and not superficially observant either. These points gave the quality of interest to his discourse, and the fact of his speaking direct from his own resources, and not borrowing or stealing from books, here a dry fact, and there a trite phrase, and elsewhere a hackneyed opinion, ensured a freshness as welcome as it was rare. Before my eyes, too, his disposition seemed to unfold another phase, to pass to a fresh day, to rise in a new and nobler dawn. His mother possessed a good development of benevolence, but he owned a better and larger. I found, on accompanying him to the Basseville, the poor and crowded quarter of the city, that his errands there were as much those of the philanthropist as the physician. I understood presently that cheerfully, habitually, and in single-minded unconsciousness of any special merit distinguishing his deeds, he was achieving, amongst a very wretched population, a world of active good. The lower orders liked him well. His poor patients in the hospital welcomed him with a sort of enthusiasm. But stop. I must not, from the faithful narrator, degenerate into a partial eulogist. Full well do I know that Dr. John was not perfect, any more than I am perfect. Human fallibility leavened him throughout. There was no hour, and scarcely a moment of the time I spent with him, that in act or speech or look he did not betray something that was not of a god. A god could not have the cruel vanity of Dr. John, nor his sometime levity. No immortal could have resembled him in his occasional temporary oblivion of all but the present, in his passing passion for that present, shown not coarsely by devoting it to material indulgence, but selfishly by extracting from it whatever it could yield of nutriment to his masculine self-love. His delight was to feed that ravenous sentiment without thought of the price of provender, or care for the cost of keeping it sleek and high-pampered. The reader is requested to note a seeming contradiction in the two views which have been given of Graham Bretton, the public and the private, the outdoor and the indoor view. In the first, the public, he is shown oblivious of self, as modest in the display of his energies as earnest in their exercise. In the second, the fireside picture, there is expressed consciousness of what he has and what he is, pleasure in homage, some recklessness in exciting, some vanity in receiving the same. Both portraits are correct. It was hardly possible to oblige Dr. John quietly and in secret. When you thought that the fabrication of some trifle dedicated to his use had been achieved unnoticed, and that, like other men, he would use it when placed ready for his use, and never ask whence it came, he amazed you by a smilingly uttered observation or two, proving that his eye had been on the work from commencement to close, that he had noted the design, traced its progress, and marked its completion. It pleased him to be thus served, and he let his pleasure beam in his eye and play about his mouth. This would all have been very well if he had not added to such kindly and unobtrusive evidence a certain wilfulness in discharging what he called debts. When his mother worked for him, he paid her by showering about her his bright animal spirits, with even more affluence than his gay, taunting, teasing, loving wont. If Lucy Snowe were discovered to have put her hand to such work, he planned, in recompense, some pleasant recreation. I often felt amazed at his perfect knowledge of Villette, a knowledge not merely confined to its open streets, but penetrating to all its galleries, salles, and cabinets, of every door which shut in an object worth seeing, of every museum, of every hall sacred to art or science. He seemed to possess the open sesame. I never had a head for science, but an ignorant, blind, fond instinct inclined me to art. I liked to visit the picture galleries, and I dearly liked to be left there alone. In company, a wretched idiosyncrasy forbade me to see much or to feel anything. In unfamiliar company, where it was necessary to maintain a flow of talk on the subjects in presence, half an hour would knock me up, with a combined pressure of physical lassitude and entire mental incapacity. I never yet saw the well-reared child, much less the educated adult, who could not put me to shame by the sustained intelligence of its demeanour under the ordeal of a conversible, sociable visitation of pictures, historical sites or buildings, or any lions of public interest. Dr. Bretton was a cicerone after my own heart. He would take me betimes, ere the galleries were filled, leave me there for 2 or 3 hours, and call for me when his own engagements were discharged. Meantime, I was happy, not always in admiring, but in examining, questioning, and forming conclusions. In the commencement of these visits, there was some misunderstanding and consequent struggle between will and power. The former faculty exacted approbation of that which it was considered orthodox to admire. The latter groaned forth its utter inability to pay the tax. It was then self-sneered at, spurred up, goaded on to refine its taste, and whet its zest. The more it was chidden, however, the more it wouldn't praise. Discovering gradually that a wonderful sense of fatigue resulted from these conscientious efforts, I began to reflect whether I might not dispense with that great labour, and concluded eventually that I might, and so sank supine into a luxury of calm before 99 out of 100 of the exhibited frames. It seemed to me that an original and good picture was just as scarce as an original and good book. Nor did I, in the end, tremble to say to myself, standing before certain chefs-d'oeuvre bearing great names, "These are not a whit like nature. Nature's daylight never had that colour, never was made so turbid, either by storm nor cloud, as it is laid out there, under a sky of indigo, and that indigo is not ether, and those dark weeds plastered upon it are not trees." Several very well executed and complacent-looking fat women struck me as by no means the goddesses they appeared to consider themselves. Many scores of marvellously finished little Flemish pictures, and also of sketches, excellent for fashion books displaying varied costumes in the handsomest materials, gave evidence of laudable industry whimsically applied. And yet there were fragments of truth here and there which satisfied the conscience, and gleams of light that cheered the vision. Nature's power here broke through in a mountain snowstorm, and there her glory in a sunny southern day. An expression in this portrait proved clear insight into character. A face in that historical painting, by its vivid filial likeness, startlingly reminded you that genius gave its birth. These exceptions I loved. They grew as dear as friends. One day, at a quiet early hour, I found myself nearly alone in a certain gallery, wherein one particular picture of portentous size, set up in the best light, having a cordon of protection stretched before it, and a cushioned bench duly set in front for the accommodation of worshipping connoisseurs, who, having gazed themselves off their feet, might be fain to complete the business sitting. This picture, I say, seemed to consider itself the queen of the collection. It represented a woman, considerably larger, I thought, than the life. I calculated that this lady, put into a scale of magnitude suitable for the reception of a commodity of bulk, would infallibly turn from 14 to 16 stone. She was indeed extremely well fed. Very much butcher's meat, to say nothing of bread, vegetables, and liquids, must she have consumed to attain that breadth and height, that wealth of muscle, that affluence of flesh. She lay half reclined on a couch, why it would be difficult to say. Broad daylight blazed around her. She appeared in hearty health, strong enough to do the work of 2 plain cooks. She could not plead a weak spine. She ought to have been standing, or at least sitting bolt upright. She had no business to lounge away the noon on a sofa. She ought likewise to have worn decent garments, a gown covering her properly, which was not the case. Out of abundance of material, 27 yards, I should say, of drapery, she managed to make inefficient raiment. Then, for the wretched untidiness surrounding her, there could be no excuse. Pots and pans, perhaps I ought to say vases and goblets, were rolled here and there on the foreground. A perfect rubbish of flowers was mixed amongst them, and an absurd and disorderly mass of curtain upholstery smothered the couch and cumbered the floor. On referring to the catalogue, I found that this notable production bore the name Cleopatra. Well, as I was sitting wondering at it, as the bench was there, I thought I might as well take advantage of the accommodation, and thinking that, while some of the details, as roses, gold cups, jewels, etc., were very prettily painted, it was on the whole an enormous piece of claptrap. The room, almost vacant when I entered, began to fill. Scarcely noticing this circumstance, as indeed it did not matter to me, I retained my seat, rather to rest myself than with a view to studying this huge, dark-complexioned gypsy queen, of whom indeed I soon tired, and betook myself for refreshment to the contemplation of some exquisite little pictures of still life, wild flowers, wild fruit, mossy wood nests, casketing eggs that looked like pearls seen through clear green sea-water, all hung modestly beneath that coarse and preposterous canvas. Suddenly a light tap visited my shoulder. Starting, turning, I met a face bent to encounter mine. A frowning, almost a shocked face it was. "Que faites-vous ici?" said a voice. "Mais, monsieur, je m'amuse." "Vous vous amusez? Et à quoi, s'il vous plaît? Mais d'abord, faites-moi le plaisir de vous lever. Prenez mon bras, et allons de l'autre côté." I did precisely as I was bid. Monsieur Paul Emmanuel, it was he, returned from Rome, and now a travelled man, was not likely to be less tolerant of insubordination now than before this added distinction laurelled his temples. "Permit me to conduct you to your party," said he, as we crossed the room. "I have no party." "You are not alone?" "Yes, monsieur." "Did you come here unaccompanied?" "No, monsieur. Dr. Bretton brought me here." "Dr. Bretton and Madame his mother, of course." "No, only Dr. Bretton." "And he told you to look at that picture?" "By no means. I found it out for myself." Monsieur Paul's hair was shorn close as raven down, or I think it would have bristled on his head. Beginning now to perceive his drift, I had a certain pleasure in keeping cool, and in working him up. "Astounding insular audacity!" cried the professor. "Singulière femme que c'est anglais." "What is the matter, monsieur?" "Matter? How dare you, a young person, sit coolly down with the self-possession of a garçon, and look at that picture?" "It is a very ugly picture, but I cannot at all see why I should not look at it." "Bon, bon, speak no more of it. But you ought not to be here alone." "If, however, I have no society, no party, as you say, and then what does it signify whether I am alone or accompanied? Nobody meddles with me." "Tassez-vous, et asseyez-vous là, là," setting down a chair with emphasis in a particularly dull corner, before a series of most especially dreary cards. "Mais, monsieur?" "Mais, mademoiselle, asseyez-vous et ne bougez pas, entendez-vous, jusqu'à ce qu'on vienne vous chercher, ou que je vous donne la permission." "Quel triste coin," cried I, "et quel laid tableau!" And laid indeed they were, being a set of 4, denominated in the catalogue La Vie d'une Femme. They were painted in a rather remarkable style, flat, dead, pale, and formal. The first represented a young woman coming out of a church door, a missal in her hand, her dress very prim, her eyes cast down, her mouth pursed up, the image of a most villainous little precocious she-hypocrite. The second, a mariée, with a long white veil, kneeling at a prideau in her chamber, holding her hands plastered together, finger to finger, showing the whites of her eyes in a most exasperating manner. The third, a jeune mère, hanging disconsolate over a clayey and puffy baby with a face like an unwholesome full moon. The fourth, a veuve, being a black woman, holding by the hand a black little girl, and the twain studiously surveying an elegant French monument set up in a corner of some Père Lachaise. All these Fourangers were grim and grey as burglars, and cold and vapid as ghosts. What women to live with! Insincere, ill-humoured, bloodless, brainless nonentities, as bad in their way as the indolent gypsy giantess, the Cleopatra, in hers. It was impossible to keep one's attention long confined to these masterpieces, and so by degrees I veered around and surveyed the gallery. A perfect crowd of spectators was by this time gathered round the lioness, from whose vicinage I had been banished. Nearly half this crowd were ladies, but Monsieur Paul afterwards told me they were des dames, and it was quite proper for them to contemplate what no demoiselle ought to glance at. I assured him plainly I could not agree in this doctrine, and did not see the sense of it, whereupon, with his usual absolutism, he merely requested my silence, and also, in the same breath, denounced my mingled rashness and ignorance. A more despotic little man than Monsieur Paul never filled a professor's chair. I noticed, by the way, that he looked at the picture himself quite at his ease, and for a very long while. He did not, however, neglect to glance from time to time my way, in order, I suppose, to make sure that I was obeying orders, and not breaking bounds. By and by, he again accosted me. Had I not been ill, he wished to know. He understood that I had. Yes, but I was now quite well. Where had I spent the vacation? Chiefly in the Rue Fossette, partly with Madame Bretton. He had heard that I was left alone in the Rue Fossette. Was that so? Not quite alone. Mary Brock, the cretin, was with me. He shrugged his shoulders. Varied and contradictory expressions played rapidly over his countenance. Mary Brock was well known to Monsieur Paul. He never gave a lesson in the 3rd Division, containing the least advanced pupils, that she did not occasion in him a sharp conflict between antagonistic impressions. Her personal appearance, her repulsive manners, her often unmanageable disposition, irritated his temper, and inspired him with strong antipathy, a feeling he was too apt to conceive when his taste was offended or his will thwarted. On the other hand, her misfortunes constituted a strong claim on his forbearance and compassion, such a claim as it was not in his nature to deny. Hence resulted almost daily drawn battles between impatience and disgust on the one hand, pity and a sense of justice on the other, in which, to his credit be it said, it was very seldom that the former feelings prevailed. When they did, however, Monsieur Paul showed a phase of character which had its terrors. His passions were strong, his aversions and attachments alike vivid. The force he exerted in holding both in check by no means mitigated an observer's sense of their vehemence. With such tendencies, it may well be supposed he often excited in ordinary minds fear and dislike, yet it was an error to fear him. Nothing drove him so nearly frantic as the tremor of an apprehensive and distrustful spirit. Nothing soothed him like confidence, tempered with gentleness. To evince these sentiments, however, required a thorough comprehension of his nature, and his nature was of an order rarely comprehended. "How did you get on with Mary Brock?" he asked, after some minutes' silence. "Monsieur, I did my best, but it was terrible to be alone with her." "You have then a weak heart. You lack courage, and perhaps charity. Yours are not the qualities which might constitute a sister of mercy." He was a religious little man in his way. The self-denying and self-sacrificing part of the Catholic religion commanded the homage of his soul. "I don't know, indeed. I took as good care of her as I could, but when her aunt came to fetch her away, it was a great relief." "Ah, you are an egotist. There are women who have nursed hospitals full of similar unfortunates. You could not do that." "Could Monsieur do it himself?" "Women who are worthy the name ought infinitely to surpass our coarse, fallible, self-indulgent sex in the power to perform such duties. I washed her, I kept her clean, I fed her, I tried to amuse her, but she made mouths at me instead of speaking." "You think you did great things?" "No, but as great as I could do." "Then limited are your powers, for in tending one idiot you fell sick." "Not with that, monsieur. I had a nervous fever. My mind was ill." "Vraiment! Vous valez plus de choses. You are not cast in an heroic mould. Your courage will not avail to sustain you in solitude. It merely gives you the temerity to gaze with sang-froid at pictures of Cleopatra." It would have been easy to show anger at the teasing, hostile tone of the little man. I had never been angry with him yet, however, and I had no present disposition to begin. "Cleopatra," I repeated quietly. "Monsieur, too, has been looking at Cleopatra. What does he think of her?" "Cela ne vaut rien," he responded. "Une femme superbe, une taille d'impératrice, des formes d'agénant, mais une personne dont je ne voudrais ni pour femme, ni pour fille, ni pour cieux. Aussi vous ne jetterez plus en sous coupe d'huile?" aussi vous ne jetterez plus un seul coup d'œil de sa côté. But I have looked at her a great many times while Monsieur has been talking. I can see her quite well from this corner. Turn to the wall and study your 4 pictures of a woman's life. Excuse me, Monsieur Paul. They are too hideous, but if you admire them, allow me to vacate my seat and leave you to their contemplation. Mademoiselle, he said, grimacing a half-smile, or what he intended for a smile, though it was but a grim and hurried manifestation. You nurslings of Protestantism astonish me. You unguarded Englishwomen walk calmly amidst red-hot ploughshares and escape burning. I believe, if some of you were thrown into Nebuchadnezzar's hottest furnace, you would issue forth untraversed by the smell of fire. Will Monsieur have the goodness to move an inch to one side? How? At what are you gazing now? You are not recognizing an acquaintance among that group of Jean. I think so. Yes, I see there a person I know. In fact, I had caught a glimpse of a head too pretty to belong to any other than the redoubted Colonel de Hamal. What a very finished, highly polished little pate it was! What a figure, so trim and natty! What womanish feet and hands! How daintily he held a glass to one of his optics! With what admiration he gazed upon the Cleopatra! And then how engagingly he tittered and whispered a friend at his elbow. Oh, the man of sense! The refined gentleman of superior taste and tact! I observed him for about 10 minutes, and perceived that he was exceedingly taken with this dusk and portly Venus of the Nile. So much was I interested in his bearing, so absorbed in divining his character by his looks and movements, I temporarily forgot Monsieur Paul. In the interim, a group came between that gentleman and me, or possibly his scruples might have received another and worse shock from my present abstraction, causing him to withdraw voluntarily. At any rate, when I again looked around, he was gone. My eye, pursuant of the search, met not him, but another and dissimilar figure, well seen amidst the crowd, for the height as well as the port lent each its distinction. This way came Dr. John, in visage, shape, and hue, as unlike the dark, acerb, and caustic little professor, as the fruit of the Hesperides might be unlike the sloe in the wild thicket, as the high-couraged but tractable Arabian is unlike the rude and stubborn Sheltie. He was looking for me, but had not yet explored the corner where the schoolmaster had just put me. I remained quiet. Yet another minute I would watch. He approached de Hamal. He paused near him. I thought he had a pleasure in looking over his head. Dr. Bretton, too, gazed on the Cleopatra. I doubt if it were to his taste. He did not simper like the little Count. His mouth looked fastidious, his eye cool. Without demonstration he stepped aside, leaving room for others to approach. I saw now that he was waiting, and rising, I joined him. We took one turn around the gallery. With Graham it was always very pleasant to take such a turn. I liked dearly to hear what he had to say about either pictures or books, because without pretending to be a connoisseur, he always spoke his thought, and that was sure to be fresh. Very often it was also just and pithy. It was pleasant also to tell him some things he did not know. He listened so kindly, so teachably, unformalized by scruples lest so to bend his bright handsome head, to gather a woman's rather obscure and stammering explanation should imperil the dignity of his manhood. And when he communicated information in return, it was with a lucid intelligence that left all his words clear graven on the memory. No explanation of his giving, no fact of his narrating, did I ever forget. As we left the gallery, I asked him what he thought of the Cleopatra, after making him laugh by telling him how Professor Emmanuel had sent me to the right about, and taking him to see the sweet series of pictures recommended to my attention. "Pooh," said he, "my mother is a better-looking woman. I heard some French fops yonder designating her as le type du voluptueux. If so, I can only say, le voluptueux is little to my liking. Compare that mulatto with Ginevra." End of chapter 19.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Michelle Crandall in Fremont, California, May 2006. Villette by Charlotte Bronte. Chapter 20. The Concert. One morning, Mrs. Bretton, coming promptly into my room, desired me to open my drawers and show her my dresses, which I did without a word. "That will do," said she, when she had turned them over. "You must have a new one." She went out. She returned presently with a dressmaker. She had me measured. "I mean," said she, "to follow my own tastes, and to have my own way in this little matter." 2 days after came home a pink dress. "That is not for me," I said hurriedly, feeling that I would almost as soon clothe myself in the costume of a Chinese lady of rank. "We shall see whether it is for you or not," rejoined my godmother, adding with her resistless decision, "Mark my words, you will wear it this very evening." I thought I should not. I thought no human force should avail to put me into it. A pink dress! I knew it not. It knew not me. I had not proved it. My godmother went on to decree that I was to go with her and Graham to a concert that same night, which concert she explained was a grand affair to be held in the large salle, or hall, of the principal musical society. The most advanced pupils of the Conservatoire were to perform. It was to be followed by a lottery, au bénéfice des pauvres, and to crown all, the King, Queen, and Prince of Labassecour were to be present. Graham, in sending tickets, had enjoined attention to costume as a compliment due to royalty. He also recommended punctual readiness by 7 o'clock. About 6, I was ushered upstairs. Without any force at all, I found myself led and influenced by another's will, unconsulted, unpersuaded, quietly overruled. In short, the pink dress went on, softened by some drapery of black lace. I was pronounced to be en grande tenue, and requested to look in the glass. I did so with some fear and trembling. With more fear and trembling, I turned away. 7 o'clock struck. Dr. Bretton was come. My godmother and I went down. She was clad in brown velvet. As I walked in her shadow, how I envied her those folds of grave, dark majesty. Graham stood in the drawing-room doorway. "I do hope he will not think I have been decking myself out to draw attention," was my uneasy aspiration. "Here, Lucy, are some flowers," said he, giving me a bouquet. He took no further notice of my dress than was conveyed in a kind smile and satisfied nod, which calmed at once my sense of shame and fear of ridicule. For the rest, the dress was made with extreme simplicity, guiltless of flounce or furbelow. It was but the light fabric and bright tint which scared me, and since Graham found in it nothing absurd, my own eye consented soon to become reconciled. I suppose people who go every night to places of public amusement can hardly enter into the fresh gala feeling with which an opera or a concert is enjoyed by those for whom it is a rarity. I am not sure that I expected great pleasure from the concert, having but a very vague notion of its nature, but I liked the drive there well. The snug comfort of the close carriage on a cold, though fine night, the pleasure of setting out with companions so cheerful and friendly, the sight of the stars glinting fitfully through the trees as we rolled along the avenue, then the freer burst of the night sky when we issued forth to the open chaussée, the passage through the city gates, the lights there burning, the guards there posted, the pretense of inspection to which we were there submitted, and which amused us so much. All these small matters had for me, in their novelty, a peculiarly exhilarating charm. How much of it lay in the atmosphere of friendship diffused about me, I know not. Dr. John and his mother were both in their finest mood, contending animatedly with each other the whole way, and as frankly kind to me as if I had been of their kin. Our way lay through some of the best streets of Villette, streets brightly lit and far more lively now than at high noon. How brilliant seemed the shops, how glad, gay, and abundant flowed the tide of life along the broad pavement. While I looked, the thought of the Rue Fossette came across me, of the Walding garden and schoolhouse, and of the dark, vast classes, where, as at this very hour, it was my wont to wander all solitary, gazing at the stars through the high, blindless windows, and listening to the distant voice of the reader in the refectory, monotonously exercised upon the lecture pews. Thus must I soon again listen and wander, and the shadow of the future stole with timely sobriety across the radiant present. By this time we had got into a current of carriages all tending in one direction, and soon the front of a great illuminated building blazed before us. Of what I should see within this building, I had, as before intimated, but an imperfect idea, for no place of public entertainment had it ever been my lot to enter yet. We alighted under a portico where there was a great bustle and a great crowd, but I do not distinctly remember further details until I found myself mounting a majestic staircase, wide and easy of ascent, deeply and softly carpeted with crimson, leading up to great doors closed solemnly, and whose panels were also crimson-clothed. I hardly noticed by what magic these doors were made to roll back. Dr. John managed these points. Roll back they did, however, and within was disclosed a hall, grand, wide, and high, whose sweeping circular walls and domed hollow ceiling seemed to me all dead gold. Thus with nice art was it stained, relieved by cornicing, fluting, and garlandry, either bright, like gold burnished, or snow-white, like alabaster, or white and gold mingled in wreaths of gilded leaves and spotless lilies. Wherever drapery hung, wherever carpets were spread, or cushions placed, the sole color employed was deep crimson. Pendant from the dome flamed a mass that dazzled me, a mass, I thought, of rock crystal, sparkling with facets, streaming with drops, ablaze with stars, and gorgeously tinged with dews of gems dissolved, or fragments of rainbows shivered. It was only the chandelier, reader, but for me it seemed the work of Eastern genii. I almost looked to see if a huge, dark, cloudy hand, that of the slave of the lamp, were not hovering in the lustrous and perfumed atmosphere of the cupola, guarding its wondrous treasure. We moved on. I was not at all conscious whither, but at some turn we suddenly encountered another party approaching from the opposite direction. I just now see that group as it flashed upon me for one moment. A handsome middle-aged lady in dark velvet, a gentleman who might be her son, the best face, the finest figure, I thought, I had ever seen, a third person in a pink dress and black lace mantle. I noted them all, the third person as well as the other two, and for the fraction of a moment believed them all strangers, thus receiving an impartial impression of their appearance. But the impression was hardly felt and not fixed before the consciousness that I faced a great mirror, filling a compartment between two pillars, dispelled it. The party was our own party. Thus, for the first, and perhaps only time in my life, I enjoyed the gifty of seeing myself as others see me. No need to dwell on the result. It brought a jar of discord, a pang of regret. It was not flattering. Yet, after all, I ought to be thankful. It might have been worse. At last we were seated in places commanding a good general view of that vast and dazzling, but warm and cheerful hall. Already it was filled, and filled with a splendid assemblage. I do not know that the women were very beautiful, but their dresses were so perfect, and foreigners, even such as are ungraceful in domestic privacy, seemed to possess the art of appearing graceful in public. However blunt and boisterous those everyday and home movements connected with peignoir and papillotes, there is a slide, a bend, a carriage of the head and arms, a mine of the mouth and eyes, kept nicely in reserve for gala use, always brought out with the grande toilette and duly put on with the parure. Some fine forms there were here and there, models of a peculiar style of beauty, a style, I think, never seen in England, a solid, firm-set sculptural style. These shapes have no angles. A caryatid in marble is almost as flexible. A Phidian goddess is not more perfect in a certain still and stately sort. They have such features as the Dutch painters give to their Madonnas. Low country classic features, regular but round, straight but solid, and for their depth of expressionless calm, of passionless peace, a polar snowfield could alone offer a type. Women of this order need no ornament, and they seldom wear any. The smooth hair, closely braided, supplies a sufficient contrast to the smoother cheek and brow. The dress cannot be too simple. The rounded arm and perfect neck require neither bracelet nor chain. With one of these beauties I once had the honor and rapture to be perfectly acquainted. The inert force of the deep-settled love she bore herself was wonderful. It could only be surpassed by her proud impotency to care for any other living thing. Of blood her cool veins conducted no flow. Placid lymph filled and almost obstructed her arteries. Such a Juno as I have described sat full in our view, a sort of mark for all eyes, and quite conscious that so she was, but proof to the magnetic influence of gaze or glance. Cold, rounded, blonde, and beauteous as the white column, capitalled with gilding, which rose at her side. Observing that Dr. John's attention was much drawn towards her, I entreated him in a low voice, for the love of heaven, to shield well his heart. "You need not fall in love with that lady," I said, "because, I tell you beforehand, you might die at her feet, and she would not love you again." "Very well," said he, "and how do you know that the spectacle of her grand insensibility might not with me be the strongest stimulus to homage? The sting of desperation is, I think, a wonderful irritant to my emotions, but," shrugging his shoulders, "you know nothing about these things. I'll address myself to my mother. Mamma, I'm in a dangerous way." "As if that interested me," said Mrs. Bretton. "Alas, the cruelty of my lot," responded her son. "Never man had a more unsentimental mother than mine. She never seems to think that such a calamity can befall her as a daughter-in-law. If I don't, it is not for want of having that same calamity held over my head. You have threatened me with it for the last 10 years. "Mamma, I am going to be married soon," was the cry before you were well out of jackets. "But, mother, one of these days it will be realized. All of a sudden, when you think you are most secure, I shall go forth like Jacob or Esau, or any other patriarch, and take me a wife, perhaps of these, which are of the daughters of the land. At your peril, John Graham, that is all. This mother of mine means me to be an old bachelor. What a jealous old lady it is! But now just look at that splendid creature in the pale blue satin dress, and hair of paler brown, with reflet satins as those of her robe. Would you not feel proud, mamma, if I were to bring that goddess home some day and introduce her to you as Mrs. Bretton, Jr.? You will bring no goddess to La Terrasse. That little chateau will not contain 2 mistresses, especially if the second be of the height, bulk, and circumference of that mighty doll in wood and wax, and kid and satin. Mamma, she would fill your blue chair so admirably." "Fill my chair! I defy the foreign usurper. A rueful chair should it be for her. But hush, John Graham, hold your tongue and use your eyes." During the above skirmish, the hall, which I had thought seemed full at the entrance, continued to admit party after party, until the semicircle before the stage presented one dense mass of heads, sloping from floor to ceiling. The stage, too, or rather the wide temporary platform, larger than any stage, desert half an hour since, was now overflowing with life. Round 2 grand pianos, placed about the center, a white flock of young girls, the pupils of the Conservatoire, had noiselessly poured. I had noticed their gathering, while Graham and his mother were engaged in discussing the belle in blue satin, and had watched with interest the process of arraying and marshalling them. 2 gentlemen, in each of whom I recognized an acquaintance, officered this virgin troop. One, an artistic-looking man, bearded and with long hair, was a noted pianiste, and also the first music teacher in Villette. He attended twice a week at Madame Beck's pensionnat to give lessons to the very few pupils whose parents were rich enough to allow their daughters the privilege of his instructions. His name was Monsieur Joseph Emmanuel, and he was half-brother to Monsieur Paul, which potent personage was now visible in the person of the second gentleman. Monsieur Paul amused me. I smiled to myself as I watched him. He seemed so thoroughly in his element, standing conspicuous in presence of a wide and grand assemblage, arranging, restraining, overawing about 100 young ladies. He was, too, so perfectly in earnest, so energetic, so intent, and above all, so of the foreigners then resident in Villette. These took possession of the crimson benches. The ladies were seated. Most of the men remained standing. Their sable rank, lining the background, looked like a dark foil to the splendor displayed in front. Nor was this splendor without varying light and shade and gradation. The middle distance was filled with matrons in velvets and satins, in plumes and gems. The benches in the foreground, to the Queen's right hand, seemed devoted exclusively to young girls, the flower, perhaps I should rather say the bud, of Villette aristocracy. Here were no jewels, no headdresses, no velvet pile or silken sheen purity. Simplicity and aerial grace reigned in that virgin band. Young heads simply braided, and fair forms. I was going to write sylph forms, but that would have been quite untrue. Several of these jeunes filles, who had not numbered more than 16 or 17 years, boasted contours as robust and solid as those of a stout Englishwoman of 25. Fair forms, robed in white or pale rose or placid blue, suggested thoughts of heaven and angels. I knew a couple, at least, of these roses et blanches, specimens of humanity. Here was a pair of Madame Beck's late pupils, Mesdemoiselles Mathilde and Angelique, pupils who, during their last year at school, ought to have been in the first class, but whose brains never got them beyond the second division. In English they had been under my own charge, and hard work it was to get them to translate rationally a page of The Vicar of Wakefield. Also, during 3 months I had one of them for my vis-à-vis at table, and the quantity of household bread, butter, and stewed fruit she would habitually consume at second déjeuner was a real world's wonder, to be exceeded only by the fact of her actually pocketing slices she could not eat. Here be truths, wholesome truths, too. I knew another of these seraphs, the prettiest, or at any rate the least demure and hypocritical-looking of the lot. She was seated by the daughter of an English peer, also an honest, though haughty-looking girl. Both had entered in the suite of the British Embassy. She, i.e., my acquaintance, had a slight, pliant figure, not at all like the forms of the foreign damsels. Her hair, too, was not close braided like a shell or a skull-cap of satin. It looked like hair, and waved from her head, long, curled, and flowing. She chatted away volubly, and seemed full of a light-headed sort of satisfaction with herself and her position. I did not look at Dr. Bretton, but I knew that he, too, saw Ginevra Fanshaw. He had become so quiet. He answered so briefly his mother's remarks. He so often suppressed a sigh. Why should he sigh? He had confessed a taste for the pursuit of love under difficulties. Here was full gratification for that taste. His lady-love beamed upon him from a sphere above his own. He could not come near her. He was not certain that he could win from her a look. I watched to see if she would so far favor him. Our seat was not far from the crimson benches. We must inevitably be seen thence, by eyes so quick and roving as Miss Fanshaw's, and very soon those optics of hers were upon us, at least upon Dr. and Mrs. Bretton. I kept rather in the shade and out of sight, not wishing to be immediately recognized. She looked quite steadily at Dr. John, and then she raised a glass to examine his mother. A minute or two afterwards she laughingly whispered her neighbour. Upon the performance commencing, her rambling attention was attracted to the platform. On the concert I need not dwell. The reader would not care to have my impressions thereanent, and indeed it would not be worth while to record them, as they were the impressions of an ignorant crass. The young ladies of the Conservatoire, being very much frightened, made rather a tremulous exhibition on the 2 grand pianos. Monsieur Joseph Emmanuel stood by them while they played, but he had not the tact or influence of his kinsman, who, under similar circumstances, would certainly have compelled pupils of his to demean themselves with heroism and self-possession. Monsieur Paul would have placed the hysteric debutantes between 2 fires, terror of the audience and terror of himself, and would have inspired them with the courage of desperation, by making the latter terror incomparably the greater. Monsieur Joseph could not do this. Following the white muslin pianistes came a fine, full-grown, sulky lady in white satin. She sang. Her singing just affected me like the tricks of a conjurer. I wondered how she did it, how she made her voice run up and down, and cut such marvellous capers. But a simple Scotch melody, played by a rude street minstrel, has often moved me more deeply. Afterwards stepped forth a gentleman, who, bending his body a good deal in the direction of the king and queen, and frequently approaching his white-gloved hand to the region of his heart, vented a bitter outcry against a certain fausse Isabelle. I thought he seemed especially to solicit the queen's sympathy, but, unless I am egregiously mistaken, her Majesty lent her attention rather with the calm of courtesy than the earnestness of interest. This gentleman's state of mind was very harrowing, and I was glad when he wound up his musical exposition of the same. Some rousing choruses struck me as the best part of the evening's entertainment. There were present deputies from all the best provincial choral societies, genuine barrel-shaped native Labassecouriens. These worthies gave voice without mincing the matter. Their hearty exertions had at least this good result. The ear drank thence a satisfying sense of power. Through the whole performance, timid instrumental duets, conceited vocal solos, sonorous bass-lunged choruses, my attention gave but one eye and one ear to the stage, the other being permanently retained in the service of Dr. Bretton. I could not forget him, nor cease to question how he was feeling, what he was thinking, whether he was amused or the contrary. At last he spoke. "And how do you like it all, Lucy? You are very quiet," he said in his own cheerful tone. "I am quiet," I said, "because I am so very, very much interested, not merely with the music, but with everything about me." He then proceeded to make some further remarks, with so much equanimity and composure, that I began to think he had really not seen what I had seen, and I whispered, "Miss Fanshaw is here. Have you noticed her?" "Oh, yes, and I observed that you noticed her too." "Is she come with Miss Cholmondeley, do you think?" "Mrs. Cholmondeley is there with a very grand party." Yes, Ginevra was in her train, and Mrs. Cholmondeley was in Lady Blank's train, who was in the Queen's train. If this were not one of the compact little minor European courts, whose very formalities are little more imposing than familiarities, and whose gala grandeur is but homeliness in Sunday array, it would all sound very fine. "Ginevra saw you, I think?" "So do I think so. I have had my eye on her several times since you withdrew yours, and I have had the honor of witnessing a little spectacle which you were spared." I did not ask what. I waited voluntary information, which was presently given. "Miss Fanshaw," he said, "has a companion with her, a lady of rank. I happen to know Lady Sarah by sight. Her noble mother has called me in professionally. She is a proud girl, but not in the least insolent, and I doubt whether Ginevra will have gained ground in her estimation by making a butt of her neighbours." "What neighbours?" "Merely myself and my mother. As to me, it is all very natural. Nothing, I suppose, can be fairer game than the young bourgeois doctor. But my mother, I never saw her ridiculed before. Do you know, the curling lip and sarcastically levelled glass thus directed gave me a most curious sensation." "Think nothing of it, Dr. John. It is not worth while. If Ginevra were in a giddy mood, as she is eminently tonight, she would make no scruple of laughing at that mild, pensive queen, or that melancholy king. She is not actuated by malevolence, but sheer, heedless folly. To a feather-brained squirrel-girl, nothing is sacred." "But you forget. I have not been accustomed to look on Miss Fanshaw in the light of a feather-brained schoolgirl. Was she not my divinity, the angel of my career?" "Humph! There was your mistake." To speak the honest truth, without any false rant or assumed romance, there actually was a moment 6 months ago when I thought her divine. Do you remember our conversation about the presents? I was not quite open with you in discussing that subject. The warmth with which you took it up amused me. By way of having the full benefit of your lights, I allowed you to think me more in the dark than I really was. It was that test of the presents which first proved Ginevra mortal. Still, her beauty retained its fascination. 3 days, 3 hours ago, I was very much her slave. As she passed me tonight, triumphant in beauty, my emotions did her homage. But for one luckless sneer, I should yet be the humblest of her servants. She might have scoffed at me, and, while wounding, she would not soon have alienated me. Through myself, she could not in 10 years have done what, in a moment, she has done through my mother." He held his peace a while. Never before had I seen so much fire and so little sunshine in Dr. John's blue eye as just now. "Lucy," he recommenced, "look well at my mother, and say, without fear or favour, in what light she now appears to you." "As she always does, an English middle-class gentlewoman, well, though gravely dressed, habitually independent of pretence, constitutionally composed and cheerful." "So she seems to me, bless her. The merry may laugh with mamma, but the weak only will laugh at her. She shall not be ridiculed, with my consent at least, nor without my scorn, my antipathy, my—" He stopped, and it was time, for he was getting excited. more it seemed than the occasion warranted. I did not then know that he had witnessed double cause for dissatisfaction with Miss Fanshaw. The glow of his complexion, the expansion of his nostril, the bold curve which disdain gave his well-cut under lip, showed him in a new and striking phase. Yet the rare passion of the constitutionally suave and serene is not a pleasant spectacle, nor did I like the sort of vindictive thrill which passed through his strong young frame. "Do I frighten you, Lucy?" he asked. "I cannot tell why you are so very angry." "For this reason," he muttered in my ear, "Ginevra is neither a pure angel nor a pure-minded woman." "Nonsense! You exaggerate. She has no great harm in her." "Too much for me. I can see where you are blinded. Now dismiss the subject. Let me amuse myself by teasing Mamma. I will assert that she is flagging." "Mamma, pray, rouse yourself." "John, I will certainly rouse you if you are not better conducted. Will you and Lucy be silent, that I may hear the singing?" They were then thundering in a chorus, under cover of which all the previous dialogue had taken place. "You hear the singing, Mamma. Now I will wager my studs, which are genuine, against your paste brooch." "My paste brooch, Graham? Profane boy! You know that it is a stone of value." "Oh, that is one of your superstitions. You were cheated in the business." "I am cheated in fewer things than you imagine. How do you happen to be acquainted with young ladies of the court, John? I have observed 2 of them pay you no small attention during the last half-hour." "I wish you would not observe them." "Why not? Because one of them satirically levels her eyeglass at me? She is a pretty silly girl. But are you apprehensive that her titter will discomfit the old lady?" "The sensible, admirable old lady! Mother, you are better to me than 10 wives yet." "Don't be demonstrative, John, or I shall faint, and you will have to carry me out. And if that burden were laid upon you, you would reverse your last speech and exclaim, 'Mother, 10 wives could hardly be worse to me than you are.'" The concert over, the lottery au bénéfice des pauvres came next. The interval between was one of general relaxation, and the pleasantest imaginable stir and commotion. The white flock was cleared from the platform. A busy throng of gentlemen crowded it instead, making arrangements for the drawing, and amongst these, the busiest of all, reappeared that certain well-known form, not tall but active, alive with the energy and movement of 3 tall men. How Monsieur Paul did work! How he issued directions, and, at the same time, set his own shoulder to the wheel. Half a dozen assistants were at his beck to remove the pianos, etc. No matter, he must add to their strength his own. The redundancy of his alertness was half vexing, half ludicrous. In my mind I both disapproved and derided most of this fuss. Yet, in the midst of prejudice and annoyance, I could not, while watching, avoid perceiving a certain not disagreeable naivete in all he did and said, nor could I be blind to certain vigorous characteristics of his physiognomy, rendered conspicuous now by the contrast with a throng of tamer faces, the deep, intent keenness of his eye, the power of his forehead, pale, broad, and full, the mobility of his most flexible mouth. He lacked the calm of force, but its movement and its fire he signally possessed. Meanwhile, the whole hall was in a stir. Most people rose and remained standing, for a change. Some walked about. All talked and laughed. The crimson compartment presented a peculiarly animated scene. The long cloud of gentlemen, breaking into fragments, mixed with the rainbow line of ladies. 2 or 3 officer-like men approached the king and conversed with him. The queen, leaving her chair, glided along the rank of young ladies, who all stood up as she passed, and to each in turn I saw her vouchsafe some token of kindness, a gracious word, look, or smile. To the 2 pretty English girls, Lady Sarah and Ginevra Fanshaw, she addressed several sentences. As she left them, both, and especially the latter, seemed to glow all over with gratification. They were afterwards accosted by several ladies, and a little circle of gentlemen gathered around them. Amongst these, the nearest to Ginevra, stood the Count d'Aumale. "This room is stiflingly hot," said Dr. Bretton, rising with sudden impatience. "Lucy, mother, will you come a moment to the fresh air?" "Go with him, Lucy," said Mrs. Bretton. "I would rather keep my seat." Willingly would I have kept mine also, but Graham's desire must take precedence of my own. I accompanied him. We found the night air keen, or at least I did. He did not seem to feel it, but it was very still, and the star-sown sky spread cloudless. I was wrapped in a fur shawl. We took some turns on the pavement. In passing under a lamp, Graham encountered my eye. "You look pensive, Lucy. Is it on my account?" "I was only fearing that you were grieved." "Not at all. So be of good cheer, as I am. Whenever I die, Lucy, my persuasion is that it will not be of a heart complaint. I may be stung, I may seem to droop for a time, but no pain or malady of sentiment has yet gone through my whole system. You have always seen me cheerful at home?" "Generally." "I am glad," she laughed at my mother. "I would not give the old lady for a dozen beauties. That sneer did me all the good in the world. Thank you, Miss Fanshaw." And he lifted his hat from his waved locks and made a mock reverence. "Yes," said he, "I thank her. She has made me feel that 9 parts in 10 of my heart have always been sound as a bell, and the 10th bled from a mere puncture, a lancet prick that will heal in a trice." "You are angry just now, heated and indignant. You will think and feel differently tomorrow." "I, heated and indignant? You don't know me. On the contrary, the heat is gone. I am as cool as the night, which, by the way, may be too cool for you. We will go back." "Dr. John, this is a sudden change." "Not it, or if it be, there are good reasons for it. 2 good reasons. I have told you one. But now let us re-enter." We did not easily regain our seats. The lottery was begun, and all was excited confusion. Crowds blocked the sort of corridor along which we had to pass. It was necessary to pause for a time. Happening to glance round, indeed I half fancied I heard my name pronounced, I saw quite near the ubiquitous, the inevitable Monsieur Paul. He was looking at me gravely and intently. At me, or rather at my pink dress, sardonic comment on which gleamed in his eye. Now, it was his habit to indulge in strictures on the dress, both of the teachers and pupils, at Madame Beck's, a habit which the former at least held to be an offensive impertinence. As yet I had not suffered from it, my sombre daily attire not being calculated to attract notice. I was in no mood to permit any new encroachment tonight. Rather than accept his banter, I would ignore his presence, and accordingly steadily turned my face to the sleeve of Dr. John's coat, finding in that same black sleeve a prospect more redolent of pleasure and comfort, more genial, more friendly, I thought, than was offered by the dark little professor's unlovely visage. Dr. John seemed unconsciously to sanction the preference by looking down and saying in his kind voice, "Aye, keep close to my side, Lucy. These crowding burghers are no respecters of persons." I could not, however, be true to myself. Yielding to some influence, mesmeric or otherwise, an influence unwelcome, displeasing but effective, I again glanced round to see if Monsieur Paul was gone. No, there he stood on the same spot, looking still, but with a changed eye. He had penetrated my thought, and read my wish to shun him. The mocking but not ill-humoured gaze was turned to a swarthy frown, and when I bowed with a view to conciliation, I got only the stiffest and sternest of nods in return. "Whom have you made angry, Lucy?" whispered Dr. Bretton, smiling. "Who is that savage-looking friend of yours?" "One of the professors at Madame Beck's, a very cross little man." "He looks mighty cross just now. What have you done to him? What is it all about? Ah, Lucy, Lucy, tell me the meaning of this." "No mystery, I assure you. Monsieur Emmanuel is very exigent, and because I looked at your coat-sleeve, instead of curtsying and dipping to him, he thinks I have failed in respect." "The little—" began Dr. John. I know not what more he would have added, for at that moment I was nearly thrown down amongst the feet of the crowd. Monsieur Paul had rudely pushed past, and was elbowing his way with such utter disregard to the convenience and security of all around, that a very uncomfortable pressure was the consequence. "I think he is what he himself would call méchant," said Dr. Bretton. I thought so too. Slowly and with difficulty we made our way along the passage, and at last regained our seats. The drawing of the lottery lasted nearly an hour. It was an animating and amusing scene, and as we each held tickets, we shared in the alternations of hope and fear raised by each turn of the wheel. 2 little girls of 5 and 6 years old drew the numbers, and the prizes were duly proclaimed from the platform. These prizes were numerous, though of small value. It so fell out that Dr. John and I each gained one. Mine was a cigar case, his a lady's headdress, a most airy sort of blue and silver turban, with a streamer of plumage on one side, like a snowy cloud. He was excessively anxious to make an exchange, but I could not be brought to hear reason, and to this day I keep my cigar case. It serves, when I look at it, to remind me of old times and one happy evening. Dr. John, for his part, held his turban at arm's length between his finger and thumb, and looked at it with a mixture of reverence and embarrassment, highly provocative of laughter. The contemplation over, he was about coolly to deposit the delicate fabric on the ground between his feet. He seemed to have no shadow of an idea of the treatment or stowage it ought to receive. If his mother had not come to the rescue, I think he finally would have crushed it under his arm like an opera hat. She restored it to the bandbox whence it had issued. Graham was quite cheerful all the evening, and his cheerfulness seemed natural and unforced. His demeanour, his look, is not easily described. There was something in it peculiar, and, in its way, original. I read in it no common mastery of the passions, and a fund of deep and healthy strength which, without any exhausting effort, bore down disappointment and extracted her fang. His manner now reminded me of qualities I had noticed in him when professionally engaged amongst the poor, the guilty, and the suffering, in the basse ville. He looked at once determined, enduring, and sweet-tempered. Who could help liking him? He betrayed no weakness which harassed all your feelings with considerations as to how its faltering must be propped. From him broke no irritability which startled calm and quenched mirth. His lips let fall no caustic that burned to the bone. His eye shot no morose shafts that went cold and rusty and venomed through your heart. Beside him was rest and refuge, around him fostering sunshine. And yet he had neither forgiven nor forgotten Miss Fanshaw. Once angered, I doubt if Dr. Bretton were soon to be propitiated. Once alienated, whether he were ever to be reclaimed. He looked at her more than once, not stealthily or humbly, but with a movement of hearty, open observation. De Amal was now a fixture beside her. Mrs. Cholmondeley sat near, and they and she were wholly absorbed in the discourse, mirth, and excitement with which the crimson seats were as much astir as any plebeian part of the hall. In the course of some apparently animated discussion, Ginevra once or twice lifted her hand and arm. A handsome bracelet gleamed upon the latter. I saw that its gleam flickered in Dr. John's eye, quickening therein a derisive, ireful sparkle. He laughed. "I think," he said, "I will lay my turban on my wonted altar of offerings. There, at any rate, it would be certain to find favour. No grisette has a more facile faculty of acceptance. Strange, for after all, I know she is a girl of family." "But you don't know her education, Dr. John," said I. "Tossed about all her life, from one foreign school to another, she may justly proffer the plea of ignorance in extenuation of most of her faults. And then, from what she says, I believe her father and mother were brought up much as she has been brought up." "I always understood she had no fortune, and once I had pleasure in the thought," said he. "She tells me," I answered, "that they are poor at home. She always speaks quite candidly on such points. You never find her lying, as these foreigners will often lie. Her parents have had a large family. They occupy such a station and possess such connections as, in their opinion, demand display. Stringent necessity of circumstances and inherent thoughtlessness of disposition combined have engendered reckless unscrupulousness as to how they obtain the means of sustaining a good appearance. This is the state of things, and the only state of things, she has seen from childhood upwards. I believe it, and I thought to mould her to something better. But, Lucy, to speak the plain truth, I have felt a new thing tonight, in looking at her and de Amal. I felt it before noticing the impertinence directed at my mother. I saw a look interchanged between them immediately after their entrance, which threw a most unwelcome light on my mind." "How do you mean? You have been long aware of the flirtation they keep up?" "Aye, flirtation. That might be an innocent girlish wile to lure on the true lover, but what I refer to was not flirtation. It was a look marking mutual and secret understanding. It was neither girlish nor innocent. No woman, were she as beautiful as Aphrodite, who could give or receive such a glance, shall ever be sought in marriage by me. I would rather wed a paysanne in a short petticoat and high cap, and be sure that she was honest." I could not help smiling. I felt sure he now exaggerated the case. Ginevra, I was certain, was honest enough, with all her giddiness. I told him so. He shook his head, and said he would not be the man to trust her with his honour. "The only thing," said I, "with which you may safely trust her. She would unscrupulously damage a husband's purse and property, recklessly try his patience and temper. I don't think she would breathe, or let another breathe, on his honour." "You are becoming her advocate," said he. "Do you wish me to resume my old chains?" "No, I am glad to see you free, and trust that free you will long remain, yet be at the same time just." "I am so, just as Rhadamanthus, Lucy. When once I am thoroughly estranged, I cannot help being severe. But look, the king and queen are rising. I like that queen. She has a sweet countenance. Mamma, too, is excessively tired. We shall never get the old lady home if we stay longer." "I tired, John?" cried Mrs. Bretton, looking at least as animated and wide awake as her son. "I would undertake to sit you out yet. Leave us both here till morning, and we should see which would look the most jaded by sunrise." "I should not like to try the experiment, for in truth, mamma, you are the most unfading of evergreens and the freshest of matrons. It must then be on the plea of your son's delicate nerves and fragile constitution that I found a petition for a speedy adjournment." "Indolent young man, you wish you were in bed, no doubt, and I suppose you must be humoured. There is Lucy, too, looking quite done up. For shame, Lucy, at your age, a week of evenings out would not have made me a shade paler. Come away, both of you, and you may laugh at the old lady as much as you please, but for my part I shall take charge of the bandbox and turban." Which she did accordingly. I offered to relieve her, but was shaken off with kindly contempt. My godmother opined that I had enough to do to take care of myself. Not standing on ceremony now, in the midst of the gay confusion worst confounded, succeeding to the king and queen's departure, Mrs. Bretton preceded us, and promptly made us a lane through the crowd. Graham followed, apostrophizing his mother as the most flourishing grisette that had ever been his good fortune to see charged with carriage of a bandbox. He also desired me to mark her affection for the sky-blue turban, and announced his conviction that she intended one day to wear it. The night was now very cold and very dark, but with little delay we found the carriage. Soon we were packed in it, as warm and as snug as at a fireside, and the drive home was, I think, still pleasanter than the drive to the concert. Pleasant it was, even though the coachman, having spent in the shop of a marchand de vin a portion of the time we passed at the concert, drove us along the dark and solitary chaussee far past the turn, leading down to La Terrasse. We, who were occupied in talking and laughing, not noticing the aberration till at last Mrs. Bretton intimated that, though she had always thought the chateau a retired spot, she did not know it was situated at the world's end, and as she declared seemed now to be the case, for she believed we had been an hour and a half en route, and had not yet taken the turn down the avenue. Then Graham looked out, and perceiving only dim-spread fields, with unfamiliar rows of pollards and limes ranged along their else invisible sunk fences, began to conjecture how matters were, and calling a halt and descending, he mounted the box and took the reins himself. Thanks to him, we arrived safe at home about an hour and a half beyond our time. Martha had not forgotten us. A cheerful fire was burning, and a neat supper spread in the dining-room. We were glad of both. The winter dawn was actually breaking before we gained our chambers. I took off my pink dress and lace mantle with happier feelings than I had experienced in putting them on. Not all, perhaps, who had shone brightly arrayed at that concert could say the same, for not all had been satisfied with friendship, with its calm comfort and modest hope. End of chapter 20.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine Chankett, Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. Villette by Charlotte Bronte. Chapter 21. Reaction. Yet 3 days, and then I must go back to the pensionnat. I almost numbered the moments of these days upon the clock. Fain would I have retarded their flight, but they glided by while I watched them. They were already gone, while I yet feared their departure. "Lucy will not leave us today," said Mrs. Bretton coaxingly at breakfast. "She knows we can procure a second respite." "I would not ask for one if I might have it for a word," said I. "I long to get the goodbye over, and to be settled in the Rue Fossette again. I must go this morning. I must go directly. My trunk is packed and corded." It appeared, however, that my going depended upon Graham. He had said he would accompany me, and it so fell out that he was engaged all day and only returned home at dusk. Then ensued a little combat of words. Mrs. Bretton and her son pressed me to remain one night more. I could have cried, so irritated and eager was I to be gone. I longed to leave them as the criminal on the scaffold longs for the axe to descend. That is, I wished the pang over. How much I wished it, they could not tell. On these points, mine was a state of mind out of their experience. It was dark when Dr. John handed me from the carriage at Madame Beck's door. The lamp above was lit. It rained a November drizzle, as it had rained all day. The lamplight gleamed on the wet pavement. Just such a night was it as that on which, not a year ago, I had first stopped at this very threshold. Just similar was the scene. I remembered the very shapes of the paving stones which I had noted with idle eye, while, with a thick beating heart, I waited the unclosing of that door at which I stood, a solitary and a suppliant. On that night, too, I had briefly met him who now stood with me. Had I ever reminded him of that rencontre or explained it? I had not, nor ever felt the inclination to do so. It was a pleasant thought, laid by in my own mind, and best kept there. Graham rang the bell. The door was instantly opened, for it was just that period of the evening when the half-boarders took their departure. Consequently, Rosine was on the alert. "Don't come in," said I to him, but he stepped a moment into the well-lighted vestibule. I had not wished him to see that the water stood in my eyes, for his was too kind of a nature ever to be needlessly shown such signs of sorrow. He always wished to heal, to relieve, when, physician as he was, neither cure nor alleviation were, perhaps, in his power. "Keep up your courage, Lucy. Think of my mother and myself as true friends. We will not forget you." "Nor will I forget you, Dr. John." My trunk was now brought in. We had shaken hands, he had turned to go, but he was not satisfied. He had not done or said enough to content his generous impulses. "Lucy," stepping after me, "shall you feel very solitary here?" "At first I shall." "Well, my mother will soon call to see you, and meantime, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll write, just any cheerful nonsense that comes into my head, shall I?" Good gallant heart, thought I to myself, but I shook my head, smiling, and said, "Never think of it. Impose on yourself no such task. You write to me? You'll not have time." "Oh, I will find or make time. Goodbye." He was gone. The heavy door crashed to, the axe had fallen, the pang was experienced. Allowing myself no time to think or feel, swallowing tears as if they had been wine, I passed to Madame's sitting room to pay the necessary visit of ceremony and respect. She received me with a perfectly well-acted cordiality. She was even demonstrative, though brief, in her welcome. In 10 minutes I was dismissed. From the salle à manger I proceeded to the refectory, where pupils and teachers were now assembled for evening study. Again I had a welcome, and one not, I think, quite hollow. That over, I was free to repair to the dormitory. "And will Graham really write?" I questioned as I sank tired on the edge of the bed. Reason, coming stealthily up to me through the twilight of that long, dim chamber, whispered sedately, "He may write once. So kind is his nature, it may stimulate him for once to make the effort. But it cannot be continued, it may not be repeated. Great were that folly which should bind on such a promise. Insane that credulity which should mistake the transitory rainpool holding in its hollow one draught for the perennial spring yielding the supply of seasons." I bent my head. I sat thinking an hour longer. Reason still whispered me, laying on my shoulder a withered hand and frostily touching my ear with the chill blue lips of cold. "If," muttered she, "if he should write, what then? Do you meditate pleasure in replying? Ah, fool, I warn you. Brief be your answer. Hope no delight of heart, no indulgence of intellect, grant no expansion to feeling, give holiday to no single faculty, dally with no friendly exchange, foster no genial intercommunion." "But I have talked to Graham, and you did not chide," I pleaded. "No," said she, "I needed not. Talk for you is good discipline. You converse imperfectly. While you speak, there can be no oblivion of inferiority, no encouragement to delusion. Pain, privation, penury stamp your language." "But," I again broke in, "where the bodily presence is weak and the speech contemptible, surely there cannot be error in making written language the medium of better utterance than faltering lips can achieve?" Reason only answered, "At your peril you cherish that idea, or suffer its influence to animate any writing of yours." "But if I feel, may I never express?" "Never," declared Reason. I groaned under her bitter sternness. Never, never, oh, hard word! This hag, this Reason, would not let me look up, or smile, or hope. She could not rest unless I were altogether crushed, cowed, broken in and broken down. According to her, I was born only to work for a piece of bread, to await the pains of death, and steadily through all life to despond. Reason may be right, yet no wonder we are glad at times to defy her, to rush from under her rod and give a truant hour to imagination, her soft bright foe, our sweet help, our divine hope. We shall and must break bounds at intervals, despite the terrible revenge that awaits our return. Reason is vindictive as a devil. For me she was always envenomed as a stepmother. If I have obeyed her, it has chiefly been with the obedience of fear, not of love. Long ago I should have died of her ill usage, her stint, her chill, her barren road, her icy bed, her savage, ceaseless blows, but for that kinder power who holds my secret and sworn allegiance. Often has Reason turned me out by night at midwinter on cold snow, flinging for sustenance the gnawed bone dogs had forsaken. Sternly has she vowed her stores held nothing more for me, harshly denied my right to ask better things. Then, looking up, have I seen in the sky a head amid circling stars, of which the midmost and brightest lent a ray sympathetic and attent. A spirit, softer and better than human reason, has descended with quiet flight to the waste, bringing all around her a sphere of air borrowed of eternal summer, bringing perfume of flowers which cannot fade, fragrance of trees whose fruit is life, bringing breezes pure from a world whose day needs no sun to lighten it. My hunger has this good angel appeased with food, sweet and strange, gathered amongst gleaming angels, garnering their dew-white harvest in the first fresh hour of a heavenly day. Tenderly has she assuaged the insufferable fears which weep away life itself, kindly given rest to deadly weariness, generously lent hope and impulse to paralyze despair. Divine, compassionate, secular influence, when I bend the knee to other than God, it shall be at thy white and winged feet, beautiful on mountain or on plain. Temples have been reared to the sun, altars dedicated to the moon. O greater glory, to thee neither hands build, no lips consecrate, but hearts through ages are faithful to thy worship. A dwelling thou hast, too wide for walls, too high for dome, a temple whose floors are space, rites whose mysteries transpire in presence, to the kindling, the harmony of worlds. Sovereign complete, thou hadst, for endurance, my great army of martyrs, for achievement thy chosen band of worthies. Deity unquestioned, thine essence foils decay. This daughter of heaven remembered me tonight. She saw me weep, and she came with comfort. Sleep, she said. Sleep sweetly. I gild thy dreams. She kept her word, and watched me through a night's rest, but at dawn reason relieved the guard. I awoke with a sort of a start. The rain was dashing against the panes, and the wind uttering a peevish cry at intervals. The night lamp was dying on the black circular stand in the middle of the dormitory. Day had already broken. How I pity those whom mental pain stuns instead of rousing. This morning, the pang of waking snatched me out of bed like a hand with a giant's gripe. How quickly I dressed in the cold of the raw dawn. How deeply I drank of the ice-cold water in my carafe. This was always my cordial, to which, like other dram drinkers, I had eager recourse when unsettled by chagrin. Ere long, the bell rang its réveillé to the whole school. Being dressed, I descended alone to the refectory, where the stove was lit and the air was warm. Through the rest of the house it was cold, with the nipping severity of the continental winter, though now but the beginning of November, and north wind had thus early brought a wintry blight over Europe. I remember the black stoves pleased me little when I first came, but now I began to associate with them a sense of comfort, and like them, as in England we like a fireside. Sitting down before this dark comforter, I presently fell into a deep argument with myself on life and its chances, on destiny and her decrees. My mind, calmer and stronger now than last night, made for itself some imperious rules, prohibiting under deadly penalties all weak retrospect of happiness past, commanding a patient journeying through the wilderness of the present, enjoining a reliance on faith, a watching of the cloud and pillar which subdue while they guide, and awe while they illuminate, hushing the impulse to fond idolatry, checking the longing outlook for a far-off promised land whose rivers are, perhaps, never to be reached save in dying dreams. Those sweet pastures are to be viewed from the desolate and sepulchral summit of a Nebo. By degrees, a composite feeling of blended strength and pain wound itself wirily round my heart, sustained, or at least restrained, its throbbings, and made me fit for the day's work. I lifted my head. As I said before, I was sitting near the stove, let into the wall beneath the refectory and the carré, thus sufficing to heat both apartments. Piercing the same wall and close beside the stove was a window, looking also into the carré. As I looked up, a cap tassel, a brow, 2 eyes, filled a pane of that window. The fixed gaze of those 2 eyes hit right against my own glance. They were watching me. I had not till that moment known that tears were on my cheek, but I felt them now. This was a strange house, where no corner was sacred from intrusion, where not a tear could be shed, nor a thought pondered, but a spy was at hand to note and to divine. And this outdoor, this male spy, what business had brought him to the premises at this unwonted hour? What possible right had he to intrude on me thus? No other professor would have dared to cross the carré before the class bell rang. Monsieur Emmanuel took no account of hours nor of claims. There was some book of reference in the first-class library which he had occasion to consult. He had come to seek it. On his way he passed the refectory. It was very much his habit to wear eyes before, behind, and on each side of him. He had seen me through the little window. He now opened the refectory door, and there he stood. Mademoiselle, vous êtes triste. Monsieur, j'en ai bien le droit. Vous êtes malade de cœur et d'humeur, he bruised. You are at once mournful and mutinous. I see on your cheek 2 tears which I know are hot as 2 sparks and salt as 2 crystals of the sea. While I speak, you eye me strangely. Shall I tell you of what I am reminded while watching you? Monsieur, I shall be called away to prayers shortly. My time for conversation is very scant and brief at this hour. I excuse everything, he interrupted. My mood is so meek, neither rebuff nor, perhaps, insult could ruffle it. You remind me, then, of a young she-wild creature, new-caught, untamed, viewing with a mixture of fire and fear the first entrance of the breaker in. Unwarrantable accost! Rash and crude if addressed to a pupil, to a teacher inadmissible. He thought to provoke a warm reply. I had seen him vex the passionate to explosion before now. In me his malice should find no gratification. I sat silent. You look, said he, like one who would snatch a draught of sweet poison and spurn wholesome bitters with disgust. Indeed, I never liked bitters, nor do I believe them wholesome. and to whatever is sweet, be it poison or food, you cannot at least deny its own delicious quality, sweetness. Better, perhaps, to die quickly a pleasant death than to drag on a long, charmless life. Yet, said he, you should take your bitter dose dully and daily, if I had the power to administer it. And, as to the well-beloved poison, I would, perhaps, break the very cup which held it. I sharply turned my head away, partly because his presence utterly displeased me, and partly because I wished to shun questions, lest, in my present mood, the effort of answering should overmaster self-command. Come, said he more softly, tell me the truth. You grieve at being parted from friends, is it not so? The insinuating softness was not more acceptable than the inquisitorial curiosity. I was silent. He came into the room, sat down on the bench about 2 yards from me, and persevered long, and for him patiently, in attempts to draw me into conversation, attempts necessarily unavailing, because I could not talk. At last I entreated to be left alone. In uttering the request, my voice faltered, my head sank on my arms and the table. I wept bitterly, though quietly. He sat a while longer. I did not look up nor speak till the closing door and his retreating step told me that he was gone. These tears proved a relief. I had time to bathe my eyes before breakfast, and I suppose I appeared at that meal as serene as any other person, not, however, quite as jocund-looking as the young lady who placed herself in the seat opposite mine, fixed on me a pair of somewhat small eyes twinkling gleefully, and frankly stretched across the table a white hand to be shaken. Miss Fanshaw's travels, gaieties, and flirtations agreed with her mightily. She had become quite plump, her cheeks looked as round as apples. I had seen her last in elegant evening attire. I don't know that she looked less charming now in her school dress, a kind of careless peignoir of a dark blue material, dimly and dingily plated with black. I even think this dusky wrapper gave her charms a triumph, enhancing by contrast the fairness of her skin, the freshness of her bloom, the golden beauty of her tresses. "I am glad you are come back, Timon," said she. Timon was one of her dozen names for me. "You don't know how often I have wanted you in this dismal hole." "Oh, have you? Then, of course, if you wanted me, you have something for me to do, stockings to mend, perhaps." I never gave Ginevra a minute's or a farthing's credit for disinterestedness. "Crabbed and crusty as ever," said she. "I expected as much. It would not be you if you did not snub me. But now, come, grandmother, I hope you like coffee as much, and pistolets as little as ever. Are you disposed to barter?" "Take your own way." This way consisted in a habit she had of making me convenient. She did not like the morning cup of coffee, its school brewage not being strong or sweet enough to suit her palate, and she had an excellent appetite, like any other healthy schoolgirl, for the morning pistolet or rolls, which were new-baked and very good, and of which a certain allowance was served to each. This allowance being more than I needed, I gave half to Ginevra, never varying in my preference, though many others used to covet the superfluity, and she in return would sometimes give me a portion of her coffee. This morning I was glad of the draught. Hunger I had none, and with thirst I was parched. I don't know why I chose to give my bread rather to Ginevra than to another, nor why, if two had to share the convenience of one drinking vessel, as sometimes happened, for instance, when we took a long walk into the country, and halted for refreshment at a farm, I always contrived that she should be my convive, and rather liked to let her take the lion's share, whether of the white beer, the sweet wine, or the new milk. So it was, however, and she knew it, and therefore, while we wrangled daily, we were never alienated. After breakfast, my custom was to withdraw to the first class, and sit and read, or think, oftenest the latter, there alone, till the 9 o'clock bell threw open all doors, admitted the gathered rush of externes and demi-pensionnaires, and gave the signal for entrance on that bustle and business to which, till 5 p.m., there was no relax. I was just seated this morning, when a tap came to the door. "Pardon, mademoiselle," said a pensionnaire, entering gently, and having taken from her desk some necessary book or paper, she withdrew on tiptoe, murmuring as she passed me, "Que mademoiselle est appliquée." Appliquée, indeed! The means of application were spread before me, but I was doing nothing, and had done nothing, and meant to do nothing. Thus does the world give us credit for merits we have not. Madame Beck herself deemed me a regular bas bleu, and often and solemnly used to warn me not to study too much, lest the blood should all go to my head. Indeed, everybody in the Rue Fossette had a superstition that Miss Lucy was learned, with the notable exception of Monsieur Emmanuel, who, by means peculiar to himself and quite inscrutable to me, had obtained a not inaccurate inkling of my real qualifications, and used to take quiet opportunities of chuckling in my ear his malign glee over their scant measure. For my part, I never troubled myself about this penury. I dearly liked to think my own thoughts, and had great pleasure in reading a few books, but not many, preferring always those on whose style or sentiment the writer's individual nature was plainly stamped, flagging inevitably over characterless books, however clever and meritorious, perceiving well that, as far as my own mind was concerned, God had limited its powers, and in its action, thankful, I trust, for the gift bestowed, but unambitious of higher endowments, not restlessly eager after higher culture. The polite pupil was scarcely gone, when, unceremoniously, without tap, in burst a second intruder. Had I been blind, I should have known who this was. A constitutional reserve of manner had by this time told with wholesome and, for me, commodious effect on the manners of my co-inmates. Rarely did I now suffer from rude or intrusive treatment. When I first came, it would happen once and again that a blunt German would clap me on the shoulder and ask me to run a race, or a riotous Labascourienne seize me by the arm and drag me towards the playground. Urgent proposals to take a swing at the pas de géant, or to join in a certain romping hide-and-seek game called 1, 2, 3 were formerly also an hourly occurrence, but all these little attentions had ceased some time ago, ceased, too, without my finding it necessary to be at the trouble of point-blank cutting them short. I had now no familiar demonstration to dread or endure, save from one quarter, and as that was English, I could bear it. Ginevra Fanshaw made no scruple of, at times, catching me as I was crossing the carré, whirling me around at a compulsory waltz, and heartily enjoying the mental and physical discomfiture her proceeding induced. Ginevra Fanshaw it was who now broke upon in my learned leisure. She carried a huge music book under her arm. "Go to your practising," I said to her at once. "Away with you to the little salon." "Not till I've had a talk with you, chère amie. I know where you have been spending your vacation, and how you have commenced sacrificing to the graces and enjoying life like any other belle. I saw you at the concert the other night, dressed actually like anybody else. Who is your tailleuse?" "Tittle-tattle, how prettily it begins. My tailleuse. A fiddlestick. Come, sheer off, Ginevra. I really don't want your company." "But when I want yours so much, ange farouche, what does a little reluctance on your part signify? Dieu merci! We know how to maneuver with our gifted compatriot, the learned ours britannique. And so, Ourson, do you know Isidore?" "I know John Bretton." "Oh, hush!" putting her fingers in her ears. "You crack my tympanums with your rude anglicisms. But how is our well-beloved John? Do tell me about him. The poor man must be in a sad way. What did he say to my behavior the other night? Wasn't I cruel?" "Do you think I noticed you?" "It was a delightful evening. Oh, that divine de Hamal! And then to watch the others skulking and dying in the distance, and the old lady, my future mamma-in-law. But I am afraid that I and Lady Sarah were a little rude in quizzing her." "Lady Sarah never quizzed her at all. And for what you did, don't make yourself in the least uneasy. Mrs. Bretton will survive your sneer." "She may. Old ladies are tough. But that poor son of hers. Do tell me what he said. I saw he was terribly cut up." "He said you looked as if at heart you were already Madame de Hamal." Did he? She cried with delight. He noticed that? How charming! I thought he would have been mad with jealousy. Ginevra, have you seriously done with Dr. Bretton? Do you want him to give you up? Ah, you know he can't do that. But wasn't he mad? Quite mad, I assented, as mad as a March hare. Well, and however did you get him home? However, indeed. Have you no pity on his poor mother and me? Fancy us holding him tight down in the carriage, and he raving between us, fit to drive everybody delirious. The very coachman went wrong, somehow, and we lost our way. You don't say so. You are laughing at me. Now, Lucy Snowe, I assure you it is a fact, and fact also that Dr. Bretton would not stay in the carriage. He broke from us and would ride outside. And afterwards? Afterwards, when he did reach home, the scene transcends description. Oh, but describe it. You know it is such fun. Fun for you, Miss Fanshaw. But, with stern gravity, you know the proverb, what is sport to one may be death to another. Go on, there's a darling Timo. Conscientiously I cannot, unless you assure me you have some heart. I have such an immensity you don't know. Good. In that case, you will be able to conceive that Dr. Graham Bretton rejecting his supper in the first instance, the chicken, the sweetbread prepared for his refreshment left on the table untouched. Then, but it is of no use dwelling at length on the harrowing details. Suffice it to say that never, in the most stormy fits and moments of his infancy, had his mother such work to stuck the sheets about him as she had that night. He wouldn't lie still? He wouldn't lie still. There it was. The sheets might be tucked in, but the thing was to keep them tucked in. And what did he say? Say? Can't you imagine him demanding his divine Ginevra, anathematizing that demon de Hamal, raving about golden locks, blue eyes, white arms, glittering bracelets? No, did he? He saw the bracelet? Saw the bracelet? Yes, as plain as I saw it, and, perhaps for the first time, he saw also the brand mark with which its pressure had encircled your arm. Ginevra, raising and changing my tone, come, we will have an end of this. Go away to your practicing. And I opened the door. But you have not told me all. You had better not wait till I do tell you all. Such extra communicativeness would give you no pleasure. March. Cross thing, said she, but she obeyed. And, indeed, the first class was my territory, and she could not there legally resist a notice of quittance from me. Yet, to speak the truth, never had I been less dissatisfied with her than I was then. There was pleasure in thinking of the contrast between the reality and my description, to remember Dr. John enjoying the drive home, eating his supper with relish, and retiring to rest with Christian composure. It was really only when I saw him really unhappy that I felt really vexed with the fair, frail cause of his suffering. A fortnight passed. I was getting once more inured to the harshness of school and lapsing from the passionate pain of change to the palsy of custom. One afternoon, in crossing the carré, on my way to the first class, where I was expected to assist at a lesson of style and literature, I saw, standing by one of the long and large windows, Rosine, the portress. Her attitude, as usual, was quite nonchalant. She always stood at ease. One of her hands rested on her apron pocket, the other at this moment held to her eyes a letter, whereof Mademoiselle coolly perused the address and deliberately studied the seal. A letter! The shape of a letter similar to that had haunted my brain in its very core for 7 days past. I had dreamed of a letter last night. Strong magnetism drew me to that letter now, yet, whether I should have ventured to demand of Rosine so much as a glance at that white envelope, with the spot of red wax in the middle, I know not. No, I think I should have sneaked past in terror or a rebuff from disappointment. My heart throbbed now as if I had already heard the tramp of her approach. Nervous mistake. It was the rapid step of the professor of literature measuring the corridor. I fled before him. Could I but be seated quietly at my desk before his arrival, with the class under my orders, all in disciplined readiness, he would perhaps exempt me from notice, but if caught lingering in the carré, I should be sure to come in for a special harangue. I had time to get seated, to enforce perfect silence, to take out my work, and to commence it amidst the profoundest and best-trained hush, ere Monsieur Emmanuel entered with his vehement burst of latch and panel, his deep, redundant bow, prophetic of choler. As usual, he broke upon us like a clap of thunder, but instead of flashing lightning-wise from the door to the estrade, his career halted midway at my desk. Setting his face towards me and the window, his back to the pupils and the room, he gave me a look, such a look as might have licensed me to stand straight up and demand what he meant, a look of scowling distrust. "Voilà, pour vous," said he, drawing his hand from his waistcoat and placing on my desk a letter, the very letter I had seen in Rosine's hand, the letter whose face of enamelled white and single cyclops eye of vermilion red had printed themselves so clear and perfect on the retina of an inward vision. I knew it. I felt it to be the letter of my hope, the fruition of my wish, the release from my doubt, the ransom for my terror. This letter Monsieur Paul, with his unwarrantably interfering habits, had taken from the portress, and now delivered it himself. I might have been angry, but had not a second for the sensation. Yes, I held in my hand not a slight note, but an envelope, which must at least contain a sheet. It felt not flimsy, but firm, substantial, satisfying. And here was the direction: Miss Lucy Snowe, in a clean, clear, equal, decided hand. And here was the seal, round, full, deftly dropped by untremulous fingers, stamped with the well-cut impress of initials, J.G.B. I experienced a happy feeling, a glad emotion which went from warm to my heart and ran lively through all my veins. For once a hope was realized. I held in my hand a morsel of real solid joy, not a dream, not an image of the brain, not one of those shadowy chances imagination pictures, and on which humanity starves but cannot live, not a mess of that manna I drearily eulogized a while ago, which, indeed, at first melts on the lips with an unspeakable and preternatural sweetness, but which, in the end, our souls full surely loathe, longing deliriously for natural and earth-grown food, widely praying heaven's spirits to reclaim their own spirit-dew and essence, an aliment divine, but for mortals deadly. It was neither sweet hail nor small coriander seed, neither slight wafer nor luscious honey I had lighted on. It was the wild, savory mess of the hunter, nourishing yet salubrious meat, forest-fed or desert-reared, fresh, healthful, and life-sustaining. It was what the old dying patriarch demanded of his son Esau, promising in requital the blessing of his last breath. It was a godsend, and I inwardly thanked the God who had vouchsafed it. Outwardly, I only thanked man, crying, thank you, monsieur." Monsieur curled his lip, gave me a vicious glance of the eye, and strode to his estrade. Monsieur Paul was not at all a good little man, though he had good points. Did I read my letter there and then? Did I consume the venison at once and with haste, as if Esau's shaft flew every day? I knew better. The cover, with its address, the seal, with its 3 clear letters, was bounty and abundance for the present. I stole from the room. I produced the key of the great dormitory, which was kept locked by day. I went to my bureau, with a sort of haste and trembling, lest Madame should creep upstairs and spy me. I opened the drawer, unlocked the box, and took out a case, and, having feasted my eyes with one more look, and approached the seal with a mixture of awe and shame and delight to my lips, I folded the untasted treasure, yet all fair and inviolate, in silver paper, committed it to the case, shut up the box and drawer, reclosed, relocked the dormitory, and returned to class, feeling as if fairy tales were true and fairy gifts no dream. Strange, sweet insanity. And this letter, the source of my joy, I had not yet read, did not yet know the number of its lines. When I re-entered the schoolroom, behold Monsieur Paul raging like a pestilence. Some pupil had not spoken audibly or distinctly enough to suit his air and taste, and now she and others were weeping, and he was raving from his estrade almost livid. Curious to mention, as I appeared, he fell on me. Was I the mistress of these girls? Did I profess to teach them the conduct befitting ladies? And did I permit, and, he doubted not, encourage them to strangle their mother tongue in their throats, to mince and mash it between their teeth, as if they had some base cause to be ashamed of the words they uttered? Was this modesty? He knew better. It was a vile pseudo-sentiment, the offspring of the forerunner of evil. Rather than submit to this mopping and mowing, his mincing and grimacing, this grinding of a noble tongue, this general affectation and sickening stubbornness of the pupils of the first class, he would throw them up for a set of insupportable petites maîtresses, and confined himself to teaching the ABC to babies of the 3rd division. What could I say to all this? Really nothing, and I hoped he would allow me to be silent. The storm recommenced. Every answer to his queries was then refused. It seemed to be considered in that place, that conceited boudoir of a first class, with its pretentious bookcases, its green baize desk, its rubbish of flower stands, its trash of framed pictures and maps, and its foreign surveillante, forsooth, it seemed to be the fashion to think there that the professor of literature was not worthy a reply. These were new ideas, imported, he did not doubt, straight from La Grande Bretagne. They savoured of island insolence and arrogance. Lull II, the girls, not one of them who was ever known to weep a tear for the rebukes of any other master, now all melting like snow, statues before the intemperate heat of Monsieur Emmanuel. I not yet much shaken, sitting down and venturing to resume my work. Something, either in my continued silence or in the movement of my hand stitching, transported Monsieur Emmanuel beyond the last boundary of patience. He actually sprang from his estrade. His stove stood near my desk. He attacked it. The little iron door was nearly dashed from its hinges. The fuel was made to fly. Est-ce que vous avez l'intention de m'insulter? He said to me in a low, furious voice as he thus outraged under pretence of arranging the fire. It was time to soothe him a little, if possible. Mais, monsieur, said I would not insult you for the world. I remember too well that you once said we should be friends. I did not intend my voice to falter, but it did, more, I think, through the agitation of late delight than any spasm of present fear. Still, there was certainly something in Monsieur Paul's anger, a kind of passion of emotion that specially tended to draw tears. I was not unhappy, nor much afraid, yet I wept. Allons, allons, he said presently, looking round and seeing the deluge universal. Decidedly, I am a monster and a ruffian. I have only one pocket handkerchief, he added, but if I had 20, I would offer you each one. Your teacher shall be your representative. Here, Miss Lucy. And he took forth and held out to me a clean silk handkerchief. Now, a person who did not know Monsieur Paul, who was unused to him and his impulses, would naturally have bungled at his offer, declined accepting the same, etc. But I too plainly felt this would never do. The slightest hesitation would have been fatal to the incipient treaty of peace. I rose and met the handkerchief halfway, received it with decorum, wiped hair with my eyes, and, resuming my seat and retraining the flag of truce in my hand and on my lap, took especial care during the remainder of the lesson to touch neither needle nor thimble, scissors nor muslin. Many a jealous glance that Monsieur Paul cast at these implements. He hated them mortally, considering sewing a source of distraction from the attention due to himself. A very eloquent lesson he gave, and very kind and friendly was he to the close. Ere he had done, the clouds were dispersed and the sun shining out. Tears were exchanged for smiles. In quitting the room, he paused once more at my desk. "And your letter?" said he, this time not quite fiercely. "I have not read it yet, monsieur." "Ah, it is too good to read at once. You save it, as, when I was a boy, I used to save a peach whose bloom was very ripe?" The guess came so near the truth, I could not prevent a suddenly rising warmth in my face from revealing as much. "You promised yourself a pleasant moment," said he, "in reading that letter. You will open it when alone, n'est-ce pas?" "Ah," a smile answers. "Well, well, one should not be too harsh. La jeunesse n'a qu'un temps." "Monsieur, monsieur," I cried, or rather whispered after him as he turned to go. "Do not leave me under a mistake. This is merely a friend's letter. Without reading it, I can vouch for that." Je conçois. On sait que c'est qu'un ami." "Bonjour, mademoiselle." "But, monsieur, here is your handkerchief." Keep it till the letter is read. Then bring it to me. I shall read the billet's tenor in your eyes." When he was gone, the pupils having already poured out of the schoolroom into the berceau, and thence into the garden and courts to take their customary recreation before the 5 o'clock dinner, I stood a moment thinking, and absently twisting the handkerchief round my arm. For some reason, gladdened, I think, by a sudden return of the golden glimmer of childhood, roused by an unwonted renewal of its buoyancy, made merry by the liberty of the closing hour, and, above all, solaced at the heart by the joyous consciousness of that treasure in the case, box, drawer, upstairs, I fell to playing with the handkerchief as if it were a ball, casting it into the air and catching it as it fell. The game was stopped by another hand than mine, a hand emerging from a patelot sleeve and stretched over my shoulder. It caught the extemporized plaything and bore it away with these sullen words: "Je vois bien que vous vous moquez de moi et de mes effets." Really, that little man was dreadful, a mere sprite of caprice and ubiquity, one that never knew either his whim or his whereabouts. End of chapter 21.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Villette by Charlotte Bronte. Chapter 22. The Letter. When all was still in the house, when dinner was over and the noisy recreation hour passed, when darkness had set in, and the quiet lamp of study was lit in the refectory, when the externes were gone home, the clashing door and clamorous bell hushed for the evening, when Madame was safely settled in the salle à manger, in company with her mother and some friends, I then glided into the kitchen, begged a bougie for 1/2 hour for a particular occasion, found acceptance of my petition at the hands of my friend Godmother, who answered, "Mais certainement, chouchou, vous en aurez 2, si vous voulez." And, light in hand, I mounted noiseless to the dormitory. Great was my chagrin to find in the apartment a pupil gone to bed indisposed, greater when I recognized amid the muslin nightcap borders the figure chiffonnée of Mistress Ginevra Fanshaw, supine at this moment, it is true, but certain to wake and overwhelm me with chatter when the interruption would be least acceptable. Indeed, as I watched her, a slight twinkling of the eyelids warned me that the present appearance of repose might be but a ruse, assumed to cover sly vigilance over Timon's movements. She was not to be trusted. And I had so wished to be alone, just to read my precious letter in peace. Well, I must go to the classes. Having sought and found my prize in its casket, I descended. Ill luck pursued me. The classes were undergoing sweeping and purification by candlelight, according to hebdomadal custom. Benches were piled on desks, the air was dim with dust, damp coffee ground, used by Labascourian housemaids instead of tea leaves, darkened the floor. All was hopeless confusion. Baffled but not beaten, I withdrew, but as resolutely as ever on finding solitude somewhere. Taking a key whereof I knew the repository, I mounted 3 staircases in succession, reached a dark, narrow, silent landing, opened a worm-eaten door, and dived into the deep, black, cold garret. Here none would follow me, none interrupted, not Madame herself. I shut the garret door. I placed my light on a doddered and mouldy chest of drawers. I put on a shawl, for the air was ice cold. I took my letter. Trembling with sweet impatience, I broke its seal. Will it be long? Will it be short? Thought I, passing my hand across my eyes, to dissipate the silvery dimness of a suave south wind shower. It was long. Will it be cool? Will it be kind? It was kind. To my checked, bridled, disciplined expectation, it seemed very kind. To my longing and famished thought, it seemed, perhaps, kinder than it was. So little had I hoped, so much had I feared. There was a fullness of delight in this taste of fruition, such, perhaps, as many a human being passes through life without ever knowing. The poor English teacher in the frosty garret, reading by a dim candle guttering in the wintry air, a letter simply good-natured, nothing more. Though that good nature then seemed to me godlike, was happier than most queens in palaces. Of course, happiness of such shallow origin could but be brief. Yet, while it lasted, it was genuine and exquisite, a bubble, but a sweet bubble of real honey-dew. Dr. John had written to me at length. He had written to me with pleasure. He had written in benignant mood, dwelling with sunny satisfaction on scenes that had passed before his eyes and mine, on places we had visited together, on conversations we had held, on all the little subject matter, in short, of the last few halcyon weeks. But the cordial core of the delight was a conviction the blithe, genial language generously imparted, that it had been poured out, not merely to content me, but to gratify himself. A gratification he might never more desire, never more seek. A hypothesis in every point of view approaching the certain, but that concerned the future. This present moment had no pain, no blot, no want. Full, pure, perfect, it deeply blessed me. A passing seraph seemed to have rested beside me, leaned towards my heart, and reposed on its throb, a softening, cooling, healing, hallowing wing. Dr. John, you pained me afterwards. Forgiven be every ill, freely forgiven, for the sake of that one dear remembered good. Are there wicked things, not human, which envy human bliss? Are there evil influences haunting the air, and poisoning it for man? What was near me? Something in that vast solitary garret sounded strangely. Most surely and certainly I heard, as it seemed, a stealthy foot on that floor, a sort of gliding out from the direction of the black recess haunted by the malefactor cloaks. I turned. My light was dim. The room was long, but, as I live, I saw in the middle of that ghostly chamber a figure, all black or white, the skirts straight, narrow, black, the head bandaged, veiled, white. Say what you will, reader, tell me I was nervous or mad. Affirm that I was unsettled by the excitement of that letter, declare that I dreamed. This I vow, I saw there, in that room, on that night, an image like a nun. I cried out. I sickened. Had the shape approached me, I might have swooned. It receded. I made for the door. How I descended all those stairs, I know not. By instinct I shunned the refectory, and shaped my course to Madame's sitting room. I burst in. I said, "There's something in the grenier. I have been there. I saw something. Go and look at it, all of you." I said all of you, for the room seemed to me full of people, though in truth there were but 4 present. Madame Beck, her mother, Madame Kint, who was out of health, and now staying with her on a visit, her brother, Monsieur Victor Kint, and another gentleman, who, when I entered the room, was conversing with the old lady, and had his back towards the door. My mortal fear and faintness must have made me deadly pale. I felt cold and shaking. They all rose in consternation. They surrounded me. I urged them to go to the grenier. The sight of the gentleman did me good and gave me courage. It seemed as if there was some help and hope, with men at hand. I turned to the door, beckoning them to follow. They wanted to stop me, but I said they must come this way. They must see what I had seen, something strange, standing in the middle of the garret. And now I remembered my letter, left on the drawers with a light. This precious letter! Flesh or spirit must be defied for its sake. I flew upstairs, hastening the faster as I knew I was followed. They were obliged to come. Lo, when I reached the garret door, all within was dark as a pit. The light was out. Happily someone, Madame, I think, with her usual calm sense, had brought a lamp from the room. Speedily, therefore, as they came up, a ray pierced the opaque blackness. There stood the bougie, quenched, on the drawers. But where was the letter? And I looked for that now, and not for the nun. My letter! My letter! I panted and claimed, almost beside myself. I groped on the floor, wringing my hands wildly. Cruel, cruel doom, to have my bit of comfort preternaturally snatched from me, ere I had well tasted its virtue. I don't know what the others were doing. I could not watch them. They asked me questions I did not answer. They ransacked all corners. They prattled about this and that, a disarrangement of cloaks, a breach or crack in the skylight. I know not what. Something or somebody has been here, was sagely averred. Oh, they have taken my letter, cried the grovelling, groping monomaniac. What letter, Lucy? My dear girl, what letter? Asked a known voice in my ear. Could I believe that ear? No, and I looked up. Could I trust my eyes? Had I recognized the tone? Did I now look on the face of the writer of that very letter? Was this gentleman near me in this dim garret John Graham, Dr. Bretton himself? Yes, it was. He had been called in that very evening to prescribe for some access of illness in old Madame Quint. He was the second gentleman present in the salle à manger when I entered. Was it my letter, Lucy? Your own, yours, the letter you wrote to me. I come here to read it quietly. I could not find another spot where it was possible to have it to myself. I saved it all day, never opened it till this evening. It was scarcely glanced over. I cannot bear to lose it. Oh, my letter! Hush! Don't cry and distress yourself so cruelly. What is it worth? Hush! Come out of this cold room. They're going to send for the police now to examine further. We need not stay here. Come, we will go down. A warm hand, taking my cold fingers, led me down to a room where there was a fire. Dr. John and I sat before the stove, promising me 20 letters for the one lost. If there are words and wrongs like knives, whose deep-inflicted lacerations never heal, cutting injuries and insults of serrated and poison-dripping edge, so too there are consolations of tone too fine for the ear, not fondly and forever to retain their echo. Caressing kindnesses, loved lingered over through a whole life, recalled with unfaded tenderness, and answering to the call with undimmed shine, out of that raven cloud foreshadowing death himself. I have been told since that Dr. Bretton was not so nearly perfect as I thought him, that his actual character lacked the depth, height, compass, and endurance it possessed in my creed. I don't know. He was as good to me as the well is to the parched wayfarer, as the sun to the shivering jailbird. I remember him heroic. Heroic at this moment will I hold him to be. He asked me, smiling, why I cared for his letter so very much. I thought, but did not say, that I prized it like the blood in my veins. I only answered that I had so few letters to care for. I'm sure you did not read it, said he, or you'd think nothing of it. I read it, but only once. I want to read it again. I'm sorry it is lost. And I could not help weeping afresh. Lucy, Lucy, my poor little god-sister, if there be such a relationship, here is your letter. Why is it not better worth such tears, and such tenderly exaggerating faith? Curious, charismatic manoeuvre. His quick eye had seen the letter on the floor where I sought it. His hand, as quick, had snatched it up. He had hidden it in his waistcoat pocket. If my trouble had wrought with a whit less stress and reality, I doubt whether he would ever have acknowledged or restored it. Tears of temperance 1 degree cooler than those I shed would only have amused Dr. John. Pleasure at regaining made me forget merited reproach for the teasing torment. My joy was great. It could not be concealed, yet I think it broke out more in countenance than language. I said little. "Are you satisfied?" asked Dr. John. I replied that I was, satisfied and happy. "Well then," he proceeded, "how do you feel physically? Are you growing calmer?" "Not much, for you tremble like a leaf still." It seemed to me, however, that I was sufficiently calm. At least I felt no longer terrified. I expressed myself composed. "You are able, consequently, to tell me what you saw. Your account was quite vague, you know. You looked white as the wall, but you only spoke of something, not defining what. Was it man? Was it animal? What was it?" "I never will tell exactly what I saw," said I, "unless someone else sees it too, and then I will give corroborative testimony, but otherwise I shall be discredited and accused of dreaming." "Tell me," said Dr. Bretton. "I will hear it in my professional character. I look on you now from a professional point of view, and I read, perhaps, all you would conceal. In your eye, which is curiously vivid and restless, in your cheek, which the blood has forsaken, in your hand, which you cannot steady. Come, Lucy, speak and tell me." You would laugh. "If you don't tell me, she'll have no more letters. You are laughing now. I will again take away that single epistle. Being mine, I think I have a right to reclaim it." I felt raillery in his words. It made me grave and quiet, but I folded up the letter and covered it from sight. "You may hide it, but I can possess it any moment I choose. You don't know my skill in sleight of hand. I might practice as a conjurer if I liked. Mamma says sometimes, too, that I have an harmonizing property of tongue and eye. But you never saw that in me, did you, Lucy?" "Indeed, indeed, when you were a mere boy, I used to see both. Far more than that now, for now you are strong, and strength dispenses with subtlety. But still, Dr. John, you have what they call in this country an air fin, that nobody can mistake. Madame Beck saw it, and liked it," said he, laughing, "because she has it herself. But, Lucy, give me that letter. You don't really care for it." To this provocative speech I made no answer. Graham in mirthful mood must not be humoured too far. Just now there was a new sort of smile playing about his lips, very sweet, but it grieved me somehow. A new sort of light sparkling in his eyes, not hostile, but not reassuring. I rose to go. I bid him good night a little sadly. His sensitiveness, that peculiar, apprehensive, detective faculty of his, felt in a moment the unspoken complaint, the scarce thought reproach. He asked quietly if I was offended. I shook my head as implying a negative. "Permit me, then, to speak a little seriously to you before you go. You are in a highly nervous state. I feel sure from what is apparent in your look and manner, however well controlled, that whilst alone this evening in that dismal, perishing sepulchral garret, that dungeon under the leads, smelling of damp and mould, rank with phthisis and catarrh, a place you never ought to enter, that you saw, or thought you saw, some appearance peculiarly calculated to impress the imagination. I know you are not, nor ever were, subject to material terrors, fears of robbers, etc. I am not so sure that a visitation, bearing a spectral character, would not shake your very mind. Be calm now. This is all a matter of the nerves, I see. But just specify the vision. You will tell nobody? Nobody, most certainly. You may trust me as implicitly as you did Père Silas. Indeed, this doctor is perhaps the safer confessor of the two, although he has not grey hair. You will not laugh? Perhaps I may, to do you good, but not in scorn. Lucy, I feel as a friend towards you, though your timid nature is slow to trust. He now looked like a friend. That indescribable smile and sparkle were gone. Those formidable arched curves of lip, nostril, eyebrow were depressed. Repose marked his attitude. Attention sobered his aspect. Won to confidence, I told him exactly what I had seen. Ere now I had narrated to him the legend of the house, whiling away with that narrative an hour of a certain mild October afternoon, when he and I rode through Bois-les-Dames. He sat and thought, and while he thought, we heard them all coming downstairs. "Are they going to interrupt?" said he, glancing at the door with an annoyed expression. "They will not come here," I answered, for we were in the little salon, where Madame never sat in the evening, and where it was by mere chance that heat was still lingering in the stove. They passed the door and went on to the salle à manger. "Now," he pursued, "they will talk about thieves, burglars, and so on. Let them do so. Mind, you say nothing, and keep your resolution of describing your nun to nobody. She may appear to you again. Don't start." "You think, then," I said with secret horror, "she came out of my brain, and is now gone in there, and may glide out again at an hour and a day when I look not for her?" "I think it a case of spectral illusion. I fear following on and resulting from long-continued mental conflict." "Oh, Dr. John, I shudder at the thought of being liable to such an illusion. It seems so real. Is there no cure, no preventive?" "Happiness is the cure, a cheerful mind the preventive. Cultivate both." No mockery in this world ever sounds to me as hollow as that of being told to cultivate happiness. What does such advice mean? Happiness is not a potato to be planted in mould and tilled with manure. Happiness is a glory shining far down upon us out of heaven. She is a divine dew, which the soul, uncertain of its summer mornings, feels dropping upon it from the amaranth bloom and golden fruitage of paradise. Cultivate happiness, I said briefly to the doctor. Do you cultivate happiness? How do you manage? I'm a cheerful fellow by nature, and then ill luck has never dogged me. Adversity gave me and my mother one passing scowl and brush, but we defied her, or rather laughed at her, and she went by. There is no cultivation in all this. I do not give way to melancholy. Yes, I have seen you subdued by that feeling. About Ginevra Fanshaw, eh? Did she not sometimes make you miserable? Pooh, stuff, nonsense. You see I am better now. If a laughing eye with a lively light, and a face bright with beaming and healthy energy, could attest that he was better, better he certainly was. You do not look much amiss, or greatly out of condition, I allowed. And why, Lucy, can't you look and feel as I do? Buoyant, courageous, and fit to defy all the nuns and flirts in Christendom. I would give gold on the spot just to see you snap your fingers. Try the manoeuvre. If I were to bring Miss Fanshaw into your presence just now, I vow, Lucy, she should not move me, or she should move me but by one thing. True, yes, and passionate love. I would accord forgiveness at no less a price. Indeed, a smile of hers would have been a fortune to you a while since. Transformed, Lucy, transformed. Remember, you once called me a slave, but I am a free man now. He stood up. In the port of his head, the carriage of his figure, in his beaming eye and mien, there revealed itself a liberty which is more than ease, a mood which was disdain of his past bondage. Miss Fanshaw, he pursued, has led me through a phase of feeling which is over. I have entered another condition, and am now much disposed to exact love for love, passion for passion, and good measure of it too. Ah, doctor, you said it was your nature to pursue love under difficulties, to be charmed by a proud insensibility. He laughed and answered, My nature varies. The mood of one hour is sometimes the mockery of the next. Well, Lucy, drawing on his gloves, will the nun come again tonight, think you? I don't think she will. Give her my compliments if she does, Dr. John's compliments, and entreat her to have the goodness to wait a visit from him. Lucy, was she a pretty nun? Had she a pretty face? You have not told me that yet, and that is the really important point. She had a white cloth over her face, said I, but her eyes glittered. "Confusion to her goblin trappings," cried he irreverently, "but at least she had handsome eyes, bright and soft." "Cold and fixed," was my reply. "No, no, will none of her. She shall not haunt you, Lucy. Give her that shake of the hand if she comes again. Will she stand that, do you think?" I thought it too kind and cordial for a ghost to stand, and so was the smile which matched it, and accompanied his good night. And had there been anything in the garret? What did they discover? I believe, on the closest examination, their discoveries amounted to very little. They talked at first of the cloaks being disturbed, but Madame Beck told me afterwards she thought they hung much as usual, and as for the broken pane in the skylight, she affirmed that aperture was rarely without one or more panes broken or cracked, and besides, a heavy hailstorm had fallen a few days ago. Madame questioned me very closely as to what I had seen, but I only described an obscure figure clothed in black. I took care not to breathe the word nun, certain that this word would at once suggest to her mind an idea of romance and unreality. She charged me to say nothing on the subject to any servant, pupil, or teacher, and highly commended my discretion in coming to a private salle à manger, instead of carrying the tale of horror to the school refectory. Thus the subject dropped. I was left secretly and sadly to wonder, in my own mind, whether the strange thing was of this world, or of a realm beyond the grave, or whether indeed it was only the child of malady, and I of that malady the prey. End of chapter 22.